In the Great Chu Kingdom, demons and evils were rampant in this world. There were martial artists, Taoists, Buddhists, demons and spooks. Subai crossed over and was up to a hellish start because he was in a bandit fortress cell. When the danger came, he found that his comprehension seemed to be a little unusual. It was dark and cold. When Subai woke up, he found himself lying in a dark and damp place. The ground was covered in withered yellow straw, but it could not stop the cold. The chaotic memories washed over him. After he finished absorbing them, he understood the environment he was in. He had transmigrated. That was his first thought. He had been abducted. That was his second thought. This was the Shang County of the Great Chu country, but he was not inside the Shang County. Instead, he was in a mountain far away from Shang County. It was called Dogtail Mountain because the mountain was like an upside-down dogtail. There was a bandit stronghold on Dogtail Mountain called the Raging Tiger Bandits. He was currently inside a cell in the Raging Tiger Bandits. His current body had belonged to a bodyguard from the Fulong Bodyguard Agency in Shang County. The bodyguard agency had just received an escort mission. The original host therefore followed out on the mission and left Shang County. However, before they could walk far, the bandits of the Raging Tiger Bandits abducted them. They had deliberately bypassed the Raging Tiger Bandits. However, they did not expect that the Raging Tiger Bandits would prepare an ambush as if they had known their location in advance. The bodyguard agency had several experts who could fight. However, before the fight had even started, they were shot to death by the arrows. The original host and more than 10 bodyguards were captured alive and locked up inside a cell in the Raging Tiger Bandits. In the words of the Raging Tiger Bandits, a sum of ransom could still be earned from those who were still alive. That was why they had survived until now. After sorting out all his thoughts, Subai pushed himself up from the ground. The back of his head hurt, both his hands were wrapped with chains and the base of the chain was embedded in the wall. The beginning of hell was nothing more than this. Subai was very clear about his current situation. The others had families who would pay the ransom, but he was poor. His entire family had all passed away and he was still living in his deceased uncle's house, who would come to pay for his ransom. Fortunately, the original host was not stupid and did not say these things, otherwise he wouldn't even have time to transmigrate before meeting the king of hell. The back of his head was still hurting. Subai couldn't help but touch it and realized that it was swollen. They really have no common sense. You can't just hit the back of someone's head to knock them out. I might even lose their lives if they did it wrong. He could not help but complain in his heart. The iron chain was heavy and there were more than 10 people tied up like him. His hands were a little sore from standing like this. Subai's sight followed the chain. His gaze suddenly stopped. At first he was just looking at it casually, but he realized that there seemed to be scratches at the base of the chain. The scratches were carved on the wall, leaving behind streaks of white that were especially eye-catching in the dim environment. It was so dark and there was no window. Other than the oil lamp outside the cell's bar, only the wall was a little strange. At first Subai thought that he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked over again. There were indeed messy scratches on the wall. It was not that he was seeing things. Now that he was in a desperate situation, he couldn't be bothered to care. He walked to the wall and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Just as his hand touched the wall, an abnormality appeared in front of Subai. A faint blue light condensed and finally turned into a golden progress bar. It was empty. He tried letting go to see if the progress bar would disappear. When he let go, the progress bar in front of him was still there. It was even increasing slowly and did not disappear. What is this? Subai was surprised and touched it again. The progress bar was still increasing slowly. It had nothing to do with whether he touched it or not. Whether he touched the wall or not, it was still increasing with the same speed. Subai fell into deep thought and tried to look away. After a while he looked at the wall again. This time the progress bar did not make any movements. When his gaze landed on the wall, the progress bar began to increase. As long as I am looking, it will increase? Subai guessed. Although he did not know what the progress bar represented, he had to give this strange thing a try. In the dark cell, Subai, who had chains wrapped around his hands, stared at the scratches on the wall. The progress bar was slowly increasing. After a while it was finally full. When the progress bar reached the maximum level, a golden light flashed. Subai heard a buzzing sound in his head and a strange air flowed in his body. A blue light formed a word in front of him. By observing the blade marks on the wall, you have comprehended the bone-breaking saber technique, the bone-breaking mental cultivation technique, and automatically raised it to the maximum level. Afterwards this sentence gradually disappeared. It was then replaced by another row of words. Name, Subai. Realm, Grade 9 Martial Artist. Bone-breaking saber technique, Rank 1 maximum level. Bone-breaking mental cultivation technique, Rank 1 maximum level. Comprehension, maximum level. This is my daddy, the system? Subai was stunned for a moment before he quickly reacted. He lowered his head and pondered. Just now from the light blue words he learned that the scratches on the wall were marks made by a saber, and by observing the marks he obtained both saber technique and mental cultivation technique? The words rank 1 and max level followed the saber technique, which proved that the rank of the bone-breaking saber technique was not high, but he had already automatically learned it. As for comprehension, max level comprehension might be the cause of the cheat. As long as he stared at something, he would be able to obtain abilities through comprehension when the progress bar was full. Everything was related to comprehension. A grade 9 martial artist, Subai could feel that the airflow in his body was constantly spiraling. After searching through his memories, he learned that this was the true chi unique to martial artists. Most importantly, his broken bone saber technique and mental cultivation technique had already reached the maximum level. According to the memories of the original body, he had already understood the meaning of martial arts. Previously, the original host was just an unranked martial artist. To put it simply, he only knew some farmer-style martial arts and could only deal with 2 or 3 burly men. If there were more burly men, he would be covered in sweat. Things were different now. Subai was now a grade 9 martial artist. The difference between an unqualified martial artist and a grade 9 martial artist was like heaven and earth. Subai lowered his head and looked at the chain around his hand, thinking that it would be great if he had a saber. Now that he had the golden finger, his mind began to work. According to the information from Shang County, the chief of the Raging Tiger Bandits was an unranked martial artist. He was now a grade 9. As long as he planned well, it would not be a problem for him to leave this place. Moreover, he could play even more extravagantly. There were more than 10 people lying around. Subai dragged the chain and came to the bar. Someone. Is anyone here? Subai's shout rang out in the quiet cell. Not long after, 2 bandits walked in with snow-white sabers. What are you shouting for? Be careful or I'll stab you and end you. Subai didn't say anything. He looked at one of the bandits. The bandit was holding a stack of paper and a pen. Because of the commotion Subai had caused, the unconscious bodyguards around him woke up. They knew where they were, but they were all silent. Some of them even looked terrified and cowered in the corner. Behave yourselves. The bandit with the pen and paper opened the door and threw the pen and paper on the ground. Write your situation down honestly. When the ransom money is delivered, you'll be safe. The snow-white saber shone with a cold light. Subai stared at the pen and paper on the ground, but he had other thoughts in his mind. Would he be safe if he wrote it? Not necessarily. A golden finger is a cheat-like ability. Bone-breaking indeed, that might not be the case. The Raging Tiger Bandits was also notorious in Shang County. Until now it was only known that the bandits was located on Dogtail Mountain, but no one knew its exact location. The county office of Shang County had also sent people to encircle and annihilate it. However, Dogtail Mountain looked like a small mountain, but the mountain path was rugged and steep. It was too difficult to find the location. They had once managed to find it, but it was an empty stockade village. As the saying went, a crafty person had more than one hideout. The Raging Tiger Bandits had more than one hideout. This also led to many failures. No one who had been captured by the Raging Tiger Bandits had ever come back alive. However, the Raging Tiger Bandits could always make a fortune. For example, right now, people were creatures that were afraid of death. Even if there was the slightest hope of living, they would cling to it. He still had to write what should be written. After the bandit threw the items on the ground, he stood at the door with his long saber. The others didn't move, but Subai's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. Originally he had planned to call someone in and use the excuse that he had rich relatives to trick the bandits into giving him a pen and some paper. He didn't expect to hit the jackpot. He didn't even need to use his brain. Big brother, all right. Subai raised his hand and the iron chain around his hands rattled. The bandit didn't say anything and sneered. But big brother, look at me. I'm tied up. The words I wrote wouldn't look like they were written by me. Subai shook the chain. The bodyguards raised their heads, not understanding what Subai was thinking. What are you trying to do? The bandit smiled sinisterly as he held his long saber. Big brother, listen to me. Look, aren't we here for money? If it doesn't look like I was the one who wrote the letter, my family won't acknowledge it either. The two of you let me go first. You can tie me back up after I'm done writing it. Anyway, I'm not your match either. Subai pointed around. The bandit thought about it carefully. What Subai said made sense. Everyone here was tied up. There were 2 of them now. It didn't seem to be a big deal to take turns in releasing one person and to tie them back up after they're done writing. They were all here for money. The bandit thought for a moment and sheathed his saber. Don't try anything. Big brother, don't worry. I just want to live. If I wrote down anything that I normally won't write and my family doesn't acknowledge the letter, I won't be able to keep my life. Subai pretended to be an honest person. The bandit didn't say anything else. He pulled Subai's chain over and lowered his head, preparing to undo it. Subai's gaze fell on the long saber at the bandit's waist. Due to the darkness of the cell, the bandits were very slow in unlocking the chain. The chains were cold, but Subai was calm. He watched as the bandit opened the chain slowly. When the chain slid down, he suddenly pressed his hand to the hilt of the saber. This action happened too quickly for the bandits to react. Subai took 2 steps back and pulled out the long saber. Bone-breaking saber technique. He took a step to the left and drew his long saber from the bottom right to the top left. The genuine chi in his body surged and the long saber moved vigorously. Its momentum was exhausted. A gash appeared on the bandit's chest and abdomen. Blood splattered as the bandit fell to the ground. "How dare you!" Seeing this, the other bandit drew his saber and slashed at Subai. Subai retreated. He exerted strength in his arm. The long saber intersected with another long saber. Genuine chi penetrated the saber through his right hand. Clang! With a crisp sound, the saber in the bandit's hand flew out and landed on the ground. Subai took advantage of the situation and charged forward with his saber. Ugh! With the strike of the saber in his chest, his lungs were injured. The bandit could not make a sound. Blood foamed from the corner of his mouth. Pfft! Subai pulled out his long saber and propped it on the ground. Bang! The bandit lost his balance and fell stiffly. The entire process took less than 2 breaths. The bodyguards surrounding them were dumbfounded. The saber technique was extremely ferocious, and the ferocious aura that assaulted one's senses was suffocating. It was wide and powerful, but every strike was fatal. Was this really their peer? One of the bodyguards shuddered. Subai didn't know what they were thinking as he walked over with his saber. For some reason he didn't feel disgusted at all, even though this was the first time he killed someone. Perhaps it's the influence of the original host, he thought. When a bodyguard saw him walking over and saw the blood on his long saber, the bodyguard subconsciously retreated. Subai wiped the blood on his saber and said, "Listen, if you want to live, don't scream, otherwise no one will survive." The bodyguards nodded repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice. Subai took the key from the bandit and took off the bandit's clothes to change into. He tried his best to choose the ones with less blood, but it was impossible to get rid of the smell of blood. "Listen carefully, I'm going to lure them in later. You guys take the saber and stay here. Attack from inside and outside." Subai undid the chains on the bodyguard's hands and threw one of the sabers to the ground. A bodyguard plucked up his courage and picked up the saber. Before he could speak, he saw that Subai had already opened the door and left. "Pretend that your hands are still tied," Subai said before leaving. Outside the cell was a damp walkway with oil lamps scattered on the walls. The exit was not far away. It was daytime now and white light shone in. Subai came to the exit and looked outside, frowning. Outside the cell was an open space surrounded by simple houses. In the middle of the open space there was a carriage. He was very familiar with this carriage. It was the escort target this time. The wheels of the carriage sank into the ground, proving that there was still something on the carriage. Subai felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, these bandits should have unloaded the goods inside after robbing the carriage. Why was there no movement at all? It was not the style of bandits to not be in a hurry to sell the loot after snatching it. However, now was not the time to think about this. Subai looked at a bandit not far away and shouted, "Brother, come here." He shouted very softly. The surrounding bandits were standing far away, so the other bandits could not hear him. When the bandit heard the shout, he looked at the cell in wonder and saw his colleague waving at him as if asking him to go over. Due to the distance and the fact that this fellow immediately entered the cell after calling out to him, the bandit did not see him clearly. "What's wrong? Why are you calling me for such a small matter?" The bandit cursed as he walked in. As soon as he reached the door, Subai pulled him into the corridor of the cell. The corridor was very dark. The bandits could not see Subai's face clearly and were slightly dissatisfied. "What are you doing?" "There's a big fish," Subai whispered. "The other brother is watching inside." He did not say it explicitly. If he said too much, he would easily expose himself. When the bandit heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly urged Subai to walk quickly. With their line of work, how could they not be greedy? Hearing Subai's words, he even forgot to ask what kind of big fish it was. Subai did not say much. He hooked his arm around the bandit's shoulder and brought him to the cell inside. In the cell, the bodyguards had returned to their previous state. The bandit took a look from outside and didn't notice anything unusual. He opened the cell door and walked in. As soon as he stepped out, he became vigilant. Something was wrong. There should be 2 inside. Why was there only 1 now? Where was the other one? The bandit turned his head and there was a saber at his throat. Behind him, a bodyguard held a long saber and maintained the same posture as Subai from behind, pointing the saber on the bandit. "Take off your clothes," Subai said indifferently. The saber in his hand was very steady. Chi is vital energy that is commonly used in cultivation. "Decapitation, you guys are rebelling. My brothers are all outside. It's impossible to get out. Let me go quickly." The bandit's legs trembled slightly as he pretended to threaten them. He concluded that they were inside the village and the other party wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Slap! Subai slapped the bandit's face and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. The long saber in his hand was close to the bandit's neck. The bandit shivered at the cold touch. I'll take it off, don't kill me." The bandit was shocked by the slap. Coupled with the coldness on his neck, he quickly gave in and started to take off his clothes. As he took off his clothes, he begged for mercy. Not long after he had taken off his outerwear, Subai asked the bodyguard to maintain his saber-wielding posture and changed into the bandit's clean clothes. He thought that it would be more convenient to go out later without any traces of blood on him. "I've already done as you said, please don't kill me, I was forced to do this," said the bandit with a trembling voice. "Why did you go so far away from the raging tiger bandits to rob the escort target? Also, I don't think I saw you moving the loot." Subai picked up his long saber again. If one searched the memories of the original host, they would know that there was something fishy about this. When they were escorting the goods, they deliberately avoided the raging tiger bandits, but the bandits did everything they could to cross a long distance to steal the goods. This was not normal. It was as if they were guarding the carriage. Moreover, the things in the carriage were not moved at all. "I don't know either. The bandit chief asked us to do it. I'm just a small fry. I really don't know. Let me go." The bandit's face was covered in snot and tears. He was afraid that the long saber around his neck would fall. "So you don't know?" Subai rubbed his chin and exerted force. Pfft. The saber pierced through the bandit's chest and his body went limp. He fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The bodyguards behind him all gasped as if this was the first time they had seen Subai. He killed without hesitation. He was too ruthless. In the past, when they worked together, they did not realize that Subai's personality was so ruthless. Continue. Subai walked out of the cell in his bloodless clothes. In this situation, if he wasn't ruthless, he would be the unlucky one. The bodyguards looked at each other. One of them picked up the long saber that had fallen just now and quietly guarded the corner. Outside, Subai had tricked many mountain bandits into entering the prison cell using various reasons. The prison cell was already filled with corpses. Starting from the fourth round, the bodyguards no longer stayed in the cell. Instead, they guarded the dark corridor of the cell. As soon as a bandit entered, they rushed forward. Before the bandit could shout, they covered his neck and asked to change his clothes before killing him. Gradually, the number of bandits outside gradually decreased. The bodyguards also changed into bandit clothes and walked out of the cell. "Do as I say later." Subai walked to the empty space and looked at the slightly luxurious house in front of him. The bodyguards spread out and guarded every corner, following the mannerisms of the bandits. The door of the house in front of him was open. After he walked in, Subai saw the situation inside clearly. A middle-aged man was sitting on a chair. He had a big beard and a long scar on his face. He was drinking wine from a bowl. When Subai stepped into the room, he immediately attracted the middle-aged man's attention. Other than the middle-aged man, there was no one else in the room. Subai was very conspicuous when he entered, so he could be seen at a glance. "Chief, we found a big fish." Subai took 2 steps forward, lowered his head and placed his hand on the hilt of his saber. At that moment, he was still 2 meters away from the bandit chief. It was not the best distance to use the bone-breaking saber technique. "Oh?" The bandit chief put down his wine bowl and showed his interest. "What big fish?" Subai took another step closer and said word by word, "It's like this. There's a guy among the escorts," he said. 2 meters shortened to 1 meter and Subai tightened his grip on the saber. "What did he say?" The bandit chief frowned. He suddenly realized that he had never seen this person before. "Why haven't I seen you before? When did you join the stronghold?" "Chief, take a look at this." Subai changed the topic. He suddenly lifted his head, drew the long saber in his hand and thrust it at the chief's chest. When the distance was enough, he used the bone-breaking saber technique. Genuine chi flowed and attached to the saber. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Subai felt his arm shake as if he had stabbed something hard. He focused his gaze and noticed that a crack had appeared in the bandit chief's shirt, revealing his golden inner armor. "You actually have this kind of treasure?" Subai raised his eyebrows. "How dare you?" At that moment, even if the bandit chief did not know what was going on, he knew that someone wanted to kill him. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and shook off the saber in his chest. He slashed at Subai's head with the same bone-breaking saber technique. There was a ghost head at the hilt of the saber. The saber was bright and it was obvious that it was a good saber. Subai raised his hand and the 2 sabers clashed, producing a metallic sound. The long saber in his hand was chipped. But as he circulated his genuine chi, the bandit chief crashed into the wall. "This is genuine chi." As someone who had been in the world of martial artists for many years, the bandit chief could tell at a glance that something was wrong. As the saying went, without a mental cultivation technique to step into grade 9, one would forever be an unranked martial artist. The other party was able to put him in a disadvantageous position with a single slash. Moreover, he used the same saber technique as him, but the power was stronger than his. He definitely had a mental cultivation technique. "You're a grade 9 martial artist, you have genuine chi." He immediately revealed a greedy gaze. An unrealistic thought appeared in his mind: if he could obtain this person's mental cultivation technique. Subai rotated the long saber in his wrist and slashed horizontally. "Yes, give me your head and I'll give you the mental cultivation technique." This horizontal slash was aimed at the bandit chief's neck. With the circulation of his genuine chi, the power of this slash doubled. The bandit chief was someone who had been through many battles. In the face of great danger, he raised his long saber and blocked Subai's saber. However, the huge force caused the back of his saber to hit his face, leaving a long scar. If not for the fact that the ghost head saber was a good saber, he would have been beheaded. At that moment, the bandit chief finally realized that his greed just now was just a pipe dream. He hurriedly raised his left hand and his sleeves fluttered. Subai was about to take advantage of the situation and charge forward when he saw a sharp edge on the bandit chief's left wrist from the corner of his eye. He quickly put away his saber and dodged. Quiver. The hidden arrow shot out and landed on the wall with a thud, playing dirty. Subai's expression darkened. If he had not been careful just now, this arrow would have landed on him. It was obvious what the outcome would be. In his anger, Subai turned his long saber around again and used the broken bone saber technique crazily. The last trace of genuine chi circulated and struck the ghost head saber. The first slash sent ghost head saber flying. The second slash went through the bandit chief's neck. Blood splattered. The bandit chief clutched his neck and blood flowed out from between his fingers. You're not wearing anything around your neck. Subai leaned on his long saber, his eyes burning. Female corpse in the wooden box. Without any mental cultivation technique, he was still an unranked martial artist. In fact, Subai really wanted to ask the whole story because there were still many suspicious points. For example, why did he come all the way here to rob them, and why didn't he move the things in the carriage? But there was no need. The bandit chief had been in the martial world for many years and he was extremely cunning. He did not want to fail because of this. The dead were the safest. Subai stepped forward and finished off the bandit chief with another slash. When the bandit chief stopped breathing, he flipped open the bandit chief's clothes and saw that he was wearing soft armor with golden threads. Subai was not complaining. He removed the golden silk armor and put it on. Then he searched the bandit chief's entire body. Other than the hidden arrow, there was only the ghost head saber. After tying the hidden arrow to his arm and confirming that the arrowhead on the wall was not poisonous, he put it back in. Only then did Subai pick up the ghost head saber. Search the place. It was impossible for such a huge house to not have some gold and silver treasures. He had put in a lot of effort to kill the bandit chief. He had to gain something from it. Subai walked to the door and asked the bodyguards to guard outside. He began to search the room. The house was very big. Subai searched inside and found a wooden box. The wooden box was not big, only 1 meter in length and in width. It was also locked. Subai could not find the key. He reckoned that the bandit chief had hidden it somewhere else. This box was the only noteworthy item in the entire house. Everything else was worthless. There were also complicated patterns on the box. It looked quite high grade. We found an exquisite wooden box in the bandit's lair. It doesn't match the temperament of the raging tiger bandits. Subai raised his hand and swung the ghost head saber, cutting off the lock on the box. With a clang, the lock snapped. When Subai opened the box, his pupils constricted slightly. A woman lay in the box. The woman was dressed in red and had heavy makeup on. Her eyes were tightly shut as she curled up in the box. His hands and legs were tied with ropes and her exposed skin was covered in scars. Other than the woman in red, there was also a layer of translucent oil that covered the woman in red. It did not even reach half of the box. The chest of the woman in red wasn't heaving. She was already a corpse. Other than the scar on her neck, the corpse was also in livor mortis. What's going on? Subai frowned. The strange red-clothed female corpse and the translucent oil, everything was bizarre. There was something going on here. Something big, especially since the raging tiger bandits were involved. Something fishy was going on here. However, there were too few clues in front of him. Subai thought that there was one more outside. Closing the wooden box, he went to the door and looked at the carriage. There was nothing else in the wooden box, so only the carriage was left. The bodyguards were originally pretending to be on guard, but when they saw Subai come out, they all became nervous. It's fine, they're all dead, Subai said as he walked to the front of the carriage. He lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. It was taboo for bodyguards to know what they were escorting, so Subai didn't know what was inside. When he lifted the curtain, he saw another wooden box inside. Similarly, this box had complicated patterns, but it was slightly taller. Subai stuck his head out and said, "I need a few people to come move things down." A few bodyguards hurried forward and carried the wooden box down from the carriage. Now they were all very convinced. If Subai hadn't turned the tide today, they would all have died here. Of course, apart from being convinced, what they felt leaned more towards fear. Every slash Subai swung numbed them. Get a few more people to move the wooden box from the house. Subai pointed at the house. The bodyguards didn't dare to say anything. They quickly moved the other wooden box down. The two wooden boxes were placed together. Subai opened the wooden boxes that were brought down from the carriage. When the wooden box was opened, he was dazzled. An entire chest full of silver. The bodyguards around him all gasped. With so much money, it was enough for one to live the life of a rich man and live without worry for the rest of his life. Above the silver was Letter with no signature on it, Subai thought to himself, no wonder it's so heavy. He picked up the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. The letter was densely packed with small words. Subai glanced through it. According to the letter, it was from an organization called the Jishin cult. Since the bandit chief only had saber techniques and no mental cultivation techniques, he was ultimately just an unranked martial artist. It was unknown when he met someone from the Jishin cult. The people from Jishin cult told him that there was no need for a mental cultivation technique. They also gave the bandit chief a special method. Using a woman as the foundation, he would let the woman suffer repeated torture, then he would kill her and put her in a wooden box. He would water her with corpse oil to expand the woman's resentment and seal it. Finally, he would pour a large amount of silver and stroke the silver every day and night, allowing the woman's resentment to be relieved by the silver to the extent that it did not harm the body. After being continuously invaded by the resentment aura and combining it with his own yang energy, it was very likely that genuine chi could be born. However, before the silver was poured, he must open the wooden box. After that was the specific torture method. Subai's eyes widened as he continued reading. The description was extremely cruel. Making men take turns to violate the woman was just the simplest. After reading it, Subai clenched the letter in his hand into a ball. One of the bodyguards saw that Subai's expression was uncertain. He wanted to say something, but he did not dare to, so the Fulong bodyguard agency has become a pawn. Subai was clear about the cause and effect of the matter. He already understood why they had accepted this escort mission. Escorting goods and being robbed seemed like a very simple matter on the surface. Even if the Raging Tiger bandits was wiped out later on, no one would be able to find out that it was Jishin cult's doing. They would only think that it was a murder for money. As for why the wooden box in the carriage was not moved, it was probably because the bandit chief did not want anyone to find out about it. The box was filled with silver. As long as someone moved it, they would realize that it was very heavy. As a bandit, how much trust did he have? Besides, the bandit chief still had to smelt the silver inside. If his subordinates saw this, they would be tempted. After figuring out the cause and effect of the matter, Subai was about to deal with the aftermath when he suddenly thought of something. Wait, the letter said that we can't open the wooden box before the silver is poured. He seemed to have missed something important. He hurriedly turned to look at the other wooden box. At that moment, the wooden box actually started to tremble slightly. The bodyguards looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Subai knew very well that there was a female corpse in red inside. How could she suddenly move? The box was too small to fit another living creature. The corpse could move? Was that possible? That was a real possibility. He could already transmigrate. Wouldn't it be a simple matter for a corpse to move? With a swoosh, Subai drew the long saber at his waist and stared at the wooden box in front of him. Squeak! A bone-chilling sound was heard. The wooden box was opened slightly and a pale hand stretched out from the gap. There was translucent oil on her hand and a few drops dripped to the ground from her fingertips. Jishin cult. After seeing this, Subai felt his hair stand on end and goosebumps rose all over his body. The fact that the corpse could move was already beyond his understanding. The original host was not a big shot to begin with, so he did not have any memories of this, but he knew one thing, and that was to strike first. The ghost head saber slashed horizontally. Genuine chi surged and slashed diagonally along the hand. The hand on the edge of the wooden box was cut off by the ghost head saber and fell to the ground. There was no blood flowing out from the wound. Instead, what flowed out was disgusting corpse oil. Bang! A steady thud came from the wooden box. Then the lid burst open and the dead woman in red stood up. The ropes that bound her hands and feet had already broken. One of her hands had been cut off by Subai and corpse oil was flowing out. The most bizarre thing was her eyes. Her pupils had already disappeared, leaving behind a pale color. When a few bodyguards saw this situation, they were so frightened that they peed their pants and could not even hold their sabers steadily. Subai raised his head and looked at the sunlight in the sky. In this broad daylight, it turned out that haunting was possible. This world did not seem to be as simple as he thought. The scene in front of him could not be explained by common sense. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. After the female corpse in red appeared, she only paused for a moment before pouncing towards Subai. When she got closer, Subai could smell the stench of her corpse. Due to the sunlight, for some reason, a large area of liver mortis had become visible on the body of the female corpse in red. It looked disgusting and a little horrifying. Father! Father! A hoarse voice came from the female corpse in red. It was emotionless and filled with coldness and gloom. I'm still single, so I won't take in a daughter. Subai brandished his ghost head saber and slashed at the female corpse in red. The ghost head saber was sharpened together with the bone-breaking saber technique. It pierced through the top of the female corpse's head. However, the blade was only halfway through when it was stuck at the neck. The corpse of the woman in red was filled with thick corpse oil, preventing ghost head blade from escaping. Even though she was cut by the ghost head saber, the red-robed female corpse did not seem to feel any pain and continued to pounce on Subai. The nails on her remaining right hand expanded, emitting a ferocious aura. A strong gust of wind swept past and she grabbed at Subai's face. "You dare to hurt my face?" Subai was furious. Although Ghost Head's saber was stuck, he took advantage of the situation and fell. At the same time he used his right foot to support the waist of the female corpse in red. "Hey!" He swung the Ghost Head's saber with all his might and the red-robed female corpse was flung away by the kick of his feet. "Run!" The red-robed female corpse was thrown towards where the bodyguards were standing. When the bodyguards saw such a monster thrown at them, they hurriedly shouted and dispersed. Bang! With a dull thud, the red-robed female corpse fell to the ground. Subai leaned on his Ghost Head saber and stood up from the ground. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The red-robed female corpse's joints turned upside down. She propped herself up on the ground and made an arching posture. Her head was hanging upside down. Due to the fact that Subai had split her in half, the corpse oil inside her was dripping out. This posture was so special. "Father! Father!" An emotionless voice was heard again. The red-robed female corpse crawled toward Subai in this strange posture. "Don't slander me!" Subai held the Ghost Head saber in his hand. When the woman in red approached him, he suddenly lowered his body and swung his long saber against the ground. Swoosh! With a swing of the long saber, the red-robed female corpse's other hand broke. She fell to the ground and rolled a few times. If he couldn't cut off her head, he could cut off her hand. Subai thought about it. He had cut off a hand before and he could do it again now. Even though the female corpse in red had lost her hands, she still tried her best to stand up. However, Subai did not intend to let go of this opportunity. He raised his Ghost Head saber and slashed twice the legs of the female corpse in red were cut off by the Ghost Head saber, leaving only her body squirming on the ground. Her wriggling movement was very slow and most of the threat was gone. Subai did not let his guard down just like that. He swung his Ghost Head saber again and severed the red-robed female corpse's head from her neck. At this moment the red-robed female corpse struggled a few times and finally stopped moving. The bodyguards surrounded him, their faces filled with disbelief. This scene had already exceeded their understanding. "Does anyone know what this is?" Subai asked. The bodyguards shook their heads in unison, indicating that they did not know. One of the bodyguards mustered his courage and said, when it called out "Father," could it be just a unique call? I mean, maybe it was saying "Die, die, die." Subai, was this important? Most importantly, the bodyguards had never seen these things before. They were all unranked martial artists. To put it bluntly, they only had a few tricks up their sleeves to make a living in the bodyguard agency, not to mention a moving female corpse. They had never even seen a slightly bigger scene. It was already good enough that they didn't cry. The bodyguards didn't know the reason, so Subai didn't ask further. He looked at the silver in the wooden box and said, "Let's split it." As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. A few bodyguards stared at the money in the wooden box with shiny gazes. With such a large box of silver, even if it was divided equally, it could last them a long time. But now that Subai was still here, no one dared to move. "Life isn't easy. I don't care. Let's get moving." Subai waved his hand nonchalantly. The bodyguards looked at each other. A few bold bodyguards stepped forward and carefully took a few silver ingots. With someone taking the lead, the other bodyguards also stepped forward. Everyone took out a few silver ingots. In the end, there were still more than 10 silver ingots left. Subai took the remaining silver and turned to look at the bodyguards around him. When Subai's gaze swept over them, the bodyguards all shuddered. "Everyone, you can't live without money in this world. This bit of money is enough for everyone to live in luxury for a period of time," Subai said with a smile. The bodyguards did not understand what he meant. "Our bodyguard agency has failed this time. The head of the bodyguard agency is dead and all the money has been stolen by the Raging Tiger bandits. When we return, the county office will definitely question us," Subai continued. "Failed?" They had indeed failed, but didn't they split the money equally? A few bodyguards couldn't think straight and hadn't reacted yet. The smart ones had already understood. Yes, all the money has been robbed. We risked our lives and managed to escape." One of the bodyguards raised his hand and continued what Subai said. There was a saying that money moved people's hearts. After the bodyguard's reminder, the others understood what he meant. "We have to go back to Shang County. We also have to report this matter to the officials. As for the fact that this place has been wiped out, we don't know anything either." Subai held the hilt of the saber and smiled. After that short while he understood many things. Since he had already transmigrated, he should live a good life. It was impossible for him to wander the world without a place to stay, therefore he still had to return to the county and settle down first. If he went back alone, it would definitely arouse suspicion. However, with so many people going back together, the suspicion would be reduced to the minimum. Coupled with this collusion, it was even safer. If they took the money, they would be in the same boat. The bodyguards would definitely not want anything to happen. After reaching an agreement, Subai began to search the other houses. Unfortunately, he did not find anything else. Under Subai's lead they set fire to the raging tiger bandit stronghold and burned it to the ground. They changed into the clothes of the bodyguard agency before leaving the raging tiger bandits. Father is, da. Buying books as for what would happen when the government officials came and found that this place had already turned into ruins. It had nothing to do with them. Sheng County was a remote county in the Jingyun division of the Great Chu country. The division of geography in Great Chu was very simple. It was divided into 4 parts of the Jingzhou Prefecture division from large to small. In the division there were many small counties. Sheng County was a remote county, however although it was small it had everything. It had everything needed. One could even find a brothel here. At this moment a group of people had just come out of the county office of Sheng County. Subai walked in front followed by a group of bodyguards. Just as he had expected, the county magistrate only asked a few questions before they were dismissed. Subai was used to this. In this day and age there was someone who managed things, there would be someone who didn't. The county magistrate of Sheng County was in between. If one were to say that he wasn't managing things, he was. For example, the raging tiger bandits. The county office had sent people to surround them many times. It was not entirely true that he was managing things either. If he really wanted to destroy the raging tiger bandits, he could have just surrounded the mountain. However, the county magistrate of Sheng County did not do that. Subai didn't know the reason, but he knew that he had gotten away with it this time. As he walked on the street, Subai was curious about everything. The memories in his mind were just memories, but seeing it with his own eyes was different. The experience of watching things from a movie was obviously incomparable to going to the actual venue personally. There were hawkers on both sides of the street and it was really noisy. Although Sheng County was small, it was still lively. As he walked along the street, Subai became more and more curious. From time to time he would look left and right. Most importantly, there was a group of bodyguards behind him. He was walking in front, making him look like a rich young master bringing a group of evil slaves. Everyone avoided him. Brother Su, where are we going? One of the bodyguards finally couldn't help but ask. They just strolled around not knowing when it would end. The thing was that no one dared to say anything. After all, the image of the figure who had wielded a saber in the raging tiger bandits was too deep-rooted in their minds. Even now they were still terrified when they thought about it. So many lives were lost just like that. It was all done by this person. Wasn't it terrifying? Subai held the handle of the ghost head saber and looked at the very old middle-aged man. He touched his face. Am I very old? This was a subconscious question, but the middle-aged bodyguard broke out in cold sweat. No, brother Su, I mean, it's. The middle-aged bodyguard could not form a response after a long time. How could he have thought that this fiend would ask such a question? He really could not answer. That saber seemed to be very fast. Would it cut his neck directly? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He broke out in a cold sweat. I'm not going back, Subai suddenly said. Huh? The middle-aged bodyguard was stunned. The head of the bodyguard agency is gone and the bodyguard agency has suffered heavy losses. I don't want to work anymore, Subai said. He really didn't want to work anymore. He now had the golden finger and the 10 or so silver ingots were enough to spend for a while. He did not intend to be distracted for the time being. Moreover, the reason was very good. Because of this reason he was afraid and therefore decided to quit this industry. Then, Brother Su, the rest of us will go back first? The middle-aged bodyguard mustered his courage and asked, Go back then. By the way, remember, you have all taken the money. The matter that you had broken the rules of this industry you can't tell anyone, Subai said meaningfully. The bodyguards hurriedly nodded. They all understood. This was equivalent to someone who did not know how to swim getting on the boat. Moreover, the boat had been rowed to the middle of the sea, so it was impossible to return. Subai waved his hand and told the bodyguards to leave quickly while he continued to stroll on the streets. It was worth mentioning that the martial arts style of the Great Chu state was valiant. Even though he was carrying the ghost head saber, the people around him did not show any surprise. At most they would take a few more glances, that was all. In fact, Subai even encountered a few people with long spears on their shoulders. They were extremely conspicuous and the people around did not take them seriously. It was normal for people who traveled the martial world to carry a saber. After walking around for a while, Subai stopped somewhere. The bank. He originally wanted to walk around again. When he passed by the bank, he remembered that there were still more than 10 silver ingots in his bag. He wanted to exchange them for smaller pieces in the bank so that he could use them later. Regardless, the county office was really useless. They did not even look at their baggage. When they heard that it was related to the raging tiger bandits, they casually asked a few questions and ended the matter. Of course, before entering the county office they had already hidden the silver and only took it back after coming out. At this moment there were not many people in the bank, only the teller was at the counter. However, before that, Subai was not in a hurry to enter. He first found a remote corner and took out an ingot of silver. After chopping it into pieces with the ghost head saber, he brought the scattered silver to the bank. most of the broken silver in the Great Chu Kingdom came from this. Ordinary people used scissors to cut it themselves, but Subai directly sliced it. There was a difference between official silver and private silver. The silver in the wooden box was private silver. Subai could use it without any worries. After entering the bank, he exchanged for a small bag of copper coins and put the remaining silver into another bag. After doing all this, Subai was not in a hurry to leave. Teller, do you know a place in Shang County that sells books? Subai took out a piece of silver and placed it in the teller's hand. The teller had been keeping track of the accounts. When he heard this, he weighed the silver in his hand and his eyes lit up. The west side of the county. If you follow this road, you'll see a bookstore. Subai nodded and thanked him before leaving the bank. Along the way, he did not wander around. Instead, he widened his eyes and looked around to see if there were any progress bars. Unfortunately, he did not find anything noteworthy like he had at the Raging Tiger Bandits. Since he did not trigger the cheat, he would create the conditions himself. Subai thought about it. Since it was comprehension, it should be useful to read books. Hence, he asked for the location of the bookstore in the bank just now. Most of the bookstores in the Great Chu country did not sell books. Most of the things sold here were other things. Books were only sold as a secondary merchandise. When Subai found the bookstore while walking along the road, he saw that the entrance of the bookstore was slightly deserted. Although it was cold and gloomy, there were still a few customers, but they were not here to buy books. After Subai walked in, he went straight to the bookshelf and started flipping through the books on it. The owner of the bookstore did not ask further. He was still greeting the customers. Subai flipped through a book as he walked. Nothing in this book, nothing in this book too. He kept flipping through the books and returned it back when he didn't see the progress bar. From the leftmost side of the bookshelf to the rightmost side, when Subai flipped through the last book, he stopped. There was a light golden progress bar on the book. Got it. Subai was overjoyed. Before he could read the title, he took the book and walked to the counter of the bookstore. Boss, how much? The owner of the bookstore was originally greeting customers. When he heard Subai's voice, he looked at the book on the counter with a puzzled expression. It was rare for someone to buy books, but there were always a few scholars. If Subai was only buying books, he didn't really care. But the title of the book. The bookstore owner felt the need to double-check. Sir, are you sure you want this book? New skill. Subai was about to pay when he suddenly heard the shop owner's question. He looked at the shop owner strangely. Yes, I want this book. Is there a problem? That was strange. Did he have to confirm in advance before buying a book? This wasn't that kind of book. What was there to be sure of? Although he did not read the title of the book, when he casually flipped through it, he was certain that there were no illustrations on it. It was quite normal. Sigh, sir, you have to take care of your health. You're so young, so you have to know how to control yourself. Back then when I was young, the owner of the bookstore sighed as he spoke. Subai was stunned. He subconsciously looked at the book on the table, then the corners of his mouth twitched. There were 4 words written on the cover of the book: Essentials of Kidney Strengthening. No wonder the storekeeper had looked at him like that. Subai took a deep breath and asked again, how much? No need to argue. Some things shouldn't be argued about. The more he argued about it, the more he couldn't explain himself. Moreover, no one knew him. So what if his kidneys were weak? 30 copper coins, the bookstore owner said. That expensive? Subai was taken aback. He finally understood why no one bought books in the bookstore. This amount of money was enough to eat and drink a few meals. Buy books? Who would be stupid enough to buy books? It's all at this price. Otherwise, how come there aren't any people buying books in my bookstore? The shop owner said worriedly. Subai didn't want to say anything more. He handed over the money, picked up the book, and was about to leave. Before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Boss, how often do you stock new books here? The owner of the bookstore thought for a moment and said, once a month. The Imperial Court values studying. Other than the first purchase, I can exchange it for free every month. The Great Chu country valued martial arts and literature. The emperor especially valued education at the lower level, so even a small county had a bookstore. Boss, next time change all the books in your shop. I'll come back next month. If there's anything I like, money won't be a problem. Subai walked over and stuffed a piece of silver into his hands. Since he could find something here that could stimulate his comprehension, Subai naturally wouldn't let it go. Once a month there would be new books. It could even be exchanged. In that case, they should all be exchanged for new books. The owner of the bookstore was stunned. Then he kept the money silently and nodded with a smile. The two of them agreed on a time. When Subai left, the store owner was still standing at the door and waving. This was the first time someone had given him money this year. The owner of the bookstore was in a good mood. After Subai received he no longer had the mood to wander around. He put the book into his bag and headed home. Along the way he was also thinking, the other books did not trigger the comprehension progress bar, but the did this mean that the other books did not have any value? Subai thought about it and could only come up with this conclusion: in short, I have to comprehend this book first. He stopped thinking about it and quickly walked home. After passing through many streets, Subai finally stopped in front of a house on the west side of the county. The house looked old, but it was an inheritance left to him by his uncle. Subai took out a key from his waist and opened the door. Squeak! Subai pushed the wooden door open. The opening of the door was accompanied with an ear-piercing sound. There was no expected moldy smell. The room was clean and tidy. The original host was also a person who loved cleanliness and often cleaned the house. Subai closed the door in a familiar motion. He found a chair and sat down. He couldn't wait to take out although the name was a little derogatory, it was good enough to trigger his comprehension skills. His kidneys were very good. It was fine as long as he himself knew this. Besides, there was nothing wrong with learning how to nourish the kidney. There was a saying that men had no choice but to soak wolfberries in the thermos when they were middle-aged. Although Subai was still young, he still had to protect his kidneys. His eyes were fixed on and the progress bar was increasing at a very slow speed. Compared to when he was in the prison cell, the progress was much slower. As he was staring at it, Subai felt bored. Why don't we take a look? He swore that he was definitely not reading it because he had a kidney problem. It was really too boring. Anyway, the progress bar would increase if he stared at it. If he read it carefully, it would also increase. He might as well read it to kill time. Thinking of this, Subai flipped through the pages. After reading it, he couldn't peel his eyes away. He turned the pages very slowly and read the book very seriously. I didn't know you could do that. This action can strengthen the kidney. If I sleep in this position before I go to bed, can it treat my kidneys and iron deficiency? As Subai watched, he couldn't help but nod and sigh from time to time. He was really just curious. The description was vivid and reasonable, unlike other books. When he was reading this book, Subai had a thought. It turned out that his kidney really needed to be protected well, and he had to do less craftsmanship. Reading books took a lot of time, especially when one was reading seriously. Subai even forgot about the progress bar. Only when a line of words appeared in front of him did he realize that the progress bar was already full. You've studied the essentials of kidney strengthening and comprehended the kidney massage technique. Subai was stunned. What was the kidney massage technique? Before he could react, a series of information appeared in his mind. Then the blue panel in front of Subai changed. Name: Subai. Realm: Grade 9 Martial Artist. Bone-breaking saber technique, Rank 1 maximum level. Bone-breaking mental cultivation technique, Rank 1 maximum level. Kidney massage technique, Rank 1 maximum level. Comprehension, maximum level. They are of the same rank, but it took longer to comprehend the kidney punching technique. It seems that there are some differences even if they are in the same rank. Subai touched his chin and came to a conclusion. He felt very excited. It was as if he had met a peerless beauty who was removing her makeup. With every layer removed, his excitement points increased. There was only one word to describe exploring the golden finger: exciting. When the excitement gradually disappeared, Subai began to pay attention to his new ability. Kidney massage technique was a terrible name. At least that was what Subai thought, but sometimes the reality is worse. There was no other reason. The kidney massage method was really about massaging the kidney. Subai stretched out his hand and the genuine chi in his body circulated. Then he massaged his left kidney in a way that ordinary people couldn't understand. The genuine chi in his body grew stronger and it kept bumping to left and to right. Subai retracted his hand and thought to himself, being able to temporarily increase the amount of genuine chi is equivalent to a burst of power. After waiting for an incense stick of time, the genuine chi in his body gradually disappeared. This was only the case after massaging one side of the kidney. If both sides were massaged together, the effect would be even stronger. Although the name was quite annoying, the effect could completely make up for the name. Alright, I remember that it also has a negative effect that will weaken you for an hour. Subai was too excited just now and tried it without thinking. Only now did he remember that this skill had a negative effect. Subai stood up, his footsteps unsteady. He walked to the table and picked up the bronze mirror on the table. After looking at the pale face in the bronze mirror, Subai silently put it down. In short, don't use it too much. It was one thing to be weak for an hour. Most importantly, he did not want others to think that his kidneys were weak. An unhealthy kidney is oftentimes tied to sexual dysfunction around 30 minutes. In news, my kidneys are fine. His footsteps were weak and his face was pale. If he had dark circles under her eyes, he would definitely look like he had kidney deficiency. If his kidneys could speak, they would probably be waving the flag and shouting. Subai sat on the chair and waited for the weakness to disappear. His genuine chi was slowly repairing the deficiency of his kidneys. After an hour, his face gradually turned rosy. Phew. This feeling. I'm a grade 9 martial artist, but I actually experienced a kidney deficiency. Subai let out a long breath. His body finally returned to normal. He stood up and stretched his body. Actually, there's nothing wrong with my kidney, it's mainly because of the kidney massage technique. He felt that he was energetic and could finish 5 bowls of rice. It was the complete opposite from how weak he had felt just now. Subai pondered. The kidney massage technique seemed like it could be used on someone else too. The kidney massage technique was a special technique. When it struck the kidney, it stimulated the contents of the genuine qi. If it was used on someone else, if he used it to punch someone else, the reputation for kidney deficiency would probably accompany them like the wind. The scene was too beautiful. Speaking of eating, I'm really hungry. Subai thought for a while and rubbed his stomach. Ever since he returned from the raging tiger bandits, he had hunted a few wild animals on the way. Now that he suddenly relaxed, his stomach immediately started to grumble. He was a martial arts practitioner, not a deity. It was impossible for him not to eat anything. He glanced around and temporarily gave up on cooking. If he wanted to cook, he had to go out to buy groceries. When he came back, he had to cook by himself. After he was done, he had to clean up. Impossible. Cook? Even dogs would shake their heads after hearing this. Subai took out a set of casual clothes from the wardrobe in the room and changed out of the bodyguard uniform. Holding the ghost head saber at his waist, he walked to the street outside. The street outside was bustling with activity. Subai thought that since he had money and time, he might as well find a place to eat and drink. Men had to treat themselves better. They shouldn't mistreat themselves. I wonder where the brothel is. As he walked, his thoughts began to run wild. Subai had once thought about where he wanted to go the most if he really transmigrated. The answer was a brothel. He was a decent man, he had always been sure of that. He mainly wanted to go out of curiosity. It was said that in ancient times prostitutes were worlds apart from modern women. Putting aside zither chess calligraphy and painting, at least they wouldn't call him Big Brother so rudely. They would call him Young Master. It sounded exciting, if only he could experience it. Unknowingly, Subai had misunderstood. At this moment, a fragrance came over and made him come back to his senses. Looking in the direction of the fragrance, there was a 2-story building at the corner of the street. The fragrance came from the building. After this ordeal, it was already afternoon. Coupled with the fragrance, he was too lazy to find another place to eat. Let's eat here. When he got closer, he realized that it was an inn. A plaque was hung high up with the words "Welcome" and written on it. There were quite a lot of people in the inn. The customers were discussing too much or communicating in low voices. Subai found a seat by the window. Just as he sat down, the waiter walked over quickly with a cloth on his shoulder. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" the waiter asked with a smile as he poured a cup of tea for Subai. "Which dish is the best?" Subai took a sip and smacked his lips. The tea was ordinary, but it could quench his thirst. In this day and age, free food was very ordinary. It was already not bad that it could be eaten. "Sir, our restaurant has a lot of specialties, but the most famous ones are roasted chicken and braised beef. It's also one of the best in Shang County. Also, the yellow wine is also top-notch." The waiter began to introduce. 1 roasted chicken, half a caddy of braised beef, and a pot of yellow wine. Subai ordered after some thought. "All right, please wait a moment." The waiter nodded and bowed before quickly informing the kitchen. Since he had nothing to do during the meal, Subai began to size up his surroundings. Ever since he had the golden finger, he had developed this habit. Every time he arrived at a place, he would first observe his surroundings to see if there was anything that triggered the golden finger. However, after looking around for a long time, he still found nothing. The dishes were served. The roasted chicken, braised beef, and a pot of wine was placed on Subai's table. "Enjoy your meal," the waiter said and turned to leave. Subai picked up a piece of beef and put it into his mouth. His eyes lit up. The waiter was not lying. The dish was indeed one of the best. At least he felt that it was delicious. His stomach was empty, and with the temptation of delicious food, Subai couldn't care less. He poured a cup of yellow wine and started eating. In the beginning he ate quickly, but when his stomach was slightly full, Subai slowed down and enjoyed the taste of delicious food. In Shang County, the Welcome Inn was considered a big inn. Many people came here to eat. With so many people coming and going, Subai was enjoying his meal. He couldn't help but glance at the entrance of the inn and put down his wine cup. A few people walked in from the entrance of the inn. They were all dressed differently and carried weapons. After these people entered the inn, they started to make a lot of noises. "Waiter, waiter." Coming. When the waiter heard the voice, he hurried over and welcomed them to their seats. Coincidentally, these people happened to be sitting at the table beside Subai. A middle-aged man frowned when he saw Subai carrying a ghost head saber at his waist. However, he only sized Subai up for a moment before immediately turning around and sitting in his seat. "Waiter, bring out all of your signature dishes." After the middle-aged man sat down, he immediately ordered the waiter next to him. When the waiter heard this, his eyes lit up. It was rare to see generous customers, but there were many generous and silly customers. He didn't say anything else and quickly went to the kitchen. When the middle-aged man saw the waiter leave, he turned around and started chatting with his companion. Subai ignored them and continued to eat and drink. Judging from their attire, they were most likely people from the Martial world. Although Shang County was small, there were many people in the martial world. No matter how small a place was, there would always be people from the martial world. Wasn't there a saying that wherever there were people there would be a martial world? Therefore the surrounding people were used to it and did not look over. At this moment a sound came from the table beside him. Hey, have you guys heard? It hasn't been peaceful recently. What happened? I heard that last night at Blind Mountain Golden Swordsman Zhao Chen died. I don't know who caused it, but it became strange at night. Golden Swordsman Zhao Chen? I've heard of this person. He's a grade 8 martial artist. It's probably related to the Jixing cult. Subai had been eating and treating the conversation as an entertainment for the wine. Halfway through he turned his gaze over. Jixing cult? Those bastards again? The incident with the raging tiger bandits was done by the Jixing cult. There was even a female corpse in red. Thinking about it now he still felt disgusted. He felt that no matter what they had to make it look better, at least it could look good. Her red clothes and the sticky corpse oil were too disgusting. Listen. Subai thought for a while, then leaned to the side and continued to listen. At this moment the waiter brought the dishes over and placed them on the table. Subai took a look and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This world is so dangerous. The table was filled with food and the people from the martial world were dumbfounded. Why is there so much food? The middle-aged man couldn't help but stand up from his chair. Because the table was small, several plates were even overlapped. The waiter was stunned. Sir, you said it yourself. You want one of all our specialties. Your restaurant has so many specialties? The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. The waiter hurriedly prepared to introduce the meaning of each dish. However, before the waiter could speak, the middle-aged man grabbed the waiter's clothes. Are you scamming us because we're foreigners? The waiter was shocked and hurriedly said, Sir, this is what you said. I'm doing as you instructed. The middle-aged man was furious, but there was nothing he could do. How could he dare to cause trouble in broad daylight? The current emperor of the Great Chu country did not have strict jurisdiction over the people of the martial world. In the martial world one could do whatever they like as long as they did not go overboard. However, if they caused trouble in a city with people and even picked on the commoners, the government office would not be easy to deal with. This was the iron law of Great Chu. Even if it was an official who usually didn't manage things, he would actively deal with it. This was an opportunity to rise in rank and become rich. The middle-aged man really wanted to just take the loss, but he didn't have that much money. The waiter also realized that something was wrong and shouted, Someone come and take a look. You're eating for free and even hitting me. Report to the officials. This time the few people were put in a difficult position. The surrounding people all looked over. No one said anything, but they were all watching the commotion. Seeing this, the waiter shouted even louder. It was unknown what the innkeeper was doing. He had yet to come out. Seeing that the commotion was getting bigger, the middle-aged man's face alternated between green and white. He did not have that much money and did not know what to do now. If he were reported to the officials, he would not be able to avoid jail time. Subai stood up and walked to the table. I'll settle the bill for them. After asking for the price, Subai paid for the meal first. With someone paying the bill, everyone was naturally happy. The waiter did not say anything. He weighed the silver pieces in his hand and quickly left. The middle-aged man stared at Subai, especially the ghost head saber at his waist, as if he was guarding against something. After all, they were all people from the martial world. When they saw the saber at Subai's waist and his indifferent temperament, they felt that this person was not easy to deal with. Don't misunderstand. There are many inconveniences in the martial world. I just helped you out in passing. Subai sat on the chair and raised his right hand. Please sit. The middle-aged man looked back at his companions, indicating that they should not act rashly and to return to his chair. Their hands were still on their weapons, not moving at all. What is the Jixing cult? Subai suddenly asked. He didn't beat around the bush but was straightforward. Such a direct question made the middle-aged man heave a sigh of relief. They were all in the martial world and knew very well that there was no one in this world who would suddenly treat you well. Now it seemed that the help just now was to obtain information. With an exchange they could relax. Brother, do you have a grudge against the Jixing sect? The middle-aged man asked. Subai frowned and looked at the middle-aged man coldly. Brother, you don't seem to know the rules. After hearing Subai's words, the middle-aged man was embarrassed. He really did not know the rules. Others had helped you out, but you questioned them instead. Not only did you not understand the rules, but you also violated them. Jixing cult. It's a strange organization that appeared in recent years. It's not a sect or a preeminent family. They've done many evil deeds. Their favorite thing to do is to turn living people into strange things. Zhao Chen has become an evil spirit corpse. The middle-aged man explained tirelessly. The surroundings were very noisy and they spoke very softly. No one noticed their movements. Subai stroked his chin and asked, What is an evil spirit corpse? The evil spirit corpse is a kind of strange creature. It's strange because it's a transformation of a human or demon after death. They have no emotions and no rationality. It only knows how to kill, the middle-aged man said. After Subai's reminder, the middle-aged man stopped asking. As long as Subai asked, you would answer it directly. Strange? Demon? Subai placed his right hand on the table and tapped it lightly. This world seemed a little ridiculous. Wasn't this a martial arts world? How did it become a fantasy world in the blink of an eye? Strange demons. It was easy to understand, but Subai was a little speechless when he accepted it. There was also the damned Jishin cult. It was too troublesome. The evil spirit corpses are strange. They have no emotions or rationality. Do they still have a way to control them? Subai asked. Of course it can't be controlled. However, the Jishin cult uses the fact that the greater the resentment after death, the easier it is to turn into a strange characteristic. After creating the strange, they don't care and let the strange cause trouble, the middle-aged man replied. Subai tapped the table faster as he thought to himself. It seemed that the purpose of the Jishin cult was to cause trouble. They could not control the strangeness, nor did they benefit from it, however. They enjoyed it. He thought for a moment and began to ask about other things. He also asked them to answer while eating. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye it was already sunset. Subai also asked all the questions he wanted to ask. This world was not as simple as he had imagined. Not only were there demons and strange things, but martial artists were not the only ones. Everything in the world could be extraordinary, from Confucianism to Taoism to spirit mediums, pawns, demons of time, theft, prostitution, and so on. It was like 100 flowers blooming. For example, ordinary matchmakers would at most matchmake living people, while spiritual matchmakers would use spirits as matchmakers and do matchmaking between the living and the dead. In this world there were 3 types of cultivation methods: spirit, chi, and gods. Martial artists, Confucianists, and Taoists had the most numbers. Martial artists cultivated genuine chi, while Confucianists and Taoists used gods as their foundation. The rest of the martial world people cultivated spirit. As for the methods and secrets of the various families, only the families knew about them. For example, if a martial artist did not have a mental cultivation technique or genuine chi, he would be considered unranked. There were many martial artists who were ranked, but there were even more who were not. In short, it was quite dangerous. As for why the middle-aged man knew so much, it was because of the fact that he had been in the martial world for a long time. Subai stood up and prepared to leave. After asking and getting the information he wanted, Subai didn't say anything. It was getting late and it was not suitable to stay in the inn for long. The middle-aged man kept staring at the money bag at Subai's waist. No one knew what he was thinking, since just now he had been glancing at Subai's money bag from time to time. At this moment Subai was about to leave when a female voice suddenly sounded. I've offended you before and I'm coincidentally not in the shop. I've only just found out about the situation, so I'm here to apologize. Her voice was deep but exceptionally charming. He followed the voice and saw a woman in rough clothes walking over. The woman's hair was tied up high. She was about 30 years old and had a unique smell of her age. Subai smacked his lips and his gaze darkened. She was a very charming woman with a charming appearance, especially because she was more mature. She looked even more natural, very smooth. Night Battle. A woman in her 20s was a little inexperienced. When she was closer to 30 years old, her scent became more and more mature. The charming woman walked over. When she reached Subai, she handed over the silver fragment in her hand. I opened an inn because I value harmony. The waiter is unsensible. I'll return the money to you. Take it that I'm treating everyone to a meal. Subai stared as the silver pieces were handed over, especially at the back of the woman's fair hand and the patterns on the back of her hand. On the back of the lady boss's hand there was a faint red maple leaf pattern that matched her fair skin, making her look abnormally demonic. Was Subai lustful? Of course he was. Which man wasn't lustful? However, he was not a mule that would move at the sight of anyone. The reason why he could not look away at this moment was because he realized that not only was the maple leaf tattoo on the back of the lady boss's hand beautiful, but there was also a golden progress bar. After looking at it for a while, the golden progress bar only increased a little. Looking at the rate of how it was progressing, it would probably be better than the kidney massage technique, sir? Sir? The lady boss called out. Subai came back to his senses. Thank you, lady boss. He took the silver and put it into the bulging money bag at his waist without looking at the hand again. In my opinion, the lady boss is really sensible. I will forget the matter this time. The middle-aged man knew how to back down. It's not the lady boss. My name is Yun Xiang. I'm the boss. Yun Xiang emphasized as she stared at Subai. Sir, you can't reveal your wealth. Subai smiled and didn't say anything. His eyes turned and the progress bar increased again. He tidied his hair and glanced at her. He touched the money bag at his waist and glanced at her again. At this moment Subai was very active, doing his best to increase the progress bar. It's getting late. Everyone should go back early. After Yun Xiang returned the money, she didn't want to say anything else. Subai sighed and thought to himself that he wouldn't have a chance today. Goodbye. He turned, said goodbye and left the inn. The middle-aged man and his companions also left and the inn fell silent. Yun Xiang walked forward, closed the door and went up the stairs to the second floor. After Subai left the inn, he headed straight home. Halfway down the hall he suddenly stopped, changed direction and walked into a dark alley. It was already late at night. Other than the moon and the lanterns on both sides of the street, there was only the faint sound of the night watch in the distance. Outside the alley a few figures appeared. They were the middle-aged man and the others. Brother, he walked into the alley. Our chance is here. One of his companions looked at the dark alley and said. The middle-aged man frowned. Be careful, this person's footsteps are steady, he has his own aura when he walks, don't let your guard down. He big brother is a grade 9 martial artist. We're not afraid at all. I've never heard of any martial artist who lives in this small county. Big brother, let's hurry up. We'll have more money than our brothers after taking his money. Another companion could not help but say. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then thought of the bulging purse at Subai's waist. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand as he walked into the alley. The alley was very dark. Other than the moonlight, there was not even a lantern in the alley. As soon as they entered, they smelled a damp smell. Subai was nowhere to be seen. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man thought that they had lost him, when he thought of the money bag. Again he was excited and whispered, hurry up and chase after him. Understood. His companions replied, but before they could take 2 steps they heard the sound of rushing wind. Pft. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind was the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh. An accomplice beside the middle-aged man held his throat and fell to the ground. There was an arrowhead in his throat. Who? The few of them instantly became nervous. However, the alley was dark and no one could be seen. They stood back to back, wary of each other. Not including their dead accomplice, there were only 3 of them left. Phew, the sound of the wind came again, sweeping through the night. Another accomplice covered his head cracked and he fell to the ground. There was a brick on the ground. Before they could react, a few more bricks flew over. The last accomplice was hit and fell to the ground. As the saying went, no matter how good one's martial arts were, they could be defeated with a brick. Only the middle-aged man still had the strength to fight. He took out a pair of iron spikes from his waist and swung them to shatter the brick. If you have the ability, come out and fight. What kind of hero would hide? He shouted angrily. Although he was a grade 9 martial artist and the others were all unranked, he still could not accept the death of his companions. No one answered him. There was the sound of wind behind him. The middle-aged man felt a sense of danger and hurriedly lowered his head. A ghost head saber brushed past his head. If he missed it by a second, he would have to accompany his companions. It's you. At this moment the middle-aged man finally saw the person who was holding the saber clearly. It was Subai whom they were chasing. Greed can sometimes harm you. Subai raised his eyebrows. After leaving the inn he noticed that these people were secretly following him. Thinking back to how the middle-aged man had stared at his money pouch from time to time, Subai knew what these people were thinking. As expected, I'm still inexperienced in the world. The martial world is really too dangerous, he sighed. The middle-aged man almost vomited blood. Inexperienced? If he could kill his companions even though he was inexperienced, what would happen if he was experienced? I didn't expect you to enter grade 9 at such a young age, the middle-aged man said warily. Subai didn't answer. He suddenly stretched out his hand. Under the moonlight there was a dark glint on his sleeve that could not be seen clearly. The middle-aged man suddenly thought of the way his first companion died and said in surprise, you have hidden weapons. He hurriedly dodged. However, Subai did not shoot the hidden arrow. Instead he punched his waist and raised his saber. Kidney massage technique. His genuine chi became stronger and rampaged through his body. Clang! The blade and the spear clashed with a crisp sound. They fought back and forth in the alley. Under the moonlight, other than the silver glow, there was only the cold light reflected by the weapon. Guess when I'll shoot? Subai kept waving the saber in his right hand using the bone-breaking saber technique. His other hand was also aiming. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. When he saw the hidden arrow pointed at him, he felt a chill and hurriedly dodged. However, the next moment the long saber left a saber mark on his body. Not this time. Will it shoot next time? Subai asked with a smile. The middle-aged man covered his wound and retreated quickly. However, Subai did not give him a chance. The long saber seemed to be stuck to his body and he could not shake it off. This battle was the most arduous one for the middle-aged man since he entered the martial world. This was because other than the ghost head saber that shone with a cold light, the hidden weapon that could be fired at some point was even more terrifying. Playing dirty. Shameless. The middle-aged man cursed in his heart. He dealt with ghost head saber while guarding against hidden weapons. Finally a flaw appeared. Subai drew back his long saber. The The middle-aged man clutched his throat and fell to the ground twitching. Blood kept flowing out, but the middle-aged man still looked at Subai's left arm as if he had died with remaining grievances. Subai walked up, pulled up his left sleeve and said in a mocking tone, "Look, there was nothing on his left arm, only an empty mechanism." Very lonely at night looking at the empty mechanism, the middle-aged man held his neck and made a sound. He never expected that the other party actually didn't have any hidden weapons. From the beginning to the end, Subai had used the empty sleeve arrow to distract him. If he hadn't been distracted, this outcome might still be unknown, but he had been distracted. Being distracted meant death. The middle-aged man stared at Subai as Subai's words echoed in his mind. Inexperienced, he wanted to say that if Subai was considered inexperienced in the world, he could forget about being a veteran in the martial world, but he could not say it now. More and more blood flowed and death was approaching. A bright saber light flashed. The middle-aged man felt a pain in his chest and completely lost consciousness. "I paid the bill for you, but you guys turned your swords against me. Your death wasn't an injustice." From the beginning to the end, Subai never intended to give them a chance. He wiped the middle-aged man's blood from the saber and put the ghost head saber on his waist. He looked at the corpses in front of him and began to search them one by one. After searching, he obtained more than 10 copper coins and a book with a yellowing cover. The words on the book could no longer be seen clearly. Subai glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. Another golden progress bar. "I've really gained a lot tonight." Subai stroked his chin. There were a few corpses lying around. It was late at night and he had chosen a remote alley so no one saw him. However, it was not good to stay here for a long time. If someone came, he could only silence them. He felt that he was not a bad person. It was not good to fight and kill. Taking advantage of the night, he got rid of his traces and pulled out the hidden arrow from the corpse. After wiping the blood on it, he left the alley. The night was like water and the moonlight was bright. Subai opened the door and closed it after entering. As soon as he entered the house, he went straight to the bedroom, took off his coat and lay on the bed after putting the ghost head saber aside. In the bedroom, the oil lamp was dim. In an era without electric lights, the flickering light of oil lamps was very suitable for making horror movies. "I got something, but not everything is a gain." Subai felt that the failure of his plan to visit the brothel today was entirely the fault of those people from the martial world. Originally, he had planned to have a meal and then go out for a walk to admire the girls playing and singing. However, as soon as they started chatting, they chatted until night fell. He even killed them on his way back. This was unexpected. Is an honest person like me really that easy to bully? Subai thought. Perhaps it was the law of transmigration. The seniors in those novels had nothing to do before they transmigrated, but after they transmigrated they became ruthless harvesting machines. At the thought of this, Subai leaned against the wall and supported his chin with his hand as he fell into deep thought. Or is it because I'm inexperienced? He naturally shifted the blame and said something that would make a dead person vomit blood. He then picked up the nameless book that he had placed on the bed just now. On the book a golden progress bar shone. It was especially eye-catching in the darkness. Subai stared at him. An incense stick of time later. Looking at the progress bar that had only increased by a little, Subai knew that he had picked up a treasure. The slower the progress bar increased, the greater the benefits. Just look at the kidney massage technique. The quality was very good. Although there was a side effect of kidney deficiency, it was only a short-term kidney deficiency. On the other hand, the effect was impressive. Therefore, the slower the progress rose, the happier Subai became. Let's get this book done by tonight. As the saying goes, the night is long and sleepless. At this moment, Subai was indeed suffering from insomnia. Under the light of the oil lamp, he stared intently. Another incense stick of time passed. Subai rubbed his dry eyes and said, "It turns out that your eyes can really dry up if you don't blink." If someone were to ask him if his eyes would dry out after such a long time without blinking, he would definitely give that person a slap. Wouldn't you know the answer even without asking? "No, I have to do something." Subai tried to open the book. Just like when he was reading he planned to read this book to pass the time. The yellowed book felt very brittle when flipped open, as if the book would fall apart if he used a little more strength. Flipping to the first page, the words were jumping on the paper. "It's round and ethereal and the chi passes through Heaven's Gate. It's mysterious and indistinct as if it's chaotic." As soon as he finished reading the first line, Subai felt a headache coming on. He recognized all the words on it, but when they were combined he couldn't understand them. It was obscure and difficult to understand. Any normal person would find it difficult to understand. "I have to finish it tonight." Subai continued to peruse the book patiently. Due to the cryptic reason, the more he read the more dizzy he felt. As he read, he began to flip through the book faster. He no longer read the words carefully but read 10 lines at a glance. In any case, it was just to pass the time. Subai didn't care. Another incense stick of time passed. As Subai flipped to the last page, his face expressionless. He didn't understand the book at all. It was as if he was reading a heavenly book. However, when he flipped to the last page, he also made a new discovery. There was a piece of paper clipped to the last page of the book. this discovery was like finding an unknown item called Dictionary of So-and-so in a computer folder. Subai immediately became excited. Flipping open the paper, the dog-like words appeared. Subai took a closer look. There was an annotation on the book which was also a mental cultivation technique. After he tore off the paper, he opened the book and carefully compared it. The annotations on the paper were not complete, it only explained half of the book. It was not like an annotation to this book but more like the understanding of a book reader. According to this person's understanding, he could comprehend a low-level mental cultivation technique just by comprehending half of it. Dog crawling. Subai thought of the middle-aged man. Could it be written by the middle-aged man? He speculated that the middle-aged man had obtained this book from somewhere and comprehended a low-level and superficial mental cultivation technique from it. He had gone from unranked to grade 9. This speculation was very likely, no matter what, this thing is higher ranked than the bone-breaking mental cultivation technique. Half of it could create a low-level mental cultivation technique, so the entire book would result in an even higher level of mental cultivation technique. After reaching this conclusion, Subai became even more interested. He no longer felt that his eyes were dry and continued to stare intently. The night was long. In the room, Subai added oil to the lamp several times until the rooster crowed. You studied the nameless book and comprehended the slaughter mental cultivation technique. Words appeared before his eyes and Subai's eyes widened in shock. Finally, he was done. A night without sleep was nothing to a martial artist. However, it was really torturous to focus all night on a book and not understand what was in it. Apart from being boring, it was also more drowsy. It was as if the progress bar was increasing bit by bit when he was playing a game. Just thinking about it made his blood pressure increase. Fortunately, the night was not in vain. He had finally finished the book. Slaughter Mental Cultivation Technique. What the hell is that? Subai thought to himself. He did not receive the information he had imagined. The line of words seemed to be stuck in front of his eyes. Is it broken? Subai stretched out his hand and scratched his eyes. The words in front of him seemed to have suddenly restarted and were gradually changing. A new line of text appeared. Conjecture about the golden finger. Bone-breaking mental cultivation technique detected. The types of mental cultivation techniques overlap. Bone-breaking mental cultivation technique plus slaughter mental cultivation technique. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. You studied the nameless book. After fusing it, you comprehended the breaking slaughter mental cultivation technique. Subai, he really wanted to say that this naming was really casual. The word breaking was taken from the bone-breaking mental cultivation technique and the word slaughter was taken from the slaughter mental cultivation technique. After combining the two, it became the breaking slaughter mental cultivation technique. The blue words began to disappear, transforming into a ray of light that was absorbed into Subai's mind. In the next moment, a large amount of information surged over. At the same time, the genuine chi in Subai's body began to strengthen. Soon it became more than twice as strong as before. When the information flooded in, Subai finally understood what it meant to have the mental cultivation technique fused. In the past, the bone-breaking mental cultivation technique was actually not high level. It was already not bad that it was able to enter the edge of grade 9. This was because the bone-breaking mental cultivation technique was a combination of the bone-breaking saber technique. It could even be said that the bone-breaking saber technique was the main technique and the bone-breaking mental cultivation technique was the supplementary technique. Hence, even though Subai had entered grade 9, he was only on the verge of it. The slaughter mental cultivation method was different. Slaughter mental cultivation technique was a mental cultivation method that was even more inclined towards combat. In battle, every time he killed a person, he could seize the other party's genuine chi and temporarily attach it to his body for his own use. Although it was a temporary addition, the essence of this cultivation technique could be seen. It was more inclined to battle and a life and death battle. However, the extracted genuine chi would not be much. Perhaps it was because the level of this cultivation technique was not high. Thinking of this, a blue panel appeared in front of Subai. Name: Subai. Realm: grade 9 martial artist. Bone-breaking saber technique, rank 1 maximum level. Breaking slaughter mental cultivation technique, rank 1.5 maximum level. Kidney massage technique, rank 1 maximum level. Comprehension, maximum level. There's a lot of information today. Subai thought to himself as he sized up the light blue panel. Through obtaining the slaughter mental cultivation technique, he had gained a lot. What he gained was not only limited to the cultivation technique but also about his understanding of the golden finger. First of all, skills of the same type would be fused. This could be seen from the slaughter mental cultivation technique and the bone-breaking mental cultivation technique. Secondly, fusion was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The rank 1 bone-breaking cultivation method was a low-level cultivation method. The rank 1 slaughter cultivations method could be considered a high-level cultivation method. However, after fusing them together it did not reach the rank 2 like he had imagined. Subai did not become a grade 8 martial artist either. Actually, after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. For example, rank 2 was like a piece of carefully made sweet bean curd. The slaughter mental cultivation technique was a high-quality tofu pudding that had not been meticulously made. On the other hand, the bone-breaking mental cultivation technique was a low-quality bean curd pudding. When the two were combined, could they become a carefully made sweet tofu pudding? Impossible. He had an idea, but he didn't know how effective it would be. If he found low-level cultivation techniques to comprehend and let them fuse continuously, even if cultivation techniques each increased by 0.1, it would be a considerable increase when they were accumulated. Of course, there was a question of whether it was worth it. He needed time to comprehend it. If the total time cost was inferior to directly comprehending a high-level mental cultivation technique, there was no need to go to such lengths. Let's decide on it first. We'll do the experiment when the time comes. Subai made up his mind. If there was a chance, he would give it a try. However, there was something more important at the moment. Eat and look at the beauty. No, to be precise, looking at the maple leaf tattoo on the beauty's hand. Last night, the golden progress bar on the back of Yun Xiang's hand could also be comprehended. Subai naturally did not want to let it go. Now he was hungry and wanted to eat. It was reasonable to take a look while eating. After changing his clothes, Subai put the ghost head saber on his waist and went out to eat. The streets were still bustling with people. It was March and the weather was at its best. It felt like spring everywhere on the streets. The passerby would occasionally gossip. When Subai heard them, he understood that the corpses of those people had been discovered. The people from the county office went over and took a casual look before sending someone to bury them in the mass grave. They were not citizens of the county and carried sabers. The county magistrate immediately recognized them as people from the martial world and did not ask further. He was even too lazy to investigate. This world only looks peaceful, Subai thought as he walked. The emperor of the Great Chu country treated the commoners extremely well. He also issued an iron law. Those who dared to harm the commoners in the city would definitely be investigated to the end. However, the emperor turned a blind eye to the matters of the martial world. To be clear, you martial world people may fight and kill, but you're not allowed to attack ordinary people under my watch. Moreover, don't make the matter too big. If you make it too big, I'll take action. Thinking about the current situation, the emperor of the Great Chu country was very smart to play such a trick. The generals guarded the border. They had to deal with the barbarians at the western border and also be wary of the Great Yu state in the south. How could they be distracted? The scholars were in charge of the affairs of the court and wanted peace in the world. They were also dealing with the common people. Only the people from the martial world were difficult to manage. Subai estimated that the emperor had lost his previous imposing manner. Back when the Great Chu was first established, it dared to fight anything, making the entire martial world afraid. But now that its foundation was big, the emperor had many things to consider and think about. The emperor was also very happy with this act of Jianghu people against Jianghu people. However, Subai felt that something was amiss. What if the people from the martial world couldn't control themselves? What would they use to keep them in check? The generals? The barbarians from the west and the Great Yu kingdom would laugh so hard that their mouths would crack. The scholars? The scholars of Confucianism were certainly good at fighting. They were the kind of people who could not reason and used their fists to beat people into submission. However, all the scholars were governing the country and managing the livelihood of the people. They could not possibly let the scholars change positions, right? Subai finally knew what was missing. What was lacking was a certain organization that specialized in managing these people, or rather, even if there was one, the original host's level had been so low that he was not qualified to come into contact with it. As he thought about it, he arrived at the inn. Shaking his head to get rid of the thoughts in his mind, Subai walked into the inn with a smile on his face. The inn was still as lively as yesterday. There were diners everywhere. As soon as Subai entered, the waiter walked out. Most of the waiters in the inn were quick-witted. They saw Subai at a glance and recalled that this guest had been generous yesterday. They hurriedly lowered their heads and bowed, leading Subai to the inn. I'll have the same as what I had yesterday, Subai said after taking a sip of tea. All right. The waiter said and left with a cloth on his shoulder. After the waiter left, Subai looked around and finally saw that very smooth figure. Yun Xiang was standing at the counter calculating with her head lowered. In such a huge inn, Subai did not see an accountant. It seemed that Yun Xiang was also in charge. From time to time someone would pay the bill. The waiter went to the kitchen and quickly came out to bring the money to the counter. Yun Xiang was very serious in her calculations. She held a brush in her hand and the red maple leaf on the back of her hand appeared and disappeared. Subai stared at the back of Yun Xiang's hand and a golden progress bar appeared. Strange actions, this spot is just right. From where Subai was standing he could see the entire counter. Feeling the progress bar slowly increase he was delighted. Before the dishes were served he stared straight at it. Other than the back of Yun Xiang's hand he did not care about anything else. At this moment people were coming and going in the inn. The golden progress bar was increasing. Subai did not care about the people around him. He stared without any restraint. In just a short while it had increased by a little. This thing is better than the slaughter mental cultivation technique. He calculated the time. If he kept staring at it, it would take 2 nights for the progress bar to completely fill up. In other words, it was more than twice as good as the slaughter mental cultivation technique from last night, rank 2? It was very likely. He just didn't know if it was a mental cultivation technique or something else. If it was a mental cultivation technique he could directly break through to grade 8. If it was not a mental cultivation technique, something that was rank 2 shouldn't be bad. With this thought in mind Subai stared at it even more closely. A voice came from not far away. The waiter came up with the dishes and placed them on the table. Please enjoy. Wait, go get me some more vegetables, Subai said. He was so busy looking at the boss that he forgot to order vegetable dishes. Humans could not always eat meat, they would get sick of it. The waiter nodded again and left quickly. After a while a plate of stir-fried vegetables was placed on the table. Subai was eating and drinking yellow wine. His eyes were fixed on the maple leaf tattoo on the back of Yun Xiang's hand. Of course there were people who noticed this process, such as the diners. At the tables beside them, the diner was also an expert in this field. He revealed a kindred spirit gaze. Subai didn't care about this. He was a serious person. Even though he wanted to shop at brothels yesterday, he was a serious person because he did not manage to do so. I'm here to accumulate progress. Subai took a sip of wine and thought to himself. His gaze moved up the back of Yun Xiang's hand. Not bad. Time gradually passed in the blink of an eye. The meal lasted for 2 hours. Yun Xiang seemed to have some matters to attend to. She left the counter and went to the second floor. Subai waited for a long time, but Yun Xiang did not come back down, so he hurriedly paid the bill and left the inn. Better late than never. Some things could not be rushed. She was here and could not run away. Subai left the inn. It was still early. He pondered for a moment and began to stroll around Shang County again. He would come here for lunch at noon. There were still other places in Shang County that he had not finished window shopping at. With his cheat he could take advantage of this time to see if there was anything he had missed. Subai walked around but didn't find anything. It was about time, so he returned to the inn alone. He had arrived at the right time. There was no one in the inn yet. When the waiter saw that it was Subai, he wondered if he was addicted to the food. The usual, Subai said. The waiter hurried to the kitchen. Not long after the dishes were placed on the table. At this moment there were still not many people in the inn. The waiter said enjoy, and left again. Subai began to eat and drink, glancing at the counter from time to time. It was empty. Yun Xiang was not here. Gradually the number of people increased and the waiter began to get busy. The money collected was placed in the box on the counter, but Yun Xiang was still nowhere to be seen. Subai couldn't help but look at the second floor. At this rate she should have come down. Would she stay on the second floor all afternoon? He couldn't figure it out, but he continued to eat and drink. It wasn't until afternoon that Subai finished his meal. The counter was still empty. Subai paid the bill and started strolling around again until dinner. He ordered his usual food and continued eating. Yun Xiang was still nowhere to be seen. Could she have disappeared? He was puzzled. As the sun slowly set, the number of people in the inn began to decrease. After the last person left, Subai began to pay the bill. When the waiter came over to help him pay the bill, Subai paid and pulled the waiter back. Sir, this is... The waiter was puzzled when he saw the additional silver in his palm. Keep it well. I just want to ask you something, Subai said with a smile. The waiter looked left and right before carefully putting away the silver pieces. He revealed a flattering smile. Sir, if you have anything to ask, just ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. This was unprecedented. He was just a waiter. When had he ever received such money? He had long seen that this guest had an extraordinary temperament. It seemed that he hadn't been wrong. That was what the waiter thought. Why haven't I seen your boss all day except during the day? Subai pointed to the second floor and asked. As soon as he said this, the waiter revealed a look of understanding. Sir, if you have designs on the boss, you should give up as soon as possible. Although the boss is not married, a few days ago a rich businessman from Shang County came to propose marriage, but she rejected him. He mistook Subai for having ideas about Yun Xiang and began to persuade him. In his opinion, even the rich merchant had been rejected by Yun Xiang, let alone the others. After all, he had accepted the money. He should dissuade him appropriately so that he would not waste his time, otherwise he would not be able to collect the money with a clear conscience. I wanted to express my sincerity, but your boss hasn't come down. I don't have a chance either. Has she always been like this? Subai didn't explain and continued. The waiter turned around and looked at the second floor. He leaned closer and whispered, "I'm not sure either, but ever since the inn was built 3 months ago the boss has been like this. I don't know why, but she has been staying on the second floor all this time." Alright, speaking of this, I remember that the boss sometimes goes out and usually comes back at night. Comes back at night? Subai stroked his chin. It seemed that Yun Xiang was no longer on the second floor when he left. It was a little strange. Where did this woman go? She opened the shop, but other than in the morning she was nowhere to be seen all day. What was she doing? Normally Subai wouldn't think about it, but the key was the maple leaf tattoo at the back of Yun Xiang's hand. To be able to activate the progress bar proved that there was something worth comprehending there. In other words, Yun Xiang was not a simple person. With that thought in mind he remained silent. The waiter probed, "Sir, is there anything else?" Subai came back to his senses and shook his head. He stood up from his seat and planned to go home. It was already late. He would go back first and come back tomorrow. "Sir, take care." The waiter sent Subai to the door. Subai turned around and waved his hand telling him not to send him off. He then turned around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around, he saw a very smooth figure approaching from afar. Subai didn't leave. He stood where he was. Her figure gradually became clearer. Yun Xiang had changed her clothes. Although she was still wearing coarse clothes, it was difficult to hide her charm. "Are you done eating?" Yun Xiang also saw Subai and took a few steps forward to greet him. Subai's nose twitched and he said with a smile, "I've had enough wine and food. The food here is too good." Although his expression did not change when Yun Xiang spoke just now, he smelled blood. Straightforward, the smell of blood was faint and subtle. After all, Subai had experienced the life and death of the raging tiger bandits and had killed many people. In addition, he was already suspicious of Yun Xiang. With so much experience, he naturally could smell the scent of blood. In the middle of the night a woman ran around and came back with the smell of blood. It would be a lie to say that there was nothing wrong. "Take care, sir. The store is about to close," Yun Xiang said, not intending to continue the conversation. Subai glanced at the dark street and subconsciously glanced at Yun Xiang's right hand. The progress bar increased again. He got a little more. The other party did not want to chat. There was no point in staying here. He turned around and left the inn. Yun Xiang watched Subai leave until he reached the end of the street before walking into the inn. Squeak! The door of the inn closed and the street returned to silence. After Subai walked to the corner of the alley, he did not go home. Instead, he stood in the corner and sized up the inn and its tightly shut door. Strange. It was too strange. To be honest, Subai was not a busybody. Logically speaking, there was something fishy about this matter. The world was not as peaceful as he thought, so it was best to leave now. However, the progress bar wasn't completely full yet. Within these past few days, Subai had visited and tested almost half of Shan County, only. Then did he realize how scarce the things that could trigger the progress bar were. Currently, other than the that he had obtained from the bookstore and the slaughter mental cultivation technique that he obtained from the middle-aged man, he had only found the maple leaf tattoo on the back of Yun Xiang's hand. "I can't waste it," Subai thought. "From tomorrow onwards I'll come and take advantage of you every day." He looked at the inn again and turned to leave. As long as he got his clutches on it and filled the progress bar, he would stop. No. Now that he said that, why did it sound like he was setting up flags? He wouldn't be that unlucky, would he? Subai thought to himself as he walked. The streets were dark and the night was as dark as water. Apart from one or two gongs, the street was silent. From time to time a cat meowed. The next day, Subai woke up early. After washing up, he went to the inn again. As usual, he ate and drank. His eyes would occasionally linger at the back of Yun Xiang's hand. The progress bar was increasing and he was so happy that even the wine in his hand became delicious. Yun Xiang was still standing at the counter acting as the accountant as usual. The woman is full of charm. Subai was not the only one who looked at her. Yun Xiang seemed to be used to it as she busied herself with her work. He thought that everything would go on as usual today, but just as Subai put down his wine glass, footsteps came from outside. There were people coming and going in the inn. Even if there were footsteps, one wouldn't feel that that was anything strange. However, these footsteps were different. In addition to the sound of footsteps, there was also the sound of bells ringing. Subai cast his gaze at the door. Before he could see the person, the first thing he saw was a long banner. The banner was tattered and had several patches. It was very shabby. One word was embroidered on the front of the banner, straightforward. Even though it was embroidered, the lettering was still strong. Just the writing alone was enough to make people look away. The long banner gradually approached and a man in a tattered moonwhite Taoist robe walked in. Not only was the moonwhite Taoist robe old, but there were also patches on it. Especially the sleeves, they were even more patched up. From the beginning to the end there was a hint of embarrassment. The man looked to be in his 30s. He was quite handsome, but his gaze was not so. From the moment he entered, his gaze had been darting around non-stop. It was normal to look around randomly. No matter who was in an unfamiliar environment, one would subconsciously size it up. however this man was different. From the beginning to the end his gaze gave off an uncomfortable feeling. It was as if he had a serious illness and ran to the doctor. However the doctor only sighed and shook his head. That was the gist of it. If Subai had not been at the inn this fortune teller would have been beaten up. While he was thinking about these things the fortune teller did not find a seat. Instead he went straight to the counter. He seemed to know Yun Xiang and the two of them whispered to each other. The inn was too noisy and no one could hear what was said clearly. After a while the fortune teller made to leave. Before he left he looked around again just like he did when he came in. When his gaze landed on Subai's position he paused slightly. Subai noticed his gaze and frowned slightly. His gaze was vivid and different from before. It was filled with surprise. The fortune teller didn't leave. He held the long banner and changed direction walking towards Subai. Subai finished the wine in his glass and watched with interest. When the fortune teller approached Subai heard a voice. "Greetings brother, I am Tai Xuanxian." Tai Xuanxian greeted waving his sleeves slightly. The patch on his sleeves was even more eye-catching. Subai did not say anything. He only raised his head and looked at Tai Xuanxian, his eyes filled with confusion. "I can see a faint ominous omen in your eyes. There might be a bloody calamity in the near future." Tai Xuanxian sat at the side and spoke to himself. He didn't care whether Subai cared or not, as if everything was logical. "What do you mean?" Subai asked. "Speaking of which, it's strange. I've seen many bloody calamities, but this is very strange. It seems like they can be resolved in the next moment, but at the same time they also can't be resolved. It seems that they lack an opportunity." Tai Xuanxian frowned. "It's said that fortune tellers can cure life. How can I cure mine?" Subai poured another glass of wine and drank it. Tai Xuanxian shook his head and said, "Your fate is very strange. The bloody calamity can either be resolved or not resolved, but you're in between. It's too strange." As he spoke Tai Xuanxian stared at Subai's face. However, after looking at it for a long time he could not figure anything out. At this moment Subai suddenly said, "I see that you know the boss. Do you know what kind of person the boss likes?" The waiter's idle chat last night enabled him to come up with this excuse. He might as well pretend to be Yun Xiang's pursuer now. He had a reason to freeload on the progress bar here. This fortune teller was very strange. As soon as he entered he spoke to Yun Xiang. It seemed like they knew each other, hence he went along with it and deepened the reason. Unexpectedly Tai Xuanxian was stunned. "How would I know what kind of person the boss likes?" "Huh?" Subai frowned. "Then why did you go to the counter just now?" "To return the money. I borrowed money from the boss a few days ago. I'm here to return the money today." Tai Xuanxian pointed at himself and then at the counter. Actually Tai Xuanxian also found it strange. In the beginning he only saw that Subai's face was abnormal, so he specially came over to take a look. However, Subai's question confused him. He was a fortune teller, not a matchmaker. What was the use of asking him? But now Tai Xuanxian understood. It turned out that he had someone he admired. No wonder, the bloody calamity would appear and disappear. Evil spirit corpse appears. The more he thought about it the more it made sense. Tai Xuanxian pondered for a moment and confirmed his thoughts. He approached Subai and lowered his voice. "If you have designs on the boss I advise you to stop as soon as possible, otherwise the bloody calamity will fall on your head." Subai supported his chin with his hand and said with interest, "Tell me in detail." The two of them spoke very softly. Coupled with the surrounding noise nobody could hear them except for themselves. "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. If you believe me, do as I say. If you don't, there's nothing I can do." Tai Xuanxian raised the long banner and seemed a little guilty. He looked around and left in a hurry. Subai looked at Tai Xuanxian's back, put down his hand and gently swirled the wineglass on the table. He came over without rhyme or reason and left behind a few random words. But from this Subai drew out several possibilities. If Tai Xuanxian and Yun Xiang were accomplices, saying these words to him at this time would undoubtedly alert the enemy. It was also possible that Yun Xiang had used Tai Xuanxian to warn him. If the two of them were not working together, it could only be said that Tai Xuanxian was too inexperienced. Although there were many people in the inn, he was dressed differently than ordinary people. He had attracted the attention of many people by running to Subai's place, let alone Yun Xiang. Wasn't this what a fool would do? If Subai was his teammate, he would have been screwed. Of course, there was another possibility. This fellow was using this opportunity to shift Yun Xiang's target. Tai Xuanxian ran over towards him openly. Even if he knew that running over would attract the attention of the surrounding people, he did not care. The goal was most likely to divert the attention and shift it to Subai. No matter what, Tai Xuanxian was not a simple person. "Sai, how about I think of a way to kill them all," Subai thought. He really just wanted to develop in Shang County and quietly use his cheat to improve himself, including sitting here and drinking. It was just for the progress bar. If it wasn't for the progress bar, he would have slipped away long ago. But now this matter seemed to have come knocking on his door. I wonder if cutting off the skin on her hand will be useful. Subai thought of another method and shook his head. He had already persisted for so long. If cutting it was useless, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? The progress bar was very precious and difficult to discover, or at least it was so in the Shang County. After drinking the wine in his glass, Subai continued to stare at the maple leaf tattoo on the back of Yun Xiang's hand. Let's max out the progress bar first. If nothing happens, forget it. If something happens, don't blame me for being ruthless. That was what he thought. He was really not looking for trouble. He just wanted to maximize the progress bar. If the matter came knocking on his door, he would not be afraid. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was noon. In the middle, Yun Xiang went to the second floor. It was not until noon that she came down from the second floor and left the inn. When she went up, she was dressed in coarse cotton clothes. When she came down, she was also dressed in the same clothes. There was no haste in her footsteps. She walked very calmly. Subai's gaze lingered on Yun Xiang until she disappeared through the door. Sure enough, it was exactly as the waiter had said. She left at noon every time. Last time he did not stay in the inn until this time, nor did he see Yun Xiang leave. Looking at the empty door, Subai thought for a moment and didn't follow him. It was more important to accumulate the progress bar first. Thinking of this, he called the waiter to pay the bill. After leaving the inn, he walked home. In the next few days he lived a two-point life. He got up early and went to the inn, then he ate while staring at the maple leaf tattoo. After Yun Xiang left the inn, he also left. The progress bar was increasing. Although it was growing very slowly, everything was calm. Over the past few days of drinking, he had not seen Tai Xuanxian's figure. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. On this day, as usual, he waited for Yun Xiang to leave before walking out of the inn and continuing to stroll around. He went for lunch again, but he still did not see Yun Xiang. When night fell, it was still the same. There was no one around. Subai paid the bill and went home alone. The progress bar was already 90% full. He estimated that it would only take a day or two more to complete it. Sitting on the bed, the oil lamp chased away the darkness. He thought that when the progress bar was full, he would have to rely on the bookstore. Moreover, there was still half of the county city to explore. Perhaps he could find something good then. Thinking of this, Subai felt sleepy. He stood up from the bed and prepared to extinguish the oil lamp. He would go to bed early and continue to go to the inn tomorrow to continue his efforts. However, before he could reach the oil lamp, he saw a figure flash past the window from the corner of his eye. Subai frowned slightly. He picked up the ghost head saber beside the bed and walked to the window. It was dark outside, so he couldn't see anything unusual. The figure just now seemed to be an illusion and did not appear again. But Subai didn't think so. There had been a lot of things going on recently, especially Yun Xiang's problem, which made him wary. Don't underestimate the wind and grass. Sometimes if you're careless, you'll die. Who would come to his window in the middle of the night? He held the ghost head saber in his hand and stared fixedly at the window, motionless. The oil lamp flickered and the shadows on the wall swayed, giving off a creepy feeling. At that moment, another shadow flashed past the window. Subai pushed the window open with a slap and swept his long saber toward the window. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. At the same time, there was a roar. Subai took a closer look and his pupils constricted. In the dark night stood a man in tattered clothes. The man's entire body was covered in livor mortis. His face had already rotted slightly and there was rotten flesh all over his body. Subai's attack was blocked by the man. The man's hand was like steel and the ghost head saber only went halfway through. Evil spirit corpse. Previously, when he came to the inn, he had chatted with the few martial world people who had already died. He roughly understood some strange things. The thing in front of him was most likely an evil spirit corpse. Looks like the Jixing cult is really causing trouble in Shang County. This familiar scene reminded him of the female corpse in red in the Raging Tiger Bandits. The shape was similar but stronger. Just by being able to block the ghost head saber with his bare hands proved that this evil spirit corpse was stronger than the red-robed female corpse. However, the strength was only relative. How ugly! Subai thought to himself as he pulled out the ghost head saber. The bone-breaking blade technique followed him like a shadow. The female corpse in red was a woman after all. He could barely go against it, but this evil spirit corpse was really difficult to go against. The ghost head saber swept across and slashed at the zombie's neck. The evil spirit corpse's defense was high, but with the addition of genuine chi, the saber directly cut through the zombie's neck and cut off half of its neck. Roar! With a low growl, the evil spirit corpse stretched its arms and continued to pounce on Subai. Subai took 2 steps back, drew his ghost head saber and slashed the other half of the zombie's neck from right to left. With this slash, the zombie's head fell off. It rolled on the ground a few times and its body fell to the ground without any movement. Very weak. Is this a test? Subai held the ghost head saber. He looked like a ghost in the dark night. Finally full, this evil spirit corpse was so weak that even Subai found it boring. He guessed that it was here to test him. A strange creature appeared out of nowhere and happened to appear at his door. It specially looked for him and did not look for anyone else. This matter could not be explained otherwise. There was no way to control the evil spirit corpse, but there was another method that one could use. If it was him, he would first imprison the evil spirit corpse and then release it at his door, there was a high chance that it would form a condition to attack him. If it was Subai, he would use this method. If he could think of it, others definitely could too. Looks like I've been targeted, Subai thought to himself as he looked at the decomposing headless corpse. He did not have much to do these few days, other than the battle at the Raging Tiger Bandits a while ago and the recent killing of a few people from the martial world. He only lingered at the inn every day. Recently he chatted with Tai Swanxian. No matter who it is, I'll deal with them after I fill up the progress bar. Subai placed his hand on the handle of his ghost head saber and looked at the dark street ahead. There were only a few possibilities. They were either Jixing Cult Yun Xiang or Tai Swanxian. Sai, I really want to be a person who develops silently, but reality doesn't allow it. He had originally planned to stop after maxing out the progress bar and ignore the fighting and killing of others, but it seemed like that was no longer possible. An evil spirit corpse was already placed in front of his house. This matter was not over. This was like someone coming to your door to curse and say that they wanted to cut you with a knife. Could he tolerate it? He couldn't. However, the most important thing now was the progress bar. After this matter was over, Subai would deal with the rest. At this moment it was already late at night and there was no one on the streets. The evil spirit corpse's clothes were tattered. One could see at a glance that it wasn't wearing anything good. However, he still found something. He saw that there were densely packed stitches on the zombie's hands and legs, as if someone had connected them. Other than that, there was nothing else. Subai thought for a moment and brought the zombie and the head to a street far away from his house. After throwing them away, he returned home. After this incident, Subai didn't sleep that night. The long night passed very slowly. Other than the initial probing, nothing happened the entire night. The next day, after waiting for an entire night, nothing happened. Subai was slightly disappointed. As usual, he washed up and rinsed his mouth. After he was done, he carried the ghost head saber at his waist and rushed towards the inn. He still had a progress bar to max out. He could not let anything happen to the progress bar. After all, he had accumulated more than 90%. How could he waste it? The inn was still the same. Subai found a seat by the window as usual. After ordering when the dishes were served, he drank and ate while admiring the maple leaf tattoo on the back of Yun Xiang's hand. Yun Xiang's expression was very normal. She lowered her head and did her accounting as if the surrounding liveliness had nothing to do with her. Subai actually liked the unique atmosphere of the marketplace. The sounds of discussion rose and fell, and the sounds of sellers hawking on the streets outside increased. The combination of the two formed a unique map of the human world. In the past, when he read novels and watched television, he liked the atmosphere of tea houses and inns. Now that he was experiencing it personally, he felt that the atmosphere was even deeper. The sounds of conversation gradually grew louder. At this moment, Subai heard something unusual from the mouths of the diners beside him. Hey, have you guys heard? The people who went to the government office this morning found a male corpse. His head was chopped off. After looking at his rotten appearance, you wouldn't be able to eat for a few days. I heard about it too. It seems that a beggar died a few days ago. It said that he seemed to have some illness before he died. His death was really tragic. There's no illness. I heard from the grapevine that this beggar's limbs were cut off and stitched up with thread. It was repeated several times. The places where the thread was stitched were densely packed with needles. The voices came one after another. Subai put down his wine glass. Headless corpse? Stitches? It had even been sewn repeatedly. Subai rubbed his chin. It should be the evil spirit corpse from last night. He was the one who chopped off its head. Its limbs were stitched over and over again a few times. It was very similar to the method used by Jishang's sect. After repeatedly torturing a living person, their resentment would soar to the sky after their death, increasing the chances of turning into a strange creature. Coupled with the fact that it was an evil spirit corpse, Subai felt that there was a 90% chance that this matter was done by the Jishang cult. In the end, the chatter of diners grew louder. Many were talking about what had happened this morning. After the meal, it was the inn again. Strange things naturally became everyone's topic of conversation. Time passed and it was noon. Yun Xiang had left long ago. Subai went out to stroll as usual. After strolling for a while, he returned to the inn. For the next few days he repeated the same thing. What was worth mentioning was that no one came to find him again. He felt that the other party was holding back some big move after testing him. Of course, it was good for him that nothing had happened. Seeing the progress bar gradually increase, Subai became even more excited. On this day he ate at the inn as usual. There was only a trace of progress bar left. As noon arrived and the sun rose into the sky, the progress bar was finally full. Blue words appeared in front of him. You observed the maple leaf tattoo and comprehended the rain of maple leaves. Words appeared one after another. These were words that only he could see. The surrounding diners continued to drink and eat as usual. Only Subai underwent a tremendous change. Before he could carefully digest the information in his mind, Subai impatiently summoned the blue panel. A light blue panel appeared and the latest information appeared in front of him. Name: Subai. Realm: Grade 9 Martial Artist. Bone-breaking saber technique, rank 1 maximum level. Breaking slaughter mental cultivation technique, rank 1.5 maximum level. Kidney massage technique, rank 1 maximum level. Maple leaf rain, rank 2 maximum level. Comprehension, maximum level. He put down his wine glass and his lips curled up slightly. As expected, after spending so much effort, it was really a rank 2 skill. Unfortunately, this skill was not a mental cultivation technique. If it was a rank 2 mental cultivation technique and it was directly maxed out, he would have already entered grade 8. It was not a mental cultivation technique, a saber technique, or any special cultivation technique. The skill Rain of Maple Leaves was a hidden weapon, according to Subhai's. Understanding this skill was even more powerful than the bone-breaking saber technique. The attack was invisible, and when it was used it was like a maple leaf falling from the sky. What was maple leaf descending from the heavens? For example, imagine standing in a forest full of withered leaves. When a small wind blows, the leaves on the trees will fall and you could hide in the leaves. Of course, this was just a description. It didn't mean that hidden weapons had to be maple leaves, but there were many things that could be used as hidden weapons, like the rain. Many that was the characteristic of the rain of maple leaves. When it was used, it was densely packed. Subhai thought for a moment, then stood up and called the waiter. "Over, bill please." The waiter walked up and calculated the price for Subhai. After paying, Subhai left the inn, but he didn't go home either. He skirted the winding road and finally came to a shop. Obviously, following the shop looked very ordinary. The paint on the plaque was already peeling and only the word iron could be vaguely seen. As soon as he walked in, he felt a wave of heat assault his face, accompanied by clanging sounds that made him feel irritated. Even if the sound came from the backyard, it could be heard clearly. A few days ago, when he was strolling around, Subhai discovered this blacksmith shop. He came to the blacksmith shop to get some weapons. There was no need to forge a saber. The ghost head saber was good enough. What he needed was a hidden weapon suitable for the rain of maple leaves. He couldn't really throw the maple leaves, right? Wouldn't that be a joke? Of course, with his current strength and the secret weapon technique of the rain of maple leaves, he could also kill people with the maple leaves, but it probably would only be effective towards ordinary people. Hidden weapons were essential. As the saying went, when one was wandering in the martial world, it was completely expected to be stabbed. In this day and age, it was impossible not to carry some hidden weapons for self-defense. In the shop, other than the sound of banging from the backyard, the exterior looked no different from an ordinary shop. This blacksmith shop was opened by a middle-aged couple. The husband forged iron and the wife acted as the shopkeeper, accountant, and so on. When Subhai walked in, a middle-aged woman in her 40s hurriedly approached him. "Sir, what are you looking for?" the lady boss asked warmly. Subhai looked around and realized that most of the things hanging on the wall were farming tools. Sheng County was remote and many blacksmiths produced these items. They couldn't specialize in making weapons. That would make it a weapon shop. Moreover, sabers, spears, and swords were not easy to sell in Sheng County. If they only sold those, they would be making a loss. From time to time, people from the martial world would pass by, other than one or two who needed it. Most of them would not specially buy weapons, just like Subhai. Now that he had gotten used to the ghost head saber, he wouldn't change a saber every time he went to another place. Just because the blacksmith didn't have it didn't mean that they didn't know how to make it. "I want a custom make a batch of iron beads about the size of peanuts," Subhai said bluntly. The lady boss was stunned for a moment. After she reacted, she asked, "Sir, how many do you want?" 10,000. Subhai thought for a moment and gave a number. Actually, he could not carry that many beads with him, but he decided to have it made first in case of emergencies. He also wanted to make some sharp weapons such as throwing knives. However, on second thought, throwing knives was not suitable with the rain of maple leaves. Rain of maple leaves was about numbers and winning with numbers. If he carried a flying knife, how many could he carry? His surname was not Lee, and he could not kill a top-notch master with a flying knife. In terms of practicality and the compatibility with the rain of maple leaves, the iron beads were better. Wouldn't it be great to throw them bunch by bunch? "Sir, you can come and get the goods tomorrow." The lady boss made a note on the paper. "So fast?" Subhai was slightly surprised, because of the price. The lady boss explained with a smile, "As long as the profit is high, we will prioritize it." That was true. No one could go against money. "All right, I'll come back tomorrow." After agreeing on a time and asking for the price, Subhai left the blacksmith shop. He was not in a hurry to go to the inn. In fact, he originally planned to not go to the inn after completing the progress bar, but last night he changed his mind. Some people, if you don't mess with them, they'll mess with you. The more he tried to keep the peace, the more they would take advantage of him. It's time to wrap things up, Subhai thought as he returned home. The next day, he woke up early, washed up, and went out. Today, Subhai did not go to the inn. Instead, he went straight to the blacksmith shop. The agreed time was in the morning. When he arrived, he saw a wheelbarrow at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. There was a wooden box on the wheelbarrow. The lady boss was tying a rope to the wheelbarrow to prevent the wooden box from slipping. By the time Subai got closer, the lady boss was already done. "Sir, the iron beads are inside. Do you want to check the goods?" The lady boss untied the rope on top and opened the wooden box. Inside the wooden box were densely packed iron beads. Subai reached his hand in and casually stirred it, making a rustling sound. He picked up another one and squeezed it hard. Just from the feel of it, Subai could sense that they were great. He wanted to stick his hand into the metal beads again. It was like sticking his hand into rice when he was young. It was a little addictive. Damn it, the dead memories are attacking me. Subai shook his head to get rid of his irrelevant thoughts. "Sir, we'll give you the wheelbarrow for free in case you can't carry it," the lady boss explained. From Subai's point of view, there were a lot fewer farming tools in the shop. Judging from the situation, the farming tools had been melted to make his orders. He did not delve into why the forging speed was so fast. It was fine as long as he got what he wanted. After paying the bill, Subai pushed the wheelbarrow back home. After unloading the iron beads and moving them into the house, he took out a khaki-colored cloth bag and grabbed the iron beads one by one, stuffing them into the bag. When the bag was full, Subai put it in his chest pocket. "Everything is ready." Stability was the way to go. However, stability did not mean enduring all the time. The other party had already gone too far and used the evil spirit corpse to test him. If he didn't slap them back, they would really think that he was easy to bully. After walking out of the door, Subai did not stay any longer and walked towards the inn. When he arrived at the inn, he went in to eat and drink as usual. It was not until noon when Yun Xiang came down from the second floor and left the shop that Subai paid the bill and left. This time he did not go home and followed behind Yun Xiang. At noon the streets were crowded and lively. Subai realized that Yun Xiang looked like she was shopping. She walked here and there, and from time to time she would linger at the rouge stall. He was not in a hurry and followed behind patiently. Moreover, he followed her openly and was not worried that Yun Xiang would find out. He had never learned how to follow someone, so he did not know how to do it. If Yun Xiang was the one who sent the evil spirit corpse, it would be the same as playing an obvious card. It didn't matter if he was discovered or not. "I'm just following you to see what you're up to. You're unsatisfied? Turn around and hit me if you dare, arrogant." For the entire afternoon Subai followed Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang even turned her head and glared at him angrily. Subai didn't mind and even waved his hand. Just that gaze alone, and the fact that she didn't say anything after discovering that she was being followed, was even stranger. Yun Xiang was still wandering around in the afternoon, but Subai could clearly feel that Yun Xiang seemed to have become very anxious and even absent-minded. When she passed by a stall, she almost bumped into it. However, she did not question Subai. Even after she discovered that she was being followed, she did not say a word. In the blink of an eye, night fell and the sky turned dark. The number of people on the streets decreased until it finally became deserted. Other than Yun Xiang and Subai, there was only the moon. Yun Xiang was still walking when she turned around and entered a remote alley. Subai followed behind. When he entered the alley, he realized that it was a dead end. "I can't take it anymore." Subai came to the end and prepared to climb over. Before he could do anything, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his shoulder. "There are too many flaws in your logic." This hand was not fast. Subai held the ghost head saber at his waist and was about to draw it when he saw a familiar face. Tai Xuanxian? Tai Xuanxian, who had not been seen for several days, walked out of the darkness. His hand had not even touched Subai's shoulder before he retracted it. He felt that if he touched it, his hand would be cut off. "Little brother, you still didn't listen to my advice." Tai Xuanxian sighed. Subai didn't want to waste any more time. Now that he had been delayed for a while, who knew where Yun Xiang had run off to? He prepared to climb over the wall and leave. "Wait, little brother, don't alert the enemy." Tai Xuanxian quickly stopped Subai. Swoosh. Before he could finish speaking, Subai unsheathed his ghost head saber and placed it on Tai Xuanxian's neck. "It's not a matter of alerting the enemy but letting the tiger return to the mountain. If you make me wait a little longer and I can't track her, you'll die in her place." Subai held the saber very steadily and his words were as cold as ice. Tai Xuanxian did not dare to move an inch with the ghost head saber on his neck. He could only raise his hands to show that he was innocent. A long line to catch a big fish. "Little brother, put down the saber first and listen to my explanation. I have a way to track her. I hope you really can find it." Subai put down his ghost head saber. "Come, explain everything from beginning to end." The street was dark and there were only the two of them. "I'm a member of the Heaven Surveillance Bureau. I'm an official of the department. Recently a Jishin cult suddenly appeared and I was ordered to investigate." Tai Xuanxian explained. He thought that as long as he explained clearly, the other party would definitely let him go. Sometimes thoughts were one thing but reality was another. "What is the Heaven Surveillance Bureau?" Subai asked. Subai didn't mean anything with it, it was just a simple question. Little brother, you don't know what the Heaven Surveillance Bureau is?" "That can't be. With your skills you should know it very well, Tai Xuanxian said in surprise. Tai Xuanxian knew that Subai was at least a grade 9 martial artist, however it was extremely rare for a grade 9 martial artist to not know about the Heaven Surveillance Bureau. Now Subai's expression told him that he really didn't know much about the Heaven Surveillance Bureau. Of course there was no need to dwell on this matter now. He would explain first. Tai Xuanxian could already feel that Subai was about to raise the saber in his hand again. The Heaven Surveillance Bureau belongs to the Great Chu country. It's an official organization formed by a group of people from the martial world. It's in charge of eliminating demons and monsters as well as those from the martial world who have embarked on the evil path. Tai Xuanxian tried his best to explain succinctly. He was worried that the other party would not have enough patience. Subai stroked his chin, scrutinizing Tai Xuanxian. Just as he had expected, there was really a specialized organization in this world that managed people from the martial world. Most importantly, the main members of this organization were people from the martial world. The people from the martial world were in charge of controlling the people from the martial world. The emperor of the Great Chu state had played this move quite skillfully. After being rewarded with an official position, there were people who risked their lives. The emperor of the Great Chu reduced a lot of manpower needed. Little brother, look, I've already explained it. Put away your saber first. Tai Xuanxian wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, this person was too unreasonable. Although his complexion that day looked like a bloody calamity might befall him, he was at least kind. Why did he seem like a different person tonight? He had become a murderous god. Tai Xiansan found it strange. Why was the bloody calamity gone? Something was wrong. How could the bloody calamity be eliminated in just a few days? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was strange. If it weren't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, he even wanted to forecast Subai's fortune on the spot. You said there's a way to track Yin Xiang? Subai thought for a moment and asked. Tai Xuanxian came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded. There's a way. Didn't I return some money to her previously? When I returned the money, I had already left a mark on her body. I just have to follow the mark. As he spoke, Tai Xuanxian took out an old bronze compass. I had no choice but to tell you. If you keep following her like this, she won't be able to do her thing and we won't be able to catch the big fish behind her. When he said this, Tai Xuanxian's tone was aggrieved. You mean there are many Jixing cult people in Shang County? Subai understood what he meant. The big fish was undoubtedly someone from the Jixing cult. Subai loved catching fish. Tai Xuanxian nodded fiercely. I came here half a month ago and found that this place is very strange. There must be an accomplice behind her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just give chase, Subai said. Tai Xuanxian hurriedly nodded and agreed. Then he raised the compass and stared at the needle on it. A moment later he led the way. Little brother, don't alert the enemy. He seemed to have thought of something and reminded Subai again. Subai didn't say anything and silently followed behind. The two of them climbed over the wall. Behind the wall was another alley. Under Tai Xuanxian's lead they walked through several winding alleys and finally arrived at an empty lot. This was also a remote place in Shang County. Most of the houses were abandoned. There were usually no people here, so it became a place for beggars to stay. Tai Xuanxian walked with light steps and hid in the corner with Subai. Jun Xiang was standing in the open lot. Beside her were more than 10 people in black robes and there were 3 beggars lying on the ground. The 3 beggars were already dead and tortured beyond recognition. Their 4 limbs were densely sutured. Judging from the wound, it had been cut off many times and reattached. Their limbs were repeatedly cut off as limbs and sewn together with thread. This was similar to the evil spirit corpse that Subai had encountered before. It really is Jixing cult. Subai thought for a moment and picked up the ghost head saber. At this moment Tai Xuanxian pulled him back. Little brother, don't be rash. Wait a little longer and see what they are going to do next. If there are others lying in ambush, we'll let those people escape if we go out now. He didn't get an answer from Subai. What answered him was a gust of strong wind. A strong wind blew and the ghost head saber slashed towards Tai Xuanxian's neck with an unparalleled aura. Tai Xuanxian's heart skipped a beat. He changed his steps in a profound manner, dodging the ghost head saber by a hair's breadth. When he took a step back, he realized that his forehead was already covered in sweat. Just a step away he would be decapitated. What are you doing? Tai Xuanxian's eyes were filled with anger. What exquisite steps, Subai said with a smile as he gently stroked the ghost head saber. I'm asking you, what are you doing? Tai Xuanxian asked again, the anger in his eyes intensifying. Nothing, I just feel that there are too many flaws with what you said, Subai said slowly. Tai Xuanxian was stunned when he heard this. His expression instantly darkened and his initial appearance disappeared. Tai Xuanxian's voice came from the dark street corner. I'm very well disguised. When did you find out? I haven't attacked yet. When he said this, his appearance turned sinister. You're from the Heaven Surveillance Bureau, but you took the risk to come to me that day and made a low-level mistake. Does the Heaven Surveillance Bureau accept such a fool? Subai said slowly. Tai Xuanxian fell silent. I thought about it carefully when I came just now. You took a huge risk and said that I would suffer a bloody calamity. You undoubtedly wanted to send me away, and now that we've met here you're stopping me from following her. That means you're trying to create an opportunity for her, am I right? Subai continued. There were many suspicious points in Tai Xuanxian's various actions. The most suspicious point was that he actually took a huge risk to approach him at the inn. Tai Xuanxian said that he had been in the county for a long time. How could he do such an irrational thing? Don't even say that it was because of an occupational hazard, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Coupled with the fact that when they had met in the alley just now he had hurriedly pulled him aside, this was not because he was afraid that Subai would alert the enemy but more likely because he wanted to give Yunxiang a chance to slip away. If Subai had continued to follow her, Yunxiang would not have been able to do anything. She would have either turned around to have an exciting battle with him, or continued to stroll around. But Tai Xuanxian's obstruction coincidentally gave Yunxiang the opportunity. Of course, regardless of whether his conjecture was right or wrong, the possibility of him being right was very high. He could not let it go so easily. In his previous life he often watched television dramas and read novels. He felt that it was very strange. The protagonist was already suspicious, yet he still wanted to find concrete evidence. Wasn't he courting death? You only had one life. Who would give you enough time to find evidence in reality? Just like now, if he did not strike first and gain the upper hand, who knew what kind of scheme would await him? Of course it was also possible that he had made a mistake. That would be fate. In that case, every year during the new year he would burn some paper money for Tai Xuanxian. If someone insisted that they couldn't wrongly accuse someone and had to investigate thoroughly before making a move, Subai would only give that person a slap in the face. If that kind of person encountered his current situation, he might not survive 3 episodes after transmigrating. Unfortunately, the sneak attack did not succeed. It was unknown what kind of strange movement technique this Tai Xuanxian knew, but he actually dodged his ghost head saber with strange steps. At this moment Tai Xuanxian didn't say anything. It was as if he had tacitly agreed. Subai heard footsteps and turned around. He saw the 3 black-robed men standing up. Yunxiang's back was still facing him as she stitched up the corpses. It seems that this guest is very smart. Yunxiang spoke even as her back was facing Subai. Tai Xuanxian walked and arrived beside Yunxiang in the blink of an eye. He extended his hand to Yunxiang. I've already promised you what you want to do, now give me what I want. If you help us kill him, I'll give it to you. Don't worry, no one in the Heaven Surveillance Bureau will know about your embezzlement. Yunxiang reached out and tucked the hair on her forehead behind her ear. You. Tai Xuanxian was stunned, then he pointed at Yunxiang angrily. How dare you say that? That's why he has to die now, because he's already heard about you. You don't want more people to know that a dignified official of the Heaven Surveillance Bureau has lined his own pockets, right? He has run away. Yunxiang smiled. Tai Xuanxian turned around and found that Subai had already fled. You better keep your promise. After saying that, he chased after Subai. After Tai Xuanxian left, Yunxiang continued stitching up the corpses. The 3 of you don't chase, protect me. She focused on every stitch and thread as if she was sewing exquisite clothes. After a while Yunxiang looked up and said, remove it. The 3 black-robed men beside her nodded in unison. They began to move, holding knives in their hands as they cut the beggar's corpse bit by bit. Each body was cut in different places. Their hands, legs and torsos were cut off. Only their heads were left. The black-robed man handed over an organ. After Yunxiang took it, she began to stitch it up carefully. She took a part of each corpse as if she was making a suture monster. Subai was running in the dark street. Behind him Tai Xuanxian approached step by step. He seemed to be walking slowly, but with every step he took he closed the distance between them. Tai Xuanxian's voice came from behind him. Stop running, you can't outrun me. Subai took the time to look back. Not far away Tai Xuanxian was gradually approaching with a confident smile on his face. Subai suddenly stopped and stood on the spot. Tai Xuanxian also stopped, maintaining a distance of 10 steps from Subai. What, you don't dare to get close? Subai laughed. Tai Xuanxian shook his head. I'm not that stupid to get close to a martial artist. Is my life really that important? Subai asked again. Of course it's important, you must die. Tai Xuanxian stabbed his banner into the ground and took out a bronze compass with his right hand. The surrounding air became heavy. What a pity. It would have been better if you had followed up with a follow-up attack. A martial artist is not easy to deal with from a distance. Tai Xuanxian spoke very slowly as if he was casually chatting. The bronze compass emitted a burst of white light that gradually spread through his body and into the ground through his legs. A white 8 trigram appeared on the ground, flickering in and out. Tai Xuanxian placed his right hand on the compass as if he was certain that he could defeat Subai. He slowly said, you're only a grade martial artist and your power is 10 steps within. I might be afraid of you if your power were 10 steps over. You're already in the divination, so I'll decide whether you live or die. He spoke as if victory was in his grasp. As for what he was talking about, Subai didn't understand. He was not a professional, he only knew that Tai Xuanxian was very confident. Within 10 steps of what? Over 10 steps of what? Subai didn't understand, but he knew that it was time to act. Swoosh. The wind blew and the quiet night was broken. Tai Xuanxian was about to put his hand on the compass to change the divination on the ground, but the next moment he raised his head and was stunned. The sky was filled with iron beads. It was a shocking sight. An extremely dangerous feeling swept through his heart. Not good. 2 words surfaced in his mind, but it was too late. Although the iron beads were blunt weapons, they easily pierced Tai Xuanxian's entire body through the hidden weapons technique of the Rain of Maple Leaves. Countless bloody holes appeared. Tai Xuanxian's eyes widened with shock and indignation. He was very indignant. He hadn't even made a move yet. How could it be so sudden? No matter what, even making one move was good. You schemed against me, you weren't planning on escaping. Tai Xuanxian said. After thinking about it, he came to a conclusion. He couldn't say the rest of his words because in the moment the ghost head saber whistled over and beheaded him. Are all villains so talkative? Subai looked at Tai Xuanxian's corpse and thought to himself, speaking of which, when did I plan to run away? Decisive Yun Xiang from the beginning to the end, he really had no intention of escaping. The reason why he left was because of the news he had just heard. Tai Xuanxian really seemed to be a member of the Heaven Surveillance Bureau, but because he had pocketed a lot of money, Yun Xiang got wind of his dirty deeds. At that time Yun Xiang had told him about Tai Xuanxian's weakness in front of him. It was obvious that she wanted Tai Xuanxian to kill the person who heard this news, therefore it was already certain that Tai Xuanxian wanted to kill him. He could not escape, but he could run a distance first to prevent Yun Xiang from joining the attack. Yun Xiang did not attack immediately, she chose to let Tai Xuanxian attack. She probably wanted Tai Xuanxian to stall for time. Reality proved that only Tai Xuanxian came out and Subai successfully killed him alone. The Rain of Maple Leaves was indeed a top-notch skill, the optimal range for a grade 9 martial artist to showcase their ability was only within 10 steps, but the Rain of Maple Leaves expanded the range. Subai squatted down and began to search Tai Xuanxian's corpse. Soon he found a yellowed book. He opened the book. It was written in scrawly and difficult to make out words, but that wasn't important. What was important was that there was a golden progress bar on the book. What a great harvest! Subai stood up from the ground with a happy smile on his face. He was still worried about where to find something that could trigger the progress bar after this matter was over. He did not expect to obtain a book so easily. However, now was not the time to max out the progress bar. There was still one big problem that had not been resolved. It's time to settle the score. Subai kept the book in his chest pocket, picked up the iron beads on the ground and rushed towards Yun Xiang. In the open lot, 3 men in black stood respectfully with their hands hanging down. Yun Xiang was squatting on the ground, her head lowered as she seriously stitched up the corpse. Every stitch and thread was stitched up very carefully as if she was stitching a rare treasure. She took different organs, limbs, torsos and even the head from the 3 corpses to stitch up this corpse. The grievances of people who are repeatedly tortured to death are extremely strong. After disassembling their organs after death and reassembling them as a whole, their grievances will multiply. Yun Xiang muttered to herself as if she was talking to someone. Subai's figure appeared on the street. He held the ghost head saber and his entire body was filled with killing intent. It's useless for you to explain so much to me, Subai said slowly. Yun Xiang's back was facing him and her hands did not stop moving. Once I start, I can't stop. I thought that trash Tai Xuanxian could buy me some time, but it seems like I miscalculated. The last stitch was completed. The stitched corpse looked very strange, like an incomplete test subject. There are still conflicts. This experiment has failed. Yun Xiang stood up and said indifferently. When she said this, it was as if she was talking about a trivial matter, not a matter of life and death. I've been experimenting for many days without success. It's time to give up now. Fortunately, Tai Xuanxian didn't kill you and gave me a new test subject. Yun Xiang turned around. Her gaze was no longer charming but cold. Me? Subai pointed at himself. Yun Xiang nodded without hiding anything. Perhaps by torturing a martial world person their power will multiply after they die. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll accumulate martial world people to assemble into corpses first, then I will slowly torture you. Behind her the 3 black-robed men moved. They held sharp blades in their hands and pounced at Subai. 3 grade 9 martial artists? Subai was slightly surprised. Before he could think carefully, the 3 of them had already closed in. Subai raised his hand and slashed at one of them with his ghost head saber. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as the ghost head saber clashed with the other party's long blade. The other 2 black-robed men surrounded him from the side. The weapons in their hands flickered with a cold light. Subai took 2 steps back and pulled away. At this moment a strong wind suddenly blew. A thumb-sized flying knife was gradually approaching. Rain of Maple Leaves? Subai was stunned. then he tilted his body slightly and easily dodged it. No one knew the rain of maple leaves better than him. His maple leaves were already maxed out in rank. The max level rain of maple leaves was already like muscle memory to him. Yun Xiang retracted her attack slightly surprised. Am I ass? At this moment Subai also knew that he couldn't hide anymore. 3 grade 9 martial artists in Yun Xiang. If he wasn't careful he could easily fall here. He reached into the cloth bag at his waist and took out a large handful of iron beads. Phew, the technique of the rain of maple leaves had long returned to its natural state, reaching the realm of free will. The sky was filled with dense iron beads that pierced through the 3 black-robed men in front of him. The rain of maple leaves. Yun Xiang could no longer maintain her usual calmness and could not help but exclaim. She was very familiar with this technique and it was even more brilliant than hers. You're not a member of the Yun family, how could you use the rain of maple leaves? Could it be that you're the same as me, someone who was expelled from the Yun family? Yun Xiang asked. Yun family? What's that? Subai asked. As he spoke his hands did not stop moving. He grabbed another handful of iron beads and threw them at Yun Xiang. The wind blew and iron beads fell like rain, impenetrable. Yun Xiang felt a deep sense of danger. She hurriedly retreated and swiped at her waist with her right hand. More than a dozen throwing knives flew through the air and shot down some of the iron beads while she dodged the rest. You've cultivated it to the peak? Yun Xiang's face was filled with disbelief. Is it difficult? Subai reached into the cloth bag again, but before he could make a move Yun Xiang suddenly did something that surprised him. Yun Xiang's knees went weak and she knelt on the ground. She placed her hands on the ground and lowered her head. I admit defeat, I'm willing to submit to you. The surroundings were quiet. Other than the corpses on the ground, only Subai and Yun Xiang were left. From Subai's point of view, Yun Xiang, who was prostrating on the ground, had an exquisite curve. This posture carried a shocking curve. Whatever you want. Yun Xiang raised her head and added. This decisive attitude of admitting defeat made Subai unable to react. This is the complete opposite of your previous toughness, Subai said. You've already cultivated the rain of maple leaves to its peak. I can't beat you. I'm willing to admit defeat. Yun Xiang lowered her head again. But if you admit defeat like this, there's no price to pay for your life. Just letting me do whatever I want will make you sick, Subai said with interest. He could tell that Yun Xiang had already lost her fighting spirit. However, to be able to hide in this remote county for so long, she must be a smart person. Any smart person would know that begging for mercy at this time was undoubtedly a dead end. However, Yun Xiang decisively begged for mercy, so she definitely had a bargaining chip that could allow her to survive. As expected, Yun Xiang reached into her ample chest and pulled out something. Nameless Sutra. It was a book, a very thin book. This is what Tai Xuanxian kept for himself. Yun Xiang held it with both hands as if she was waiting for Subai to come and take it. Subai's eyelids twitched. It was because there was actually a golden progress bar in this book. He had gained a lot tonight. He felt that tonight's efforts had not been in vain. First he got a book from Tai Xuanxian and then he got another book from Yun Xiang. What a huge profit. 10 years ago a nameless swordsman walked the human world. Countless souls died under his saber. 5 years ago the nameless swordsman wrote a saber scripture. It was divided into 24 parts and scattered everywhere. 5 years ago the nameless swordsman disappeared. Someone obtained a part of the incomplete scrolls and comprehended them. Someone once said that if one gathered all 24 scrolls they could reach grade 1. This is one of them. Tai Xuanxian was originally supposed to give it to the Heaven Surveillance Bureau, but after I found out, I used a huge amount of wealth as bait and set a trap to lure him into a trap. You're a martial artist. If you obtain this book you will improve greatly. However, I placed a special trick in the book. If you rashly open it, it will be destroyed. Yun Xiang spoke tirelessly, revealing her bargaining chip. Subai stroked his chin. It sounded awesome. The nameless swordsman had lost countless souls under his saber. If he gathered all 24 scrolls he could directly reach grade 1. How powerful. Is this mechanism very rigorous? Subai asked. Yun Xiang nodded vigorously and said, if you don't have the Yun family's special cultivation technique you won't be able to open it. Moreover, you can't take this saber technique to the Yun family to open it. The Yun family members are all martial artists. It's difficult to guarantee that they won't be greedy. Alright, I understand. Subai nodded. When he said this, Yun Xiang clearly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she managed to survive. Yun Xiang understood very well that this was a gamble. She had bet that Subai needed this book and now she had made the right bet. If Subai didn't need the book she would admit defeat. Fortunately no martial artist could refuse this item. Subai was the same. Let's compromise first and find the experts in the cult as soon as possible, then we can turn the situation around. Yun Xiang thought and subconsciously revealed a happy smile. She had never been at such a disadvantage before. This was the first time. Moreover, she was threatened by the other party with her own methods. She knew better than anyone else how powerful the rain of maple leaves was. therefore she also understood that it was useless to resist. The other party was too strong. She only had one life and her life was the most important. Just you wait. Yun Xiang sneered in her heart, however her smile did not last long because she heard the sound of wind. She looked up at the sky full of iron beads. A thought flashed through Yun Xiang's mind. Why, doesn't he want the saber technique? Time was tight and she only had this one thought because in the next second she was pierced by the iron bead. This is really good stuff. Subai walked over and looked at the dead Yun Xiang. He bent down and picked up the nameless book. Yun Xiang lay on the ground with her eyes wide open. Her eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Regardless of whether or not I can obtain what is inside, you must die. Subai sheathed the ghost head saber at his waist and said indifferently as he looked at Yun Xiang's corpse. Even if he did not obtain a progress bar today, it was impossible for him to reach an agreement with Yun Xiang, let alone let her live. Letting the enemy escape was the behavior of a villain. Was he the villain? He wasn't, not to mention his secret manual. Even if she had offered him a top treasure of the world, Yun Xiang had to die today. In his opinion, only the dead were the safest. At this moment the dark empty space was filled with corpses. Subai began to search them one by one. Unexpectedly these guys were so poor that other than money he didn't find what he wanted. Of course it was better than nothing. Subai put the money in his pocket and looked at the messy scene around him. He took out his ghost head saber and began to destroy it. It didn't take long for the scene to be destroyed. Subai thought for a moment, then used his left hand to carve the words Jisheng cult on the ground. Only then did he leave under the cover of night. Under the night sky Subai walked very quickly. It didn't take long for him to return home. He closed the door and lit the oil lamp on the table. Subai lay on the bed with his back against the wall and took out the 2 manuals he had obtained today. He first looked at the 2 manuals one by one without opening them. The progress of Tai Xuanxian's manual is faster and the progress of the Nameless Saber manual is slower. Through comparison, Su discovered the speed of the progress bar. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to read Tai Xuanxian's manual first. Although the quicker progress bar meant that the quality was not as good as the other manual, it was more important to obtain skills faster. Subai's top priority was to collect more skills. This speed is similar to the rain of maple leaves. Subai roughly estimated and came to a conclusion. Tai Xuanxian's manual should also grant him a rank 2 skill. The other manual, the Nameless Saber manual with a mechanism, was stronger than rank 2. He did not know if it was rank 3, however. Let's get started. Now that he had a direction, Subai didn't want to sleep anymore. He held Tai Xuanxian's manual and started reading. There were no mechanisms in this manual, so Subai opened it out of boredom. It was still that scrawly and difficult to understand words. On it were all kinds of mysteries, most of which were related to divination. My head hurts. Subai sighed and braced himself to keep staring. The oil lamp flickered and time slowly passed. The next day, Subai rubbed his dry eyes and smiled when he saw that the progress bar had increased. This was much better than secretly looking at a progress bar. The speed of the increment was more rapid and that feeling was extremely comfortable. He could increase the progress bar openly and the comfort level was incomparable. Eat something. Subai stretched. He felt that one had to balance work and rest when doing things. It was easy to make mistakes when doing things in a tired state. After washing up, he went out. He did not go to the inn today. In his opinion, the people from the government office had probably discovered the corpse, so the inn naturally could not be opened. As expected, on the way there he heard people chatting from time to time. The conversation was of course about what had happened last night. The people from the government office had found the corpses and had already brought them to the mass grave. However, there was no news about the outcome of this matter. At that time, Subai had used an extremely violent method to destroy the scene. The place was already in a mess and it was extremely difficult to find clues. In addition, he had left information about the Jisheng cult at the scene. With his understanding of the Shang County's administrative office, they would assume that the people who died were all from the Jisheng cult. They would then focus their attention there. Yun Xiang arrived 3 months ago. Subai had always lived in Shang County and was born and raised here. It was unlikely that they would investigate him. Let's eat first. After walking 2 streets, Subai finally found a place to eat. This was a very simple roadside stall selling steamed buns. Although the stall was small, the fragrance was tempting. Subai still had to hurry up. After eating, he planned to go back to work on his progress bar. He did not plan to continue searching and found a seat in the stall to sit down. A 6 or 7-year-old girl walked over. Her beautiful big eyes looked innocent and timid. The scholar in white, the little girl, was dressed in ordinary clothes. The clothes on her body were rather oversized and the sleeves were very long. She had rolled them up a few times, but they still reached her wrist. Children of ordinary families had to buy bigger clothes. Children grew up very quickly. If they bought bigger clothes, they did not have to spend more money to change them. In the Great Chu country, it was very common for such a young child to help his parents. Although the Great Chu country advocated studying, not many ordinary families sent their children to study. at most they would study in a private school, even that was already considered cultured. When Great Chu started advocating studying, many commoners had excitedly spent a large amount of money to send their children to study. In the end they realized that this line of work was very competitive. After spending money and failing to make it, they ended up still doing what they had to do. Few people continued to keep at it. As time passed, other than a small number of commoners, most of them gave up. This was also related to the strength of the Great Chu country. The Great Chu had just been pacified and the emperor was quite ambitious. He wanted to develop in various places, but in the end some flaws appeared. Of course there were still many scholars, but not so in a remote county like Shang County. For example, Nanhua Dao, the Holy Land of Scholars, had the most scholars and was also a popular place for Confucianism. When Subai saw the little girl walking over, he couldn't help but pat her head. Cuteness could be eaten by both men and women, old and young. Especially when he saw the little girl's cute big eyes, Subai's masculine heart instantly exploded. "Big brother, what do you want to eat?" This was the first time the little girl had encountered such a situation. She timidly took a step back and stammered. This big brother was very good looking, but he had a very fierce aura. She had never faced such a big scene before. It was already not bad for her to be able to say a complete sentence. 2 buns and a bowl of plain porridge. Subai smiled. "Big brother, wait a moment." The little girl nodded vigorously and skipped away. Subai smiled again as he watched the little girl leave. What could be more delightful than a bouncing little girl? Early in the morning Subai's mood improved. Not long after the little girl brought the buns and porridge to the table, Subai patted the little girl's head again before digging in. He finished the meal quickly. He still had to rush back to comprehend the progress bar. By the time he had finished eating and paid the bill, there were already many people at the stall. Subai rubbed his stomach. His appetite had been satiated. It was time to work hard. However, after taking 2 steps he stopped and looked in a certain direction. A woman in white walked out from the end of the street and came to the stall. 2 buns takeaway. The woman's face was covered by a white veil, so her face could not be seen clearly, but the voice was pleasant. Subai only took a glance and was about to turn around and leave. He was deliberating in his mind. The woman's white clothes were not cheap. Those who could wear silk were considered well off, especially since the woman had an emerald jade pendant hanging from her waist. It looked very expensive. "Sister Lu, you're back." The little girl jumped over excitedly. The woman surnamed Lu patted the little girl's head and smiled. "It's the holidays. Of course I have to come back and take a look. Xiaoyu, you've grown up a lot." Xiaoyu pouted. Sister Lu went to Nanhua Dao for 2 years. Of course Xiaoyu grew taller. Kids grow fast. As she spoke, Xiaoyu held Lu Su's hand, the happiness on her face never fading. Hearing their conversation, Subai left silently. Along the way he did not stop anywhere else and went straight home. Nanhua Dao scholars, Confucianism? His predecessor still had memories of scholars. The scholars in this world were not weak. On the contrary, scholars focused on gods. By cultivating a mouthful of great chi they could exorcise and slay evil. The so-called great chi was not a martial artist's genuine chi but was activated by the gods. It was more like an aura than a substantial genuine chi. There are people from the Nanhua Dao in such a small county. Subai stroked his chin. Although the Dao was the last in the Jingzhou prefecture of the Great Chu country, the Nanhua Dao was more famous than some prefectures. After all, it was the birthplace of scholars and the Holy Land of today. It could be said that in Nanhua Dao you could randomly throw a brick and it would hit a scholar. From this it could be seen how many scholars there were. Forget it for now. Subai thought for a moment and took out the manual he had obtained from Tai Xuanxian. Accumulating progress bars is more important. The matter of scholars had nothing to do with him. Thinking too much would only add to his worries. He might as well continue working hard. Lying on the bed, Subai silently flipped through the manual. The next day, Subai returned to the routine of his old life. Every day he ate, accumulated the progress bar and slept. After waking up the next day he ate and worked on the progress bar before sleeping. Originally he wanted to spend a few days without sleep to complete the progress bar. However, the appearance of the woman in white made him wary. No matter what, he had to ensure that he was in a good state. He had to ensure that he did not lose out on anything. To him, not sleeping for a few days was at most a little exhausting, but even a trace of exhaustion could easily become fatal. The slightest negligence may lead to a great disaster. Subai didn't want anything to happen to him because of exhaustion. He was still working as hard as usual. Other than eating during the day, he worked on the progress bar. What was worth mentioning was that he went to the steamed buns stall to eat every day and became familiar with the little girl called Xiaoyu. The first time he touched Xiaoyu's head, Xiaoyu was a little scared, but as time passed Xiaoyu did not resist at all. The little girl was still young. She was around 6 or 7 years old, which was the age of innocence. Compared to some people who claimed to be inexperienced in the world, Xiaoyu was the one who was truly inexperienced. To Xiaoyu, a good-looking big brother was definitely not a bad person. Moreover, when the big brother touched her head, it was so warm. Of course Subai didn't know about this, otherwise he Would have taught Xiaoyu a lesson. Today Subai came to the stall to eat as usual. Big brother, your buns and porridge. Xiaoyu placed the buns on the table, her face full of joy. Ever since they became familiar with each other, Xiaoyu was no longer as shy as before. Moreover, she understood Subai's routine. Every time before Subai could say anything, she would bring 2 buns and a bowl of porridge. She was just a girl from a poor family, but the big brother was so close to her. Xiaoyu could not help but feel happy. After placing the items on the table, Xiaoyu did not leave. She raised her head, stood on her tiptoes and closed her eyes. She looked like a child waiting for an adult to praise him. Subai reached out and patted Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu is so well behaved. After receiving her daily praise, Xiaoyu skipped away. Subai began to eat. As he ate, he did not forget to look around. The woman in white surnamed Lu was not around. He had not seen her since the last time they met. Of course, Subai was only curious. Whether she was there or not had nothing to do with him. After finishing his meal and paying the bill, Subai left the bun stall. Today he could finish perusing Tai Xuanxian's manual. Mutation of the golden finger. After such a long time, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Subai felt that he was like an old farmer waiting for his harvest. He worked hard every day until his harvest. The blissful feeling was indescribable. After returning home, Subai closed the door and excitedly took out Tai Xuanxian's manual. Above, the golden progress bar was only a sliver away from being completed. Under Subai's unblinking gaze, the progress bar was finally full. Blue words appeared in front of him and information entered his mind. You studied the wild trigram scripture and obtained the 4-sun body technique. You studied the wild trigram scripture and obtained the 4-sun mental cultivation technique. You studied the wild trigram scripture and obtained the 4-sun array formation. Information entered Subai's mind one after another. Subai was dumbfounded. This was too much information. He could not accept it. The blue text disappeared and a new blue panel appeared. Name: Subai. Realm: Grade 9 Martial Artist, Grade 9 Divination Master. Bone Breaking Saber Technique, Rank 1 Maximum Level. Breaking Slaughter Mental Cultivation Technique, Rank 1.5 Maximum Level. Kidney Massage Technique, Rank 1 Maximum Level. Rain of Maple Leaves, Rank 2 Maximum Level. 4-sun Body Technique, Rank 1 Maximum Level. 4-sun Mental Cultivation Technique, Rank 1 Maximum Level. 4-sun Array Formation, Rank 1 Maximum Level. Comprehension, Maximum Level. I have the spirit now? Subai's heart trembled slightly when he felt the faint thing in his mind. This situation was really unexpected. He looked at the Grade 9 Divination Master following behind the Grade 9 Martial Artist and was already convinced that he was no longer purely a martial artist. I'm not pure anymore. JPG in this world, other than martial artists who cultivated genuine Qi, Confucianism, Taoism and gods, most people in the martial world cultivated their spirit. Now Subai finally understood the new function of the cheat, breaking class restriction. There were also people in the martial world who had tried doing it. There was not even any danger, but there would be a price. The price was very simple. It was to be the jack of all trades but a master of none. After all, a person's spirit was limited. Who could specialize in other things besides their own cultivation? But Subai was different. The difference was that he had a progress bar. I can cultivate more. Subai quickly came to a conclusion. As long as he comprehended enough, he might be able to master everything. This discovery today was a surprise for him. Subai took a while to calm down. After the excitement came calmness, as if he had entered sage time. No wonder it took me so long to comprehend it. So there are 3 skills. Subai repeatedly digested the information in his mind as he took a step to the side. His movements were extremely slow, but this step was abnormally profound. Using the divination of the 4-sun, this step was much more brilliant than Tai Xuanxian's steps. The 4-sun mental cultivation technique was a cultivation method. Just like the breaking slaughter mental cultivation technique, it had already reached the maximum level. As for the 4-sun array formation, Subai stomped his feet slightly and a white 8 trigrams appeared at his feet. According to the 8 trigrams, Jin and Sun were wood and it gave life to fire. The 4-sun could start a fire. With a thought from Subai, a huge fire appeared in the corner nearby. The fire was raging and the temperature was overwhelming. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and put away the 4-sun array formation in time. Fortunately, I acted decisively at that time. If I let Tai Xuanxian create this array formation, he would be quite difficult to fight. Subai thought. He pondered for a moment and temporarily put away his thoughts of continuing the experiment. He took out the manual he had obtained from Yun Xiang. However, before he could start, blue words appeared in front of him again. A large number of fusion options have been detected. Fusion in progress. Grade 9 Martial Artist plus Grade 9 Divination Master equals Grade 9 Wanderer. Fusion successful. Wait. Subai's eyes widened. Damn it, his sudden appearance gave him a fright. What was a ninth-stage wanderer? He was not mentally prepared yet. The genuine chi in his body and the energy in his mind were constantly merging. After a while a golden energy connected his mind and body. Subai closed his eyes. After sensing for a while he opened his eyes. There was an almost imperceptible surprise in his eyes. Show off. Xiaojin, the fusion of genuine chi and spirit possessed the characteristics of both. It was too flashy. Does this mean that I've become a wanderer? Wanderer. I don't belong to the class of martial artist or a divination master, but at the same time I am a martial artist and a divination master. Isn't this omnipotence? I have to think of a name for this energy after fusion. Subai's brain worked very quickly. After understanding the situation he thought of naming it. It couldn't be called energy, right? It was too tasteless. Subai thought about it for a long time. In the end, the naming energy that he thought was very tasteless obtained a more tasteless name. Genuine inner force. Godly spirit was spirit, chi was genuine chi. As for Confucianism and Taoism, they were called godly essence. Although he had not obtained any godly essence, it did not stop him from giving a name first. With the nature of the golden finger, it was only a matter of time before it fused. That's not right, didn't it? Say that there was a large amount of fusion? Subai quickly thought of something that had yet to be fused, and doubts arose in his heart. This doubt was quickly dispelled. The blue text appeared again. Breaking slaughter mental cultivation technique plus force and mental cultivation technique equals 4 direction slaughter mental cultivation technique. Fusion successful. The genuine inner force in his body began to increase gradually. Subai clenched his fists tightly as if something in his body had broken. It was a breakthrough in cultivation. New words appeared in front of him and there was a change in his realm. Name, Subai. Realm, Grade 8 Wanderer. Bone-breaking saber technique, rank 1 maximum level. 4 directions slaughter mental cultivation technique, rank 2 maximum level. Kidney massage technique, rank 1 maximum level. Rain of maple leaves, rank 2 maximum level. For Sun body technique, rank 1 maximum level. For Sun array formation, rank 1 maximum level. Comprehension, maximum level. Rank 2 as mental cultivation technique has reached rank 2. He had successfully advanced from grade 9 to grade 8, the genuine inner force in his body doubled and became more controllable. There should be more fusion happening. After all, it's said to be a lot, Subai thought. Time slowly passed. After half an incense stick of time, Subai silently stood up. This cheat was still not strict enough. Look at how much the information was exaggerated. There were clearly only 2 fusions. Why did it say a large number of fusions? Little golden finger, you're not very good. Of course the golden finger that was nicknamed by Subai would not answer him. Okay. Next manual. Since no more fusions were happening, Subai changed his mind and started reading the next manual. He picked up Yun Xiang's manual but did not open it. He just stared at it. Subai did not forget that Yun Xiang had used a mechanism to prevent him from flipping through the book. Oh right, I almost forgot. Subai suddenly remembered something. He quickly got up and found a brazier. He threw the book he had already comprehended into the brazier and lit it with a match. When the dust settled, he was relieved and continued to work hard. While Subai was working hard at the Lu family's residence in Shang County, a woman in white was holding a file and reading it carefully, one of the 8 trigrams which represents wind. Paper crane. The Lu family was also a big family in Shang County. In the early years the Lu family was in the cloth business. The head of the Lu family was smart and his business grew bigger and bigger. Now he had already become one of the top rich businessmen in Shang County. Lu Su was a direct descendant of the Lu family. She was the second daughter of the Lu family's head Lu Yuanfeng. She had an older brother. Initially the Lu family had thought that being wealthy was already the peak of achievement. However, there was a Lu Su in the Lu family. The night Lu Su turned 17, the moon was full. Lu Su stood in the courtyard staring at the full moon in the sky. That night all the brushes, ink, paper and inkstones of the Lu family flew up and surrounded Lu Su, submitting to her. It was also that night that Lu Su comprehended the great chi from the full moon and became a scholar. From then on Lu Su underwent a tremendous change. Every day she would not leave the house and would only read books all day. Her elegant and otherworldly aura became stronger and stronger. 10 days later the Qingyun Academy, the largest academy in the Nanhua Dao, which was also the best in the entire Great Chu country, accepted Lu Su as a disciple of the academy. There were many academies in Nanhua Dao, but the Qingyun Academy was the only outstanding one. Everyone in the Lu family was elated when they heard the news. At that time the 17-year-old Lu Su went to the academy and only returned home after 2 years. After returning home Lu Su was still the same. As usual she was well educated and reasonable. However, she still stayed in her room all day and did not come out except to eat. The Lu family was already used to it. they only treated it as Lu Su's normal behavior. At this moment Lu Su put down the scroll in her hand. The number of murders in Shang County has increased recently. Is it the Jixing cult? There are also sharp saber marks at the scene. Lu Su held the scroll in one hand and gently tapped the other. As she tapped her fingers, the white veil on her sleeve fluttered gently, revealing her fair wrist from time to time. She was still wearing a white veil on her face. One could vaguely see her face but not so clearly. It was hazy and had a mysterious beauty. The county magistrate of Shang County is really boring. As soon as he heard that it was related to the people of the martial world, he started to smooth things over. He's really annoying. Also, how could a magistrate die? Lu Su began to walk back and forth, her curved willowy eyebrows furrowed together. Others might not know her identity. They would at most treat her as a scholar. In the Nanhua Dao of the Great Chu there were many women who studied. However, many people did not know that Lu Su had another identity, paper puppeteer. Ever since she entered the academy 2 years ago and studied hard, her strength had rapidly approached grade 8. However, when she reached the peak of grade 9 she suddenly stopped. What the Qingyun Academy taught was to follow the rules and advance step by step. Every time a scholar leveled up, his comprehension of books would deepen. However, Lu Su still did not make any progress after reading all the grade 9 books in the entire academy. From then on she became reticent and even began to doubt herself. She wanted to try reading grade 8 books, but her realm was not high enough. It looked like a heavenly book to her. When she first entered the academy, the teacher who taught her once said that she was born to study. However, stopping at grade 9 irritated her. She read books every day but she did not make any progress. This made her feel dejected. Lu Su's teacher knew her feelings very well. One day the teacher suddenly looked for Lu Su and brought an old man with her. The old man was old and his eyes were extremely cloudy. When he saw Lu Su he gave her a book and said this: "I've paid back everything I owe the academy." The book that was given to her had a yellow hue. On it were the words. Her teacher told her that the reason why she stopped advancing might have something to do with this. In Nanhua Dao all scholars did not study the books of the martial world. Most of them only read them and understood the general outline. After all, there were many books exclusive to scholars. Some people could not finish reading them in their entire lives, so how could they be in the mood to pay attention to other things? However, the books of scholars had no effect on Lu Su. At the very least they could not let her enter the grade 8. Her teacher wanted to try another method and thus found this book. After obtaining a new book, Lu Su was naturally elated. That night she didn't sleep at all and read that night Lu Su entered grade 8. She was still a scholar and did not have the spirit like those from the martial world, but her godly essence had already changed. The great chi was still the great chi, but when it was used it carried a different flavor. When ordinary scholars wrote an essay it was filled with a great chi that made people feel refreshed. She wrote an essay that was similarly righteous and vigorous, but it carried a sinister feeling. After thinking about it, Lu Su felt that it was because of after all, the paper stripping technique was very evil. She had reached the grade 8 from the paper stripping technique, so it was naturally different. Was it good or bad? Lu Su thought it was a good thing. It was certainly a good thing to be able to enter grade 8 and even understand a lot of other categories in the martial world. Hence, ever since she entered the grade 8 she no longer bothered about the academy's books. Of course she had to read the books of the academy, but she also had to dabble in other books. If it were anyone else doing this would be a waste of time. This was because they had the experience of their predecessors as a foundation. It would be tiring and unrewarding to cultivate more. However, Lu Su was different. She was not cultivating more. She just turned those books into things that she could use. Naturally, her change could not be hidden from the academy. However, the academy did not say anything about it. There were many evil people in the martial world. Not everyone was hated. It was reasonable not to harm the lives of the common people. Lu Su's change made the academy heave a sigh of relief. After all, she was born to be a scholar. The academy certainly treasured her. Not long ago the academy was on holiday. Lu Su wanted to go home and rest. Unexpectedly, not long after she returned, she heard about all kinds of things that had happened recently. At the end of the day, Lu Su was still a scholar. After hearing these things, she had the thought of resolving them. In her opinion, studying was a way to solve injustices in the world. It was easy to get the dossier. With the Lu family's reputation in Shang County and Lu Su's status, the county magistrate did not say no. After spending a day or two, Lu Su figured out what had happened: the Jixing cult. It's this group of people again. I didn't expect them to encounter a tough opponent. There are also messy saber marks. The person who dealt with the Jixing cult should be a martial artist. Lu Su put down the dossier in her hand and picked up an item from the table. It was a report written by a coroner. The report said that the victim had been killed by an unknown hidden weapon, which should be a blunt weapon the size of a peanut. It's the size of a peanut. Perhaps I know how to investigate. Lu Su smiled. She walked lightly to the cabinet in the corner of her room and opened it. There was a pile of white paper in the cabinet. The white paper was spotless. Lusu took out one of them and moved her fingers slightly. Not long after, a paper crane appeared in her palm. The paper crane looked vivid and its head was pure white. Lusu picked up the brush, dipped it in ink and drew with the eyes of the paper crane. Indiana. The next moment the paper crane came to life. Blacksmith shop. The paper crane flew up from Lusu's palm and flapped its wings, flying up and down around Lusu. Surrounded by the paper crane, Lusu, who was dressed in white, looked like an immortal from the heavens. Her otherworldly temperament was infinitely magnified, especially the white veil on her face, which made her look even more mysterious. The paper crane flew for a while before landing in Lusu's palm again. Lusu tapped the crane's head with her fair index finger and said with a smile, "Go little guy, look for clues." The essentials of paper stripping, paper crane searching technique. This was a secret technique from the essentials of paper tapping, but not entirely so. Paper crane searching techniques tracing was guided by spirit, while Lusu used her godly essence as a brush and the great Chi as a guide. This was the difference between Lusu and other scholars. She was a scholar, but after reading this she comprehended strange things. For example, paper crane searching technique. This was supposed to be the paper puppeteer's unique skill, but she could use it in a different way. In fact, Lusu couldn't use everything in them. What she could use was only those she had magically modified. Some things could not be magically modified, so she could not use them. For example, she could not replace the simplest paper effigy with godly essence. However, she was already much better than ordinary scholars. After the paper crane left, Lusu did not just sit there. She dug out another piece of paper from the cabinet and laid it flat on the table. She lifted the brush and held it on the paper. Her starry eyes were tightly shut. After about 2 breaths, the brush finally moved. Throughout the entire process, Lusu kept her eyes closed and allowed herself to write and draw on the paper. She did not write. What was outlined on the paper were thin lines. From a distance it looked more like a map. A moment later Lusu stopped. She put the brush aside and there were already many fine lines on the paper. Found it. Lusu did not think too much about it. She picked up the piece of paper and pushed open the door. Outside the house, a few maidservants were watering the flowers when the door was suddenly pushed open, scaring them. One of the maids looked puzzled. Shouldn't the second miss be staying in the room at this time? Why did she suddenly run out? The maidservant only thought about it and prepared to go forward. Lusu gestured for the maidservant to stop and said, "I want to go out for a walk." With that she took the white paper and strode away. As the white veil fluttered, Lusu had already left, leaving behind a few dumbfounded maidservants. According to what was written on the white paper, Lusu rushed all the way and finally stopped in front of a house. Looking at the old plaque, Lusu's frown deepened. Under the white veil she bit her red lips lightly. Why is it a blacksmith shop? The shabby plaque, the occasional heat waves and the clanking sounds of the hammers. This was undoubtedly a blacksmith shop. There was a pile of ashes on the ground left behind by the paper crane's burning. This proved that this was the paper crane's destination. Although Lusu had doubts in her heart, she still considered the guidance of the paper crane and walked in. As soon as she entered, a heat wave hit her. "Miss, what can I get you?" The lady boss, who was in her 40s, walked forward with a smile on her face. Lusu came back to her senses and looked at the smiling lady boss. A thought flashed through her mind. The victim had a saber wound and a round wound the size of a peanut. It had to be a concealed weapon. The paper crane brought her here. Then, could someone have forged hidden weapons here? At the thought of this, Lusu asked, "Have there been any strange people asking you to forge anything strange recently?" Her question was abrupt. She took out a piece of silver and handed it to the lady boss. The lady boss took it with a smile and put it away. She shook her head and said, "No, I usually only make farming tools here. No one has ever made anything other than farming tools." "Are you sure?" Lusu asked again. The lady boss thought about it carefully again and said, "Miss, we've always been forging farming tools. If someone suddenly wants to farm something else, they'll definitely leave a deep impression. We're absolutely sure about this." Lusu fell into deep thought. While Lusu was deep in thought, the lady boss placed one hand behind her back and clenched it into a fist. After a while, the lady boss saw that Lusu was still standing in the room. She could not help but ask, "Miss, do you want to place an order?" Lusu came back to her senses and said that there was no need. This was strange. The paper crane clearly brought her here. Why were there no clues? The lady boss was right. If someone placed an order for something other than farming tools, they would definitely leave a deep impression. Then why wasn't there anything notable? Lusu felt a headache coming on. She planned to leave first. After leaving the blacksmith shop, she went straight to the Lu residence. She saw that it was already late. She had to go back and sort out her thoughts. After Lusu left, a person walked out of the house. He was muscular and held a hammer in his hand. He was the blacksmith of the blacksmith shop and the husband of the lady boss, a scholar from Nanhua Dao. The blacksmith said in a dull voice, "Yes, she's a scholar from Nanhua Dao. It seems that the person who forged the beads here is not simple either. the recent murder might be related to him. The lady boss walked to the counter and poured a glass of water to drink. "What do you want to do?" the blacksmith asked. The room fell silent. The lady boss put down the cup. After a long while she spoke slowly. "The government is still looking for us. We haven't been able to do that kind of businesses recently. With the work that you currently have we won't earn much money. Since this person has secrets, why don't we make a profit? Don't fail miserably. If I'm not wrong, that person has killed more than 10 people, the blacksmith said in a low voice. The government has issued an arrest warrant. You can't look for newborn babies. Without money the human traffickers won't sell you anything. You need blood to make the evil device and I need flesh to making food." The lady boss walked to the corner of the wall and gently knocked on it. There was a secret compartment behind the wall. As the lady boss knocked on it, the wall opened. Inside there were piles of white bones, making one feel a chill. From the size of the bones they all seemed to be newborn babies. The lady boss pointed at the bones inside and turned around. "These things can't be bought without money. The government is watching them closely. Can they be conjured out of thin air?" The blacksmith fell silent. After a long time he finally said, "No matter what, be careful. Also don't extort that scholar. It's not a small matter to anger the Qingyun Academy. I naturally have my ways, just cooperate with me." The lady boss smiled. The secret compartment was closed and the room returned to normal. The next day, Subai woke up early and looked at the progress bar that had increased by a small portion. His face was filled with joy. Today was another happy day, especially when the progress bar increased. It would be great if he could get a progress bar while sitting, Subai thought. Let's eat and continue to work. After thinking for a while he shook off his unrealistic thoughts. After washing up, Subai pushed open the door and let the sunlight in. The sun was shining brightly and the weather was clear. He was about to leave when he stopped halfway. There was a letter at his feet. Emotion is a knife. Subai stopped in his tracks and looked around. People came and went on the streets. They were all busy with their own matters and no one noticed the situation here. After confirming that no one was around, he picked up the envelope on the ground and returned to the house. "Someone sent me a love letter so early in the morning?" Subai muttered as he opened the envelope. Inside the envelope was a clean sheet of white paper filled with dog-crawling words. As the saying went, words were just like the person. The moment Subai saw the words he felt uncomfortable all over. It was ugly, very ugly. It was as if it was pieced together. If not for the strokes on it one would not be able to recognize the content. Was this postmodern style popular these days? Even if the sender didn't want anyone to recognize his handwriting, it shouldn't be written so badly, right? It even affected his appetite. Early in the morning Subai's good mood was gone. Fortunately he had strong self-control. He endured the discomfort and read the letter from beginning to end. The first sentence gave him an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. "Sir, you don't want anyone to know about you, right?" "Wait." Subai jerked his head up. If not for the fact that he was in Great Shu, he would have thought that someone had transmigrated just like him. "Forget it, let's continue reading." "More than 10 lives. Your saber technique is indeed exquisite. In fact, someone is already watching you, but fortunately I covered for you." Had they managed to cover for him? Subai stroked his chin. It seemed that this person's goal was not simple. "Let's meet at the blacksmith shop at midnight tonight." This was the end of the letter. Subai placed the letter on the table and sighed. How strange, how could he be blackmailed? This was like a robber kidnapping a hostage. After asking for a ransom they had to kill the hostage. Only a fool would believe it. I shouldn't have left any clues other than using a saber. Subai thought for a moment and tapped the table lightly with his hand. Right, there's also a wound. At this moment Subai thought about it carefully and finally noticed something amiss. There was no perfect crime scene in this world. He finally thought of a crack. The wound from the hidden weapon. As expected, I'm still inexperienced. I'll burn it next time, Subai thought to himself. He had learned from his mistakes. He felt that the next time he had the chance he would burn it with fire. This blacksmith has become greedy. Subai read the letter again before burning it. At that time he had even given them money to keep it a secret, but now they were blackmailing him instead. The sunlight outside the window was very warm. Subai held the ghost head saber, his heart cold. After all, he had transmigrated from a peaceful era. Subai's heart softened for the ordinary people. After this I can't be soft-hearted anymore. His voice sounded in the dark room. His mentality was changing. At night, with the sound of the gong, Subai opened the door and walked into the dark street. He was still wearing his usual clothes and he still carried the ghost head saber at his waist. He walked along the streets looking at the deserted streets, bypassing the winding roads, and finally stopped in front of a shop. At this moment the lights in the shop had already been turned off. Subai raised his leg and kicked the door open. The shop was dark. As the door was kicked open, the oil lamp inside was lit. The lights were weak and the shadows were mottled. I knew you would come, sir. The lady boss and the blacksmith sat on the chairs and waited calmly. Subai walked into the house and sneered. Since you know that I can guess it, why did you take off your pants and fart? Why did you do that? I'm just asking for money. The lady boss smiled. Although she was smiling, there was mockery in her eyes. She had already invited him into the trap, but the person in front of her was still very calm. Was it an act? Perhaps it was, but no matter what, she had to ask for the money. There's no need to say anything unnecessary. We only need money. Also, don't even think about making a move. We still have people around. As long as anything happens to us, he will report it to the officials immediately. The lady boss spread her arms and said, after blackmailing the other party and revealing her backup plan, the lady boss believed that the other party would not be indifferent. After all, in this day and age, although Sheng County was trying to smooth things over, they still had to eat the meat that was delivered to their mouths. Subai threw down a silver ingot. The silver fell to the ground and spun a few times. The room fell silent. The veins on the lady boss' forehead bulged. 1 ingot of silver. Are you trying to get rid of beggars? When you were forging the iron beads, you were very generous. You didn't even blink. Who would bring a large amount of money with them? Subai held the handle of the ghost head saber and asked, do you know how to do it? What do you mean? The blacksmith asked in a muffled voice. I have 100 silver ingots, but I buried them in a very secret place. If you don't give me time, how can I get them? Subai raised a finger. The lady boss and the blacksmith looked at each other. All right, we'll give you another day. Soon the lady boss spoke. At this point, she didn't think Subai could play any tricks. Firstly, when Subai came in, she had clearly stated that there was another person who was cooperating with them. If Subai made a move, this matter would be exposed. Just this step alone was enough to stop Subai from killing her. Secondly, the two of them were not to be trifled with. If not for the fact that they were wanted by the government office, they would have even wanted to kill him and rob him. Of course, they wouldn't do that now because Subai was still hiding the silver. That's good. I'll bring the silver over after a day. Subai nodded and turned to leave. Throughout the entire process, he did not say a single harsh word. He did not even retort. Things were smooth and unexpected. By the way, are you two from the martial world? Subai suddenly turned around and asked. The sudden question stunned the lady boss and she nodded subconsciously. That's good. Martial world people have to be more righteous. I'll use money to get rid of this disaster. Subai said his last sentence and turned to leave. As the night grew darker, Subai's figure disappeared into the night. After Subai left, the blacksmith shop fell silent again. The lady boss didn't say anything, as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, the blacksmith spoke first. I feel very uneasy. Before he left, the last look made my hair stand on end. At the thought of that calm gaze, the blacksmith felt his hair stand on end, but he didn't show any resentment or even anger. The lady boss frowned. I remember a saying, emotion is a knife. Hurt people and hurt yourself. Only those who can hide their emotions are the ones who can make it. The blacksmith stood up and waved his hand vigorously. No matter what, after we get the money, we have to kill him. As long as we do it cleanly, we won't attract the people from the government office. Before that, follow him closely, the lady boss added. The two of them reached an agreement and nodded in unison. Even if he's a grade 8 martial artist, you can still restrain him, especially with his hidden weapons. The lady boss leaned over the blacksmith and smiled brightly. At this time, Subai had already returned home. This place is suitable for burying people. Along the way, he did not say a word. It was not until he returned home that he opened the wooden box in the cabinet. The wooden box was filled with iron beads. There were so many that it made one's scalp tingle. These two martial world people have forgotten what the most taboo thing in the martial world is. Subai grabbed a handful of iron beads and thought to himself. The iron beads flowed out from between his fingers and landed on the wooden box, making a clanging sound. It sounded terrifying at night. If the roots were not removed, they would grow again when the spring wind blew. Blackmailing? Extortion? In Subai's opinion, satisfying the other party even once would turn them into a bottomless pit. Greed was endless. The advantages obtained by reaching out one's hand were equivalent to endless greed. If he wanted to truly eradicate the problem, not only did he have to treat the symptoms, but he also had to treat the root cause. Thinking of this, the corners of his lips gradually curled up. It seemed like he had found a suitable solution. The blacksmith and the lady boss seemed to have overlooked a crack that could make them fall into the underworld. The next day, early in the morning, Subai went to the stall for breakfast as usual and patted Xiaoyu's head. After finishing his meal, he began to wander around again. The entire process was no different from usual. There was no psychological burden at all. The lady boss was quietly following behind Subai. She watched as Subai was idling and couldn't figure out what he was thinking. It wasn't until noon that Subai left a street stall. When he left, he was holding a hemp rope he had just bought from a street stall. Why did he buy a hemp rope? The lady boss was even more puzzled. She could not understand Subai's train of thought at all. It was fine if he did not have any psychological burden, but the key was that he bought a useless hemp rope. She was getting more and more confused. Could it be that they had driven him to hang himself? The lady boss shook her head forcefully to shake off the unrealistic thoughts and continued to follow him. On the other hand, after Subai bought the hemp rope, he did not continue to stay on the street. He found another place to have lunch before returning home with the hemp rope. The lady boss did not go in either. She stayed at the corner of the street not far away. As the afternoon approached, Subai went out as usual. After dinner he stayed at home again. The sun gradually set and night fell. On the street the endless stream of people and noise gradually subsided. The bustling street became deserted. Only the lady boss was guarding the corner. The night watchmen began their routine work. He's been at home all this time? The blacksmith also came out carrying a large metal box that was half the height of a man. The iron box looked extremely heavy, but the blacksmith carried it effortlessly as if he was carrying a cardboard box. There's nothing unusual about him today. In fact, he's very normal, the lady boss said without turning her head as she stared at Subai's door. The more normal it looked, the more abnormal it was. The two of them were also from the martial world, so they naturally knew this. It's best to be careful. If it weren't for the fact that there's no other way, I wouldn't approve of taking this path, the blacksmith said. These words angered the lady boss. Do you think I want to? I've gone through so much trouble to hide here. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have money or a goods route, would I have taken the risk? This person looks like he's experienced. I also don't want to socialize too much with him. Hearing this, the blacksmith smiled bitterly and did not say anything else. The lady boss's chest heaved up and down as she gradually calmed down. At this moment the tightly shut door opened. The two of them stopped talking and stared at the direction of the door. In the dark night, Subai walked out with a wooden box on his back. The wooden box was tied with hemp rope that was made into two straps. It looked comical on his back. That box seems to be a gift from me. It's used to store the iron beads. Strange, why is he carrying the wooden box? The lady boss asked suspiciously. Maybe he's using it to store the silver. Didn't he say that he has hundreds of silver ingots? It's not easy to store them without a chest. The blacksmith thought for a moment and said, I hope so, the lady boss said. Other than this she could not think of any other reason. While the two of them were talking, Subai had already left the house and was walking toward the north of Shang County. Keep up. The two of them did not hesitate and quietly followed behind. Subai carried the wooden box and quickly left Shang County, heading towards the outskirts. The wooden box was very heavy, but to Subai it was as light as a feather. The Grade 8 Wanderer realm and the golden airflow in his body made him feel like he was walking on flat ground. Very few people left Shang County at night. After all, no one knew what dangers there were in the wilderness. Ordinary people were busy with their livelihoods every day, so they would have things better to do than to wander around in the wilderness. Subai was the only one walking in the outskirts of Yishun County. The sky was filled with dark clouds. The moon was hidden in the dark clouds with only a little silver light shining down. The silver radiance landed on Subai's body. Under the silver radiance the wooden box shone with a matte glow. Subai walked further and further away. At this time he was already more than 10 miles away from Shun County. Behind them the blacksmith and the lady boss followed. The further they went, the more puzzled they became. Did he really hide it so far away? If there was an accident he would not be able to rush over in time. Wouldn't the silver benefit others? The two of them could not understand, but since they had already come this far they could only brace themselves and follow behind. After walking for a few more miles, Subai slowed down and stopped. This was a slightly empty lot. The soil under his feet was soft and comfortable to step on. Subai turned around and looked at the forest behind him. He smiled and said, Guys, stop hiding. The environment here is very good. The forest was silent. If you don't come out, don't even think about asking for money, Subai added. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound came from the forest. The blacksmith and the lady boss walked out. Kid, what are you doing? Why are you carrying the wooden box? The lady boss approached and asked. I'm helping you find money. It's reasonable for me to use the wooden box to store money, right? Subai untied the hemp rope on his shoulder and placed the wooden box on the ground. He raised his foot and rested it on the wooden chest. At the same time he rested his elbow on his knee and bent slightly. He stared at the blacksmith and the landlady with a very mischievous gaze. For some reason the blacksmith and the lady boss shivered when Subai's eyes swept over them. Originally I thought that I would have to walk a little further to reach my destination. I didn't expect this place to be so good, Subai said slowly as he supported his chin with his hand. What do you mean, is the silver hidden here? The blacksmith said gloomily. Subai pointed at the sky and then at the ground. He shook his head and sighed. It's so tacky to talk about money. I invited the two of you here to see if the scenery here is good. The scene fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. What exactly do you mean? Why are you dawdling? The lady boss felt that the atmosphere was different and said angrily. Subai stomped his feet on the soft ground. A sentence came out of his mouth. The soil here is good. It's suitable for burying people. What a good head. As soon as he finished speaking, Subai touched his waist. Rain of maple leaves. The power of the iron beads, which was cast with a special technique, doubled. It flew towards the blacksmith and the lady boss with a whistling sound. This happened too quickly for the lady boss to react. Ding ding ding. A series of metal clashing sounds rang out. Subai narrowed his eyes and looked at the iron lump in front of him. Just now, the moment he attacked, the blacksmith suddenly inserted his hands into the iron box beside him. In less than a breath's time, the iron box seemed to come alive and turned into an iron armor that enveloped the blacksmith's entire body. The blacksmith, who had turned into an Iron Man, did not hesitate and stood in front of the lady boss. The iron skin was very hard. When the iron beads landed on it, they would at most leave a hole. "You're really creative," Subai said with a smile. "Why aren't you afraid our man will expose you?" the blacksmith said grimly. The lady boss walked out from behind the blacksmith with a kitchen knife in her hand. Her face was gloomy. "Why should I be afraid? I'll kill all of you and bury all the iron beads. Then I'll take some farming tools from the blacksmith shop. Who will suspect me?" Subai said indifferently. He had already figured it out. These two people were blackmailing him because he had ordered iron beads in the blacksmith shop. That was very simple. If he buried the iron beads, everything would be fine. If they still had an accomplice who ran to the county office to report him, it would be nothing more than a suspicion. He had once bought something from a blacksmith shop. After killing these two, he would go to the blacksmith to get some farming tools. What could he do with the farming tools he bought? When the time came, he could just make up an excuse. Cut the crap, kill him. The lady boss gritted her teeth. "Looks like there's no other way. Your hidden weapons and sabers are useless against me. There are two of us. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death," the blacksmith said slowly. The metal armor reflected the moonlight and looked very hard. The two of them, two grade 8s. There was only one person on the other side, and that terrifying hidden weapon was countered by him. The blacksmith felt that victory was already in his grasp. "What did you just say?" Subai laughed. "I said surrender." The blacksmith didn't understand what Subai meant. No, the first sentence. Subai waved his hand. The blacksmith thought for a moment and said, "I said there are two of us." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and hurriedly turned to look at the lady boss, but it was too late. A bright flame rose and enveloped the lady boss. In the flames, the lady boss screamed and rolled on the ground. However, the fire was too big and the effect of her action was minimal. A moment later, the lady boss stopped moving and turned into a charred corpse. Array formation. Sun was wood and wood made fire. This was also Subai's first time experimenting with the power of this flame. There was nothing much to say. It was very powerful. Now there's only one left. Subai's tone was filled with mockery. Under his feet there was a faintly discernible 8 trigrams array formation rotating. "You also cultivated other techniques." The blacksmith turned around, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Cultivating more techniques was not a secret. It was just that no one was willing to waste time. With just a glance, the blacksmith could tell that Subai was not just a martial artist. The flames wrapped around the armor, but they only burned it red and did not injure what was inside. Even the blacksmith's eyes were wrapped in an unknown metal and were translucent. "I want you dead." The blacksmith, who had suffered the pain of losing his wife, roared and slapped his left hand on the iron armor on his chest. Clang! 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 A series of mechanical sounds rang out as countless iron spikes appeared on the blacksmith's body. The wind blew and a stream of air spurted out from under the blacksmith's feet. The distance between the two of them was instantly closed. Fast. Very fast. Subai's pupils contracted. At the critical moment, he used the force and body technique. He had already dodged to the side. Clang! The ghost head saber was unsheathed and struck the blacksmith, causing sparks to fly. "It's very hard." Subai raised his eyebrows. "You can't hurt me, but I can exhaust you to death." The blacksmith turned around and used the iron armor as a weapon to rush over again. Subai dodged again. What an iron bastard. I didn't expect his defense to be so high. As he dodged, he executed the force and body technique extremely exquisitely. The blacksmith didn't say anything anymore and just charged forward. "I was wondering why you were so confident. It turns out that you thought I was a martial artist, so you thought you could restrain me. What a pity." Subai moved away again and added, "What's a pity?" The blacksmith finally said something. "Unfortunately, I'm not a martial artist," Subai said. "So what? You still can't do anything to me." The blacksmith adjusted his posture and rushed over again. Subai continuously used the force and body technique to widen the distance between them. "At first you thought I couldn't do anything to you guys. That woman is dead. Now you think so too. You'll die too." Golden-colored 8 trigrams appeared under his feet. Subai raised his foot and took a step forward. Boom! A fiery red light appeared and flames enveloped the blacksmith. The iron armor was burned red and the blacksmith's voice came from inside. "Your flames can't hurt me at all." "Really? Try me." Under the night sky both parties fell into a stalemate. The blacksmith's attack was dodged by Subai, who kept roasting the blacksmith with flames. Time continued to pass. An hour later, the blacksmith stopped his movements, slowing. Hot. It was incomparably hot. He was inside the armor, and at this moment he had reached an unbearable state. The flames could not hurt him, but they could pass through the armor and send heat in. The sultry feeling was like being locked into a small house on a hot summer day. There was also a large charcoal fire in the small house. Is it hot? Subai was standing not far away holding the ghost head saber with a smile on his face. Why don't you take it off? Dream on. The blacksmith roared and charged again. Subai turned around and dodged, adding more fire. It seems that it's not you who will exhaust me to death, but I who will exhaust you to death. His words were like igniting a barrel of dynamite. Coupled with the searing heat inside the armor, the blacksmith became even angrier. He charged horizontally and crashed straight. But the results were minimal. After another half an incense stick of time, the blacksmith finally stopped. At this moment, inside the iron armor, the blacksmith's lips cracked. His consciousness began to blur. The scorching sensation was like roasting him over a fire. He only had one thought now, and that was to get out quickly. In a daze, his instincts overcame his consciousness. Crack. The helmet made a sound as the blacksmith opened it. A cool breeze blew, making one feel relaxed and happy. His mind regained clarity and his consciousness gradually returned. At this moment he finally knew what he had done and hurriedly prepared to close his helmet. But it was too late. Not far away, Subai was holding his ghost head saber. With the force and body technique, he was like a ghost. What a good head! His voice was cold and the wind howled. Lu Su's discovery. The blacksmith looked up at the whistling ghost head saber. The cold blade reflected the coldness under the moonlight, making one's heart turn cold. The person holding the saber also had a cold expression on his face. His gaze was like ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. Just one glance was enough to make one look away. He never thought that he would die in such a way. Having been in the martial world for many years, the blacksmith had thought of many ways to die. After all, not many people could have a good ending after walking the martial world. However, he never expected to be roasted alive. Perhaps it was because he really did not expect that the other party was not just a martial artist. He had discussed with the lady boss that even if the other party was a grade 8 martial artist, even if they were within a martial artist's explosive range, they were 100% confident of winning. The other party's hidden weapons and sabers could not break through his iron armor. It was equivalent to binding his hands. They could win, they were very confident. But the result was that this man was not a martial artist, or more accurately speaking, he was not just a martial artist. In the moment between life and death, the blacksmith recalled the scene when he and the lady boss slaughtered an entire village. At that time they had snatched away all the children in that village. Only one of the children was held in the arms of a village woman. When the lady boss walked over and was about to take it, the village woman, who was already dead, opened her eyes and used the kitchen knife in her hands to leave a wound on the lady boss's abdomen. Perhaps they should have been more cautious. After all, this man had the blood of 10 people in his hands. Or perhaps they should not have been greedy, but it was too late. How could there be so many perhaps in this world? The blacksmith only felt his vision blur. He felt as if he had heard something fall to the ground and could not hear anything else. His head fell to the ground and he died with grievances. Subai held his ghost head saber and stomped his feet without even looking at the blacksmith's corpse. Under his feet the golden 8 trigrams appeared again and the flames surrounded the blacksmith. Illuminated by the flames, Subai's expression looked slightly sinister. After a while the blacksmith became a charred corpse. You're already experienced. How come you don't know how to weigh the pros and cons? Greed can kill. Subai used the ghost head saber as a hoe and dug a huge pit in the ground, burying the 2 charred corpses. The corpse was already charred. Before he buried it, he used his ghost head saber to search them, but he didn't find anything useful. And now the flames had already burned the corpse into an unrecognizable state. Only then did Subai feel relieved. He thought for a moment and carried the wooden box on his back. After walking for a few miles, he dug a new pit and poured the iron beads in the wooden box into it. After leaving a mark, he rushed back to Shun County with the empty box. It was already late at night. Subai walked to the blacksmith shop and kicked the door open. He took a few farming tools and quietly went home. I can't use the iron beads anymore, but I need a new hidden weapon. Looks like I have to think of another way. Subai pondered as he sat on the bed. While he was pondering, a figure in white was walking on the street in the middle of the night. Lu Su felt that something was wrong, especially after she got home. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. The paper crane searching technique landed at the blacksmith shop. How could there be no clues? Could it be that the paper crane searching technique was fake? Impossible. It was impossible for there to be a problem with the paper crane searching technique. Even if there was a deviation, it proved that it was related to the blacksmith shop. Since this possibility was not valid, there was only one other possibility: the boss of the blacksmith shop was lying. Lu Su could not think of any other problems. In a shop that specialized in making farming tools, if someone made an order for strange things they would definitely leave an impression. Then the only other possibility was lying. The more she thought about it, the more certain she was. Thus Lu Su took advantage of the night to return to the blacksmith shop. As soon as she reached the door, she raised her hand and knocked lightly. At the same time she took out a brush from her sleeve. The brush did not have ink on it, and it looked very new. The words "Rapid Ascension" were written on the handle of the brush. Her other hand was not empty either. A book suddenly appeared in her palm. Squeak! No one opened the door. The moment Lu Su knocked, the door was opened by the force of the knock. No one? Through the gap Lu Su saw that it was pitch black inside the door. The blacksmith should be sleeping at this time. Why didn't he lock the door? Lu Su was puzzled. Even if no one was home, shouldn't they lock the door? Did they really forget to lock the door? With this thought in mind, she raised her right hand and the brush began to glow. The tip of the brush gently waved and a blurry word appeared in the air. The words emitted a white light and shot into the house. The light instantly illuminated the house. The house was empty. There's really no one? Lu Su was slightly stunned. Her willow leaf-like brows furrowed and her red lips under the white veil parted slightly. There was no one else in the house except for the glowing white words. It's strange. Lu Su thought for a moment and opened the book in her left hand. There were densely packed words in the book. When the book was opened, the pages began to fall off and float up and down around Lu Su. Lu Su, who already had an otherworldly temperament, looked like a fairy who had walked out of a book under the contrast of the pages. She looked elegant and indifferent. Scholars used godly essence as their foundation, and most of their methods were related to books. The articles they wrote on a daily basis formed a book that could attack and defend. The brush was the main body and the book was the carrier. Of course, scholars had more tricks up their sleeves. It was said that there were truly extraordinary people in the academy. Not only could they write books in the air, but they could also write many books. Any book that fell into the hands of a scholar could be used infinitely. However, with Lu Su's grade 8 strength, she still needed to rely on paper. It's about to begin. Lu Su did not go in. Instead, she stood where she was and thought to herself. After she said this, the pages changed. The pages that were originally floating with immortal energy gradually turned yellow. At the same time, waves of black aura spread. In just an instant, Lu Su went from a fairy in fluttering white clothes to a seductive demoness. Sigh, it's the aftereffects of the essentials of paper stripping. Lu Su sighed, her expression troubled. Which woman in the world wasn't vain? Of course she was the same. This temperament did not suit her at all. Of course, at times in the eyes of men it was actually better to be seductive than fluttering white clothes. Now that the situation was special, Lu Su only sighed on the spot and walked in. The pages seemed to have a spirit guarding Lu Su in the middle. She began to search the house. She searched but found nothing. There was no one, not even a living thing. Lu Su was not in a hurry. She continued to search patiently, not letting go of a single piece of wood. After a while she stopped in front of a wall and knocked on it. Knock, knock, knock. There was a dull sound and an echo. Empty? Lu Su was stunned for a moment before she reacted. From the sound of it, the wall was empty. There was a secret compartment inside. Why would an ordinary family design a secret compartment? Suspicious. She thought for a moment and used the brush to activate it. Her great chi surged and one of the pieces of paper was drawn to the wall. Boom. The wall collapsed and the thing behind it appeared. A cold wind blew. Corpses were everywhere. It was a shocking sight. New hidden weapon. These are all the bones of children. Lu Su's eyes widened. In the hidden compartment there were human remains of different shapes. The size of the remains was not big and one could tell their age at a glance. The compartment was so densely packed that it made one's scalp tingle. When she saw the wall full of children's corpses, Lu Su recalled that there was a man and a woman in the blacksmith shop. She suddenly remembered the identity of this man and woman. The 100 schools of thought of the Great Chu dynasty were contending. And all kinds of sects rose and fell. In the martial world there was once a couple who were still wanted by the government. The man was an underworld blacksmith and the woman was a yin chef. These two inheritances were branches of spirit casting and spirit chef. They were extremely evil and were not tolerated by the world. Ultimately it was because of the method they used. The things made by the underworld blacksmith needed to be quenched with blood, and the ingredients cooked by yin chefs were flesh and blood. The flesh they used had to be that of a child under the age of 5. As for the principle, it was unknown. The two of them fought and killed wantonly. In the end they were wanted by both the government and the Heaven Surveillance Bureau and fled. After they hid their identities, the government had been investigating their whereabouts and the Heaven Surveillance Bureau was also searching for them. She did not expect these two to come to Shang County and kill so many people here. Could it be that these two are the ones who killed people? Lu Su guessed. She began to organize her thoughts. There were saber marks. The battle was very intense. According to the news released by the Heaven Surveillance Bureau, the underworld blacksmith's attack method is mostly related to forging. His armor covers his entire body and his defense is very strong. But just because it's been so long doesn't mean he only has one set of armor. The underworld blacksmith can forge it. Maybe he made a mechanism to fire hidden weapons causing dense wounds. There are also saber marks. Perhaps he forged a special weapon. Other than an official from the Heaven Surveillance Bureau, the other dead people are from the Jishin cult. Could it be that the two of them had a conflict with the Jishin cult and had a confrontation? Coincidentally, the official of the Heaven Surveillance Bureau passed by and they had a three-way fight? If that's the case, it makes sense, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Lu Su frowned. She still remembered that the government office said that the saber mark was methodically made. It seemed to be a saber technique. There were 3 bodies of martial artists at the scene, but none of them used sabers. If the saber marks were made by the underworld blacksmith, why was there a saber technique? The underworld blacksmith was not a martial artist. After thinking about it, Lu Su came to a conclusion. Someone else was involved. But who is this person? Moreover, the underworld blacksmith couple has disappeared. Lu Su thought for a long time, but she had no clue. The Heaven Surveillance Bureau was supposed to be in charge of this matter related to the martial world. Moreover, an official had died. The Heaven Surveillance Bureau had probably received the news and was on their way. However, Lu Su really wanted to interfere. She was a scholar who read the books of sages and was particular about ruling the country and bringing peace to the world. The Qingyun Academy had always taught them this. Every student of the Qingyun Academy followed the instructions of the academy. However, Lu Su did not think so. How could she sweep the world if she couldn't even sweep a single house? Governing the country and bringing peace to the world was a lofty dream. When one encountered injustice, one would look at the present. So many lives had already been lost. This matter had seriously threatened the safety of Sheng County. Before the Heaven Surveillance Bureau arrived, she had to at least guarantee that nothing major would happen here again. I'll leave first. When the time comes, I'll look for news about these 2 people. Lu Su didn't think too much about it and turned to leave. The night grew thicker and her figure disappeared into the darkness. The next day, Subai rubbed his eyes, yawned, and got up from the bed. It was another peaceful day. If not for what happened last night, it would have been even more peaceful. The first thing he did every morning was to wash up and go out for breakfast. Today he went to the stall as usual. However, when he arrived, he realized that there was no one in front of the stall. The stall was empty and Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen. Not open today? Subai waited for a while, but no one came to set up the stall. He turned around and left. He found a new place and casually ate something. He did not go home and searched for materials to make hidden weapons in the outskirts. Rain of maple leaves was a good skill. He could not just let it go unused. Although the iron beads were gone, he could find another way to utilize the skill. The street stalls in Sheng County sold many small trinkets. When Subai stopped in front of a small stall, the owner of the stall hurried to welcome him. "Sir, what are you looking for?" Subai squatted down and rummaged through the stall. Finally he found something and placed it in his hand. He asked, "How much is this thing?" On his palm was an iron needle with rust on it. "Sir, this is not worth much. I just casually placed it here to sew something," the boss hurriedly said. Beside the stall was a piece of clothing with some holes on it. "I don't have this at home. The blacksmith shop doesn't seem to be open. I don't know what's going on." Subai looked at the other things and said, "I don't lack anything else." When the boss heard this, he seemed very awkward and conflicted. He had set up the stall all morning, yet nothing had been sold. Now there was a customer, but he wasn't interested in anything else. But how could he charge someone for a needle? The boss was an honest person. He felt that no matter how poor he was, he could not cheat someone's money like this. He thought for a moment and said, "Sir, if you really want this needle, pick something else too. As for the needle, just take it as a gift from me." "Okay." Subai didn't waste any time. He picked a stool and asked, "How much is it?" This small stool was woven from bamboo. Clearly the boss had made it himself. The boss held up 2 fingers and said, 2 copper coins. Subai took out 2 copper coins from his waist and handed it to the boss. After doing all this, he pretended to ask casually, "Boss, after I took this needle away, what are you going to use to sew?" The boss was very happy to have completed today's first transaction. After hearing Subai's question, he subconsciously replied, "It's fine, sir. I still have some at home. When the blacksmith shop opens, I'll just call him." Subai stroked his chin and asked, "Is there no other blacksmith shop here?" "Yes, but ever since the last blacksmith shop in our county opened, all the other blacksmiths have mysteriously left." The boss did not feel annoyed and answered very quickly, "I see." After getting what he wanted, Subai prepared to leave. "Take care, sir." The boss nodded and bowed. Along the way, Subai was still thinking about what to use as a replacement. It was impossible to collect needles on a large scale. it would attract attention. On the surface the blacksmith shop was closed, but in fact he had already buried the blacksmith. As for why there was only one blacksmith shop, Subai guessed that it was because the couple wanted to monopolize the business and earn more money. Otherwise they wouldn't have come to find trouble with him for money. But now he really needed new hidden weapons to use with the rain of maple leaves. What should I use? Subai swayed his stool and suddenly stopped. Strange occurrence at the bodyguard agency, a thought flashed through his mind. Staring at the small stool, Subai thought of a way. Of course he would not use the small stool as a hidden weapon. He would be a fool to use such a big object as a hidden weapon. Because of the stool he recalled when he'd first started paying. Reaching into his pocket, Subai took out 2 copper coins and weighed them in his hand. This thing was very suitable to be used as a hidden weapon. The quality of the great chew. Copper coins was very good. If they could be used with the rain of maple leaves, not only would its power increase but its concealment would also increase greatly. As a citizen of Shang County it was reasonable for him to carry a pile of copper coins with him. It works. Subai immediately made up his mind. The only drawback was that he did not have enough copper coins. However, it was not a big problem. He could exchange for some. The bank could solve the problem, but if he exchanged too much coins it would arouse suspicion. How can I exchange it perfectly without arousing suspicions? Subai fell into deep thought. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded. Brother? Brother Su? Hearing the voice, Subai turned around, his right hand resting on the ghost head saber as he looked at the man beside him. When Subai's gaze swept over in the hand on the ghost head saber, the man who was in his 20s shivered. It's me, Brother Su, I'm Xiao Lu. We came back from the Raging Tiger bandits together. Luer raised his hand and said quickly. Subai looked him up and down. The bodyguard agency's business isn't doing well, yet you still have the time to shop? Seeing that the other party was dressed in the clothes of the bodyguard agency, Subai finally remembered his identity. Wasn't this one of the bodyguards who had returned from the Raging Tiger bandits? After returning from the Raging Tiger bandits, other than him, the other bodyguards did not leave and remained at the bodyguard agency. Ever since that incident, not many people have come to use our escort service. Brother Su, you know that the bodyguard agency has been in trouble and its reputation is gone. The young bodyguard master has been looking for a buyer recently. Luer sighed. Subai had been listening with amusement. When he heard that the bodyguard agency was going to sell its business, his eyes lit up. The old bodyguard master had followed them out of that escort mission, but he had died there. Now the young bodyguard master was indeed in charge of the bodyguard agency. He must be selling it at a high price. Subai asked. In his memory, that bodyguard agency was quite big. If he bought it, it would cost a lot of money. He wanted to buy it. After buying it, he could legitimately exchange it for copper coins. Those who did business would prepare copper coins. Moreover, businesses like inns would prepare more copper coins. He thought that it would be very expensive, but Luer shook his head. As long as you pay, young bodyguard master will sell it for 50 taels of silver. How much? 50 taels? Subai stroked his chin and said, he's selling it at such a low price? The silver in Great Chu was 10 taels per ingot. In other words, it only cost 5 silver ingots. The purchasing power of each tael of silver was equivalent to 500 yuan in his previous life. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 100 copper coins. It was equivalent to 5 yuan per copper coin. 50 taels of silver was only 25,000 yuan in his previous life. House prices in Great Chu were not expensive. However, the Fulong bodyguard agency occupied a large area and was on sale for 50 taels of silver. It was truly strange. It's quite cheap, but no one is buying it. Someone came to take a look. For some reason they left on the same day. Luer smiled bitterly. At the mention of this, apart from bitterness, Luer's expression was also a little unnatural. He recalled the abnormality of the bodyguard agency in the past few days and could not help but shiver. The young bodyguard master's behavior was really strange. Many bodyguards had already thought of leaving. Even he could not withstand it anymore. Every day he spent in the bodyguard agency was like a year. He lived in fear and anxiety, making him feel uneasy. There's something wrong with the young bodyguard master too. Ever since not long ago, every night when we were all asleep, the young bodyguard master would get up alone and walk around the bodyguard agency. That night I met the young bodyguard master and even talked to him. He ignored me. A senior bodyguard said that he might have been possessed. The next day when we went to ask the young bodyguard master about his situation, he said that he was fine, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell. At the mention of this, Luer could not help but tremble, his eyes filled with fear. Their bodyguards were all unranked martial artists. To put it bluntly, they only knew how to do some farmer-style martial arts. Otherwise they would not have been completely wiped out by the Raging Tiger bandits. When had they ever encountered such a situation? Therefore recently everyone in the bodyguard agency had been in a state of panic. Let's go and take a look, Subai said after some thought. If he could get his hands on the bodyguard agency, he would have a plan for the hidden weapons. As for the abnormality that Lu Er mentioned just now, how would he know if he didn't go and take a look? There should be some issues involved. For example, if someone paid attention to the bodyguard agency and knew that he had plans over the place, they would definitely be suspicious. However, he had his ways. When the matter was settled, he would have a way to dispel others' suspicions. Brother Su, do you mean that you want to take over the bodyguard agency? Lu Er understood what Subai meant and his eyes lit up. If that was the case, he really hoped that Subai would buy the bodyguard agency. Ever since they parted after the Raging Tiger bandits, the bodyguards had received some money, but they were still willing to do their old job. They couldn't do anything else. They didn't have any land at home. They also couldn't do business. After working as a bodyguard for the past few years, other than knowing how to go on escort missions, he did not know how to do anything else. He could not expect to use the money he received during the Raging Tiger bandits to support him for the rest of his lives. Moreover, their reputation was poor. The bodyguard agency had lost its business, but their salary couldn't be deducted. How could they bear to leave? If not for the recent incident at the bodyguard agency, they would not have thought of leaving. As for Subai, Lu Er and the other bodyguards, their opinions were very simple. To this day they still could not forget the scene at the Raging Tiger bandits. The figure that wielded a long saber and chopped down the entire Raging Tiger bandits like cutting melons and vegetables. He single-handedly cut down a mountain bandit stronghold. Life was so fragile in his hands, like an egg that was easily broken. They were in awe, but they also hoped that Subai would stay in the bodyguard agency. This was a very contradictory emotion: reverence, respect, and fear towards Subai. They had hoped that Subai would stay in the bodyguard agency because it was a mentality for the weak to follow the strong. Brother Su, if you take over the bodyguard agency, all the brothers will be willing to work for you, Lu Er said excitedly. Subai smiled and looked in the direction of the Fulong bodyguard agency. Let's go take a look first. Alright, Brother Su, this way please. Lu Er's listless look disappeared and he led the way excitedly. The two of them walked through the streets and finally stopped in front of a house. This house was different from the surroundings. It was majestic and there were two stone lions at the door. When Lu Er led Subai in, what greeted his eyes was a wide courtyard with various weapons racks. Subai's gaze did not linger on these things. He looked across the courtyard and saw a long bench in the courtyard. A young man was lying on the bench. The young man looked at the sky. There were dark circles under his eyes. Will you sell it for 20 taels? It had been 5 days, a whole 5 days. Over the past 5 days, Lin Song had led a miserable life. As the young bodyguard master of the Fulong bodyguard agency, ever since his father's death, the agency had become his. He was very filial. In just one day he had finished the funeral. Originally someone had said that he should choose an auspicious day. His father's corpse had not been found, so he should at least make a cenotaph. Lin Song thought about it and agreed. He casually took a few clothes and within a day buried his father at the speed of light. He looked so anxious that even the bodyguards of the bodyguard agency were filial to him. After the funeral he also quickly took over. He had thought that he would be able to continue leading his life, but reality slapped him in the face. The bodyguard agency's reputation had plummeted and they had no business. Even the businessmen who usually interacted with them kept a respectful distance from them, seeing that his days were getting worse by the day. Lin Song was extremely worried and had aged a lot. There is a saying that the hemp rope is specially picked and broken and bad luck only found people who suffered. He was already miserable enough, but strange things kept happening. Speaking of this strange thing, it originated from a tree in the backyard. There was a tree in the Fulong bodyguard agency. Ever since his father bought this house and transformed it into the bodyguard agency, the tree had always existed. At that time, he had wanted to cut down the tree, but his father had disagreed, so they kept the tree. Until 5 days ago something strange happened. That night he needed to pee and was prepared to go to the toilet, but that night he really needed to go and happened to see a tree. He couldn't hold it. No man could resist a stray tree when he needed to pee. Lin Song's head twitched. He ran to the tree and prepared to unbuckle his belt to do his business, but before he could start, his head suddenly felt dizzy. He didn't know what happened next. The next thing he knew, he woke up from bed the next morning. Then the next night he suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and wandered around the courtyard in a daze. When a bodyguard saw him, he even came to talk to him. He even answered. On the third morning he woke up in bed again. There were still vague memories in his mind that made his hair stand on end. He felt that he was possessed, deeply possessed in fact. The reason was that tree. Originally he was wondering if he should cut down the tree. However, when he thought of that evil feeling, Lin Song gave up on the idea. Now he only wanted to sell the bodyguard agency and wait for another buyer to bear his pain. The grounds of the Fulong bodyguard agency were huge. After the news spread, a few wealthy businessmen came over wanting to buy it. However, when these wealthy businessmen entered the agency and saw the tree, they mysteriously left not long after. Moreover, their movements and expressions were very strange. Their eyes were lifeless as if they were sleepwalking. On the fourth day he went to find those people again. They all said that they had no intention of buying it. From the beginning to the end everything was strange. For the past few days Lin Song had not slept for a long time because of the tree. Whenever he wanted to sleep he would think of that tree. Why don't I just run away? Lin Song lay on the chair and looked at the sky with dull eyes. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. He was only one last straw away from escaping. He was even more afraid of cutting down the tree. Who knew what would happen after he cut down the tree? If something happened he could not guarantee that he could handle it. No. I must find the person who will take over. Lin Song sat up from the bench and gritted his teeth. He could not stay in this place anymore. He would sell it at a cheap price and take the money to escape. If something really happened one day it would be too late to cry. Thinking of this, Lin Song prepared to call a few bodyguards and let them go out to publicize. At this moment he saw Subai entering. At this moment Subai walked into the front yard under Lu Er's lead. Lu Er kept nodding and bowing, almost kowtowing twice to Subai. Subai also saw Lin Song lying on the bench and walked over. Young bodyguard master, how have you been? The simple sentence pulled Lin Song back from his daze. Of course Lin Song recognized Subai. The last time this group of bodyguards came back only Subai quit. This left a deep impression on Lin Song. It's Subai, Lin Song replied looking disinterested. He only wanted to sell the bodyguard agency immediately and did not want to do anything else. Seeing Lin Song's attitude, Lu Er hurried forward and said, young bodyguard master, brother Su wants to buy an escort agency. He had witnessed Subai's ruthlessness. He was afraid that if Lin Song was not careful and provoked Subai, Lin Song's life would be in danger. Subai saw Lu Er's actions and could not help but shake his head. Why did he feel like he was a monster? He was a very kind person. Why is Lu Er acting like he was a demon? At this moment a few bodyguards happened to pass by. When they saw Subai they hesitated for a moment before hurriedly coming up to greet him. When they greeted him they were very cautious as if they were afraid that they would do something wrong and make Subai unhappy. Lin Song was stunned when he saw this. Why did it feel like Subai was the bodyguard master? Of course this thought only appeared for a moment before it was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. Come. Lin Song reacted quickly. He jumped up from the bench and said quickly, putting everything else aside after hearing that Subai wanted to buy the bodyguard agency. Lin Song immediately stood up. As long as Subai took over he would be free. Subai, oh no brother Su, let me introduce you to the characteristics of our bodyguard agency, Lin Song said eagerly. Young bodyguard master, I was once a member of the bodyguard agency. There's no need to say anything else. I'm also a straightforward person. I'll give you a fixed price of 20 taels. Subai raised 2 fingers. Alright, eh? No brother Su, I'm selling it for 50 taels. Lin Song reacted and hurriedly waved his hand. Subai pursed his lips disapprovingly. When they came, Lu Er had already explained the situation clearly. Lu Er was not sure about the others, but the buyers left inexplicably as soon as they reached the backyard. At this point, could this thing be sold? Not to mention 50 taels, it was difficult enough to find anyone who wanted to buy this place. Subai wanted to use the shop, but he wasn't stupid. Money could not be spent recklessly. If he agreed directly and did not bargain, it would actually seem abnormal. Brother Su, your price is too low. It's impossible to buy a bodyguard agency with 20 taels of silver. You can't even buy a normal shop with that amount of money, Lin Song said as he promoted his escort agency. But you can't sell it either. Subai stroked his chin. Lin Song choked. He turned to Lu Er and saw his innocent look. He was furious. Initially he wanted to find a sucker, but he didn't expect his plan to backfire. Alright, I'll sell it, Lin Song said through gritted teeth. He had no choice but to sell it. He really could not take it anymore. Wait, young bodyguard master, I want to take a look at the backyard, Subai said with a smile. Take over. Must take over. As soon as he said this, Lin Song's expression stiffened as if he had eaten a fly. The backyard again. He still remembered that the few buyers had entered the backyard and left for no reason. They had even forgotten about buying the bodyguard agency. What was even more ridiculous was that they no longer had the intention to buy it. It's already so cheap. You can't find such a good house anywhere with 20 taels of silver. Even buying a piece of land is considered cheap, brother Su. Lin Song wanted to persuade Subai to give up on his idea. However, he was interrupted halfway by Subai. I have to understand the backyard of the bodyguard agency, Subai said concisely. When Lin Song heard this, he became dejected. His hands hung by his sides and his mental state became worse. Okay, I'll show you. In his opinion, he still could not do this business. Brother Su, I won't be joining then. Lu Er was a little timid and didn't dare to follow. Subai waved his hand. It didn't matter if the others went or not. He wanted to see what was going on in the backyard. If it was dangerous, he would just slip away. Although buying an escort agency for 20 taels of silver was a good deal, it was not worth the risk. Under Lin Song's lead, the two of them passed through a road and arrived at the backyard. The backyard was extremely wide with only a few houses. The bodyguards were all locals and no one lived in these houses. Many bodyguards did not even come to the backyard. After all, they had no business here. For example, Subai, who had been at the bodyguard agency previously, had never come. The houses and backyard looked ordinary. The tree in the middle was the most eye-catching. When Subai looked over, he felt his head grow heavy. Immediately after, the genuine inner force in his body began to circulate and the dizziness disappeared. Next, Subai knew that he had to buy this bodyguard agency. A golden progress bar floated quietly on the lonely tree. When the woman knotted the rope with her tongue, the man knew he had to marry this woman. At this moment, Subai also knew that he had to buy the bodyguard agency. It was none other than for this golden progress bar. This trip was worth it. Subai thought for a moment and walked over. Lin Song followed behind with an excited expression. For the first time, there was no abnormality. He could sell it this time. "Brother Su, what are you doing?" Lin Song was so excited that he did not notice Subai walking to the tree. "I'm just looking." Subai looked straight at the tree trunk. There were fuzzy patterns on the tree trunk. It looked no different from an ordinary tree. That's strange. Why did it trigger the progress bar? Subai thought to himself, "Brother Su, let's quickly sign the contract." Lin Song walked forward and said excitedly, it wasn't easy for him to meet someone who wasn't turned away the moment they saw the backyard. He couldn't let the person escape. 20 taels it was. When the time came, he could leave Shang County and do some small business. After this whole strange matter, he didn't want to stay here any longer. "Has this tree always been here?" Subai asked. "Ever since my father bought this piece of land, it has been here. I heard that a woman planted it here back then. It was also that woman who sold it to my father." Lin Song thought for a moment and told him what had happened. "A woman planted the tree?" Subai raised his head and looked at the lush branches. This was a locust tree. There was something good about planting locust trees at home. Locust trees are yin and can nourish the soul. Yin and yang were always balanced. If yin was flourishing, yang would decline. If yang was flourishing, yin would decline. If he wanted to plant a locust tree, unless the yang qi of his family's yang residence could exceed the yin qi of the locust tree, it would produce a strange effect. "Oh right, I remember now." Lin Song patted his head and said, "This woman was originally a courtesan from another county. Later, for some reason, she came to Shang County. At that time, when she was selling the house, she paid and signed a contract. The woman asked my father to come back in a month. In the end, when he came, there was no one." "You've already paid and you were still asked to wait for a month?" Subai frowned. "How can there be such a thing? Who asked her to be so cheap?" Lin Song scratched his head. In this world, there were two things that could not be rejected: freeloading and discounts, especially when it came to big discounts. "Alright, let's sign the contract," Subai said. He didn't ask any more questions because he wouldn't get anything out of him. Lin Song finally heaved a sigh of relief and quickly brought over the contract. The two of them signed the contract and went through the proper process before everything was settled. During this time, Subai asked Lin Song where he was going, and Lin Song said that he wanted to leave Shang County immediately. After signing the contract, Lin Song left. When Subai returned home, he moved the things from his old house over. Of course, he was not the only one doing the moving. The bodyguards were also helping. This group of bodyguards and Lu Er had the same thought. With Subai here, they had the mentality of following the strong. Subai did not dismiss them. He had taken over the bodyguard agency only to exchange for copper coins. But now there was another target, the tree in the backyard. As for the rest, he did not want to care about them for the time being. Running a bodyguard agency? He wasn't interested in doing that. But the bodyguards could not be dismissed. Now that he had the bodyguard agency as cover, he could not be bothered to find anything else. As for the matter of the bodyguard's salary, although he still had a lot of silver left, he could not waste it casually. What's more, he had to find a way to dispel the doubts of those with ulterior motives, such as why a former bodyguard could fork out so much money to buy the bodyguard agency. These were all problems. Next, it was time to solve these problems. "Brother Su, everything has been moved. Is there anything else we need to do?" Lu Er wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked. Subai smiled. "Call all the brothers over. I have something to say." "All right." Lu Er did not suspect anything and left quickly. After a while, all the bodyguards of the bodyguard agency gathered together and looked at Subai eagerly. They didn't dare to speak. They just watched. Subai carried the small stool he bought from the stall and sat at the entrance of the largest house. It had to be said that this handmade stool was very comfortable to sit in. "Everyone, the share of money you got from the Raging Tiger bandits hasn't been used yet, right?" Subai sat on the small stool with his hands on his knees, looking very lazy. The bodyguards stiffened. They looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Not only was it still unused, but it was also hidden by them. It was not that they did not want to use it, but they did not dare to. They were afraid that they would arouse suspicion if they used this extra sum of money. It was fine for one person to use it, but it was ridiculous for a group of people to use it. After all, what they did could not be spread. As a bodyguard, they had split the escorted goods among themselves. If others were to know, it would definitely not be good. People who broke the rules were not welcome anywhere, hence they did not dare to touch that sum of money. Brothers, your family backgrounds are average. It's not a good thing that you can't use your money. That's why I specially bought this bodyguard agency and give you a good idea, Subai said with a smile. The bodyguards shuddered in unison. This smile was exactly the same as when the one he'd shown in the Raging Tiger Bandits. In front of the Raging Tiger Bandits, Subai smiled. They had all boarded the ship, but they were still unable to return. Now Subai was smiling again. They felt their hair stand on end and some of their faces turned pale. I can see from everyone's expressions that you're all very happy. In that case, I'll be straightforward. Subai, who had once again redefined happiness, pointed at the house behind him and said slowly, "Bodyguards, we're on the same boat again." As Subai pointed at the door behind him, all the bodyguards present cast their gazes behind Subai. To be honest, they also wanted to use that money. After all, everyone's family background was not good, and this money could indeed improve their lives. If not for the fact that the money came from an illegal source, they would have used it long ago. Of course, if they were like Subai, it was not a big deal to use it alone, but it would be a different story if everyone were to use it. Now that they heard Subai say that it could be used reasonably, everyone pricked up their ears and listened to what Subai said next. I spent 20 taels to buy this bodyguard agency, but how much does everyone earn every month? Can anyone answer me? Subai retracted his hand and rested his elbows on his knees again as he said leisurely, "If there's no escort mission, it will only be 1 tael of silver a month." Luer was the first to stand up and raise his hand like a child answering a teacher's question. Since someone had answered, the other bodyguards fell silent. 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 500 yuan in Subai's previous life. Not only were houses cheap in Great Chu, but prices of things were also cheap. Other than some special items such as books, people did not spend much on other living expenses. The purchasing power of 1 tael of silver had already far exceeded that of Subai's previous life. But was it enough? It should be enough. But when they thought about how they couldn't spend the rest of their money, it wasn't enough. Humans were greedy. They looked at the pot while eating. However, now that the food in the pot could not be eaten, it was extremely torturous. It was like shopping in a brothel. The beauty had already taken off her clothes, but she said that she only sold her skills and not her body. How uncomfortable would that be? If you want to use your silver without worry, you have to go through a process to make the silver look like it is obtained reasonably. After receiving an answer, Subai continued, "As for how to make it reasonable, it's too simple." At this moment, all the bodyguards' interest had been piqued as they stared eagerly. "I bought the bodyguard agency and will give everyone a salary, but it's only 1 tael of silver a month. How long will it take for me to clean all your silver? What if everyone bought this bodyguard agency together?" Subai finally revealed his method. The scene was silent. The bodyguards looked at each other. They still did not react. Why was it that the silver could be used reasonably after buying the agency together? "If everyone bought the agency together, we will all be the bosses of the bodyguard agency. We'll set our salary by ourselves. The money will naturally come through the bodyguard agency," Subai said. At this point, everyone finally understood. They looked thoughtful as they considered the feasibility. Subai looked at Luer and gave him a look. Luer was also thinking, but when he felt Subai's gaze, his expression froze. This meant that he had to take the lead, but he was also thinking about the feasibility. How could he take the lead? Under that gaze, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, especially when he thought of the Raging Tiger Bandits. He could only grit his teeth and raise his hand. "I agree." The other bodyguards all looked over. "If the money can be used reasonably afterwards, of course I'm willing." Luer braced himself and added. The bodyguards were still hesitant. After all, this was not a small matter. Subai felt that it was time to add fuel to the fire. "I definitely want to work together with you to manage a bodyguard agency. No matter how many of you are willing, even if it's only one of you, I still want to do it," Subai said calmly. "But after I do it, it will be impossible for other people to join again later. Don't be jealous when you see others using money." As soon as he said this, the bodyguards finally couldn't hold it in anymore. As the saying went, watching others earn money was worse than losing money. After hearing these words, they thought about how others would use money in the future, but they could not use it. As such, they subconsciously raised their hands. All of them agreed and not a single one disagreed. Subai nodded his head in satisfaction. "Very good, this matter has been settled. Now I have one last request. I'll tell everyone." The bodyguards nodded in unison and waited quietly for Subai's words. "Now that we're partners, we're all in the same boat. Everyone has to guard this matter strictly. If anyone dares to say anything, everyone present will drag him down. Don't even dare to only think about yourselves." Subai's tone became cold. The bodyguards shivered as a cold wind blew through them. They felt Subai's cold gaze and recalled the scene of the raging tiger bandits. All of them revealed fearful expressions. They were on the boat again. Not only did they board the boat but they also drove the boat further. They had to keep it a secret. They must not say anything. Once this matter was leaked everyone would be doomed. The bodyguards kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say a word. However, they knew in their hearts that there was no turning back. Alright, I see that everyone has understood. Let's disperse then. The bodyguard agency should continue with its previous business. Everyone should do what they need to do. Subai stood up, put away the small stool and held it in his hand. The bodyguards heaved a sigh of relief and left. Only Luer was stopped by Subai. Brother? Brother Su, what's the matter? Luer asked timidly. Exchange 1,000 copper coins for me. The bodyguard agency needs some loose changes. Also, since we're partners, let them bring the money over. Subai threw a silver ingot over. Luer quickly took it and agreed. He did not have any thoughts about it. In the past, when the old bodyguard master was around, he often went to the bank to exchange for copper coins. Without waiting for Subai to say anything, he quickly left. After Luer left, Subai carried the stool and returned to the backyard. The locust tree was still the same. The progress bar was very slow. There were no saber marks on this tree, unlike on the wall in the raging tiger bandits. Subai also did not know where the progress bar came from. However, the most important thing now was not the progress bar on the tree but the nameless saber scripture. After such a long time, the progress bar on the nameless saber scripture was almost full. According to the information he got from Yun Xiang, this saber scripture was divided into 24 parts. As long as an ordinary martial artist comprehended one of them, his saber technique would improve greatly. Subai was already a grade 8 wanderer. What he lacked now was a saber technique. He had been using the bone-breaking saber technique for a long time, but it was still lacking. After all, it was only rank 1 and it was even slightly inferior to rank 1. In the previous battle, it was the rain of maple leaves that played a decisive role. However, that was in long-range combat. A saber technique was still needed in close-range combat. Even as he worked on a progress bar, he had to prioritize specific needs. What he needed now was close-range combat skills. If I work harder tonight, I should be able to finish completing the progress bar. After Subai figured it out, he returned to the largest house in the backyard. This room was his bedroom. Although the furniture inside was old, it was not damaged. Subai put on his things, sat on the chair and took out the nameless saber scripture. Let's go. The progress bar began to slowly increase. It was getting closer and closer to completion. Breaking a move after that, Subai spent the entire day working on the progress bar in his room. Luer worked very fast. He had already exchanged the copper coins and brought the money from the bodyguards by the afternoon. After solving the problem of the rain of maple leaves, Subai felt much more relaxed. Although the bodyguards were curious as to why Subai stayed in his room all day, no one dared to ask. Time passed until night fell. Subai lit the oil lamp on the table. He stared at the nameless saber scripture intently. He was only missing the last bit of the progress bar. The flames of the oil lamp flickered and the shadows kept flickering. The next moment, the last of the progress bar was finally filled. Light blue words appeared in front of him. You have studied the nameless saber scripture and comprehended the 24 styles of armor piercing. Incomplete. 24 styles of armor piercing? It is incomplete? Subai stroked his chin and stared at the light blue words in front of him, recalling what Yun Xiang had said. It seemed that this saber scripture was really divided into 24 parts. Yun Xiang was not lying about this. At this moment, the light blue words gradually disappeared and new words appeared. Fusion option detected. Fusion in progress. 24 styles of armor piercing, incomplete, plus bone-breaking saber technique equals breaking style. Fusion successful. The words in front of him disappeared again and Subai's stats appeared. Name, Subai. Realm, Grade 8 Wanderer. Breaking style, rank 2 maximum level. For directions, slaughter mental cultivation technique, rank 2 maximum level. Kidney massage technique, rank 1 maximum level. Rain of maple leaves, rank 2 maximum level. For sun body technique, rank 1 maximum level. For sun array formation, rank 1 maximum level. Comprehension, maximum level. A huge amount of information invaded. Subai digested the information for a moment before opening his eyes. As the name suggested, the breaking style only had one move, but this move had 24 variations. He guessed that it should be related to the 24 styles of armor piercing. After experiencing so much, he was now a grade 8 wanderer, so he still had some insight. According to the 24 variations of each move, there should be 576 variations of the 24 styles of armor piercing. It's a pity that it's incomplete, Subai thought to himself as he placed his hand on the handle of the ghost head saber. With just one move there were 24 variations. If he could collect all of them his power would definitely increase exponentially. Of course this did not mean that he was dissatisfied, on the contrary he was very satisfied because this was no longer the 24 styles of armor piercing. In the past the bone-breaking saber technique emphasized stability, accuracy and ruthlessness, but now after fusing with the 24 styles of armor piercing, the new breaking style not only had the characteristics of the bone-breaking saber technique but also the characteristics of the 24 styles of armor piercing. Armor piercing was just like how it was written. Using his genuine inner force as a catalyst he could transform it into a fierce saber chi that could penetrate through armor. Subai felt that if he met that blacksmith again he would be able to kill him with just his saber technique. How strong! Subai unbuttoned his shirt and looked at the soft golden armor he had obtained from the raging tiger bandits. He had an urge to give it a try, using the spear to attack the shield. However, it was just a thought. He was not crazy to this extent. Subai was extremely excited to obtain a new skill, and it was even so powerful. Although he was excited, he did not forget to get rid of the traces. He took out a brazier from his room and threw the nameless saber scripture into it. Subai stomped his foot lightly, the force and formation activated and flames rose. A moment later the nameless saber scripture turned to ashes in the fire. Now there's only the tree outside. After the saber scripture turned to dust, Subai put the brazier back and approached the door. He looked at the lonely locust tree in the backyard. It was already late at night. The moonlight shone down from the clouds and it covered the backyard with a layer of silver dust. The leaves of the locust tree flickered under the moonlight as if they were covered in a thin layer of frost. In the dead of night only Subai and the locust tree were in the backyard. The progress bar increased very slowly. Subai stood in the room and looked at it for a while before preparing to return to his room. He still followed the same pattern as before. He could not stay up late at night to prevent being in a bad condition the next day. He had to maintain the most perfect mental state at all times. After experiencing so much he did not want to make any mistakes on small matters. The tree was right there. It would still be there tomorrow. It was not as if someone would come to cut down his tree. Whoever dared to touch his tree he would definitely skin that person alive. Sleep. Subai stretched and prepared to close the door. At this moment a cold wind suddenly blew past. When the leaves of the locust tree were blown by the cold wind they made rustling sounds. The backyard was quiet to begin with. After the sound appeared, Subai immediately turned his head and his eyes widened. At the same time he placed his hand on the ghost head saber. Just a moment ago he suddenly felt dizzy and the genuine inner force in his body started circulating again. During the day such a thing had happened as soon as he stepped into the backyard. Now that it was nighttime the drowsiness from before was even stronger. Fortunately his genuine inner force could withstand it and there were no negative consequences. This tree is very strange. Subai looked straight at the locust tree and thought to himself, with his genuine inner force this kind of dizziness did not affect him. Let's wait until I complete the progress bar. Subai returned to the house and closed the door. He wouldn't do anything to this tree now. The progress bar was very rare, at least for now. It wasn't easy to catch one, so he had to comprehend it thoroughly. When the progress bar was completed he would solve the problem of the locust tree. Thinking of this, Subai returned to his bed. Lu family. Lu Su's room. Lu Su sat on a high-quality yellow rosewood stool with her legs slightly bent. Because of the stool, even though she was wearing white, it still squeezed out a rough outline of her figure. Beside her was a yellow rosewood table with an incense burner on it. Faint green smoke was rising from it. At this moment Lu Su had taken off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. Her shoulders were tapered, her waist was thin and beautiful, and her neck was long. The fair skin was exposed and her hair was piled in a high bun. She knew very well that if she did not wear a veil she would attract a lot of attention. She did not like it. She would only take it off when she was alone in the room. There was an iron bead in her fair hand. Ever since the blacksmith shop had become empty she had continued using paper crane searching technique. Finally she found traces of 2 charred corpses and iron beads in a desolate suburb in Shang County. In fact, the facial features of the charred corpses could no longer be seen clearly, but one of them was wearing iron armor, so it was easy to guess his identity. The underworld blacksmith couple was already dead. The iron beads were found in another place. Combined with what the government office had said, it further confirmed Lu Su's guess. There was a third person who attacked, and that person was an extremely brilliant martial artist. Not only was this person proficient in saber techniques, but he also knew a brilliant hidden weapon technique. The people from Jixing cult, the official from Heaven Surveillance Bureau, as well as the underworld blacksmith couple were all killed by this person. Most importantly, Lu Su's lead once again stopped here. The paper crane searching technique was no longer effective. Lu Su knew the reason. At first she had used the underworld blacksmith as a guide. Now that she had changed her method she could no longer find any traces. This meant that the other party was stronger than her. The government office said that after a while the Heaven Surveillance Bureau will send people. We'll talk about it when they arrive, Lu Su thought to herself. Ligature mark. When the people from the Heaven Surveillance Bureau arrived, let's see how they would deal with it. Based on Lu Su's thoughts, this person might be in trouble. Killing the Jishin cult and the underworld blacksmith couple was a righteous act, at least that was what Lu Su thought. The Jishin cult and the underworld blacksmith couple had done countless bloody deeds and had a lot of blood debts. If this expert killed them, Lu Su would quickly applaud. However, the story was different. Since an official from the Heaven Surveillance Bureau had also died, judging from the Heaven Surveillance Bureau's personality, they would probably investigate this matter to the end. I don't know why he killed the official. Lu Su rubbed her forehead. After thinking so much, her head felt slightly swollen. After thinking for a while, Lu Su decided to put this matter aside for the time being. There were only a few days left until the people from the Heaven Surveillance Bureau arrived. It was already late at night. Lu Su blew out the oil lamp, lay on the bed, and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Subai woke up early. After washing up, he went to the front yard. In the courtyard there were already bodyguards practicing their moves. In their line of work, although they only knew some farmer-style martial arts, they still had to practice every day. Some skills would become rusty if one did not practice them, and that could prove fatal at critical moments. Seeing Subai walk out, the bodyguards hurriedly greeted him. Subai nodded and instructed them to continue practicing. He then went out to eat alone. The streets were bustling with an endless stream of people, a mixture of city spirit and noise, and it was particularly lively. In front of the stall, Xiaoyu was busy. It's finally opened after so long. Subai walked over. Just as he sat down, he saw Xiaoyu running over. Big brother, are you having the usual? Xiaoyu lowered her head. She looked like she was not in a good mood. Subai wanted to rub her head as usual, but when he saw Xiaoyu's expression, he frowned. Something happened at home? Ever since he came here to eat, Subai had gradually become addicted. Xiaoyu was very innocent. After all, she was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Moreover, she was in the Great Yu country, which was similar to ancient times. Most of the time she maintained the characteristics of a young girl, lively but timid. When she met someone she knew, she would be as naive as a chattering swallow. When she met a stranger, she would become like a quail. Humans like beautiful things, and so did Subai. Ever since he came to this world, his hands had been stained with too much blood, even though he knew that these people deserved to die because they provoked him. However, Xiaoyu's innocence made Subai feel much better. Hence, when he saw Xiaoyu dejected today, he casually asked, "It's alright, big brother, wait for a while, I'll go get some food for you." Xiaoyu said with her head still lowered, then turned around and left. Normally she would raise her head and show an expression like she was asking for a head pat. Subai rubbed his chin as he stared at Xiaoyu's back. In this situation something must have happened, and it was not a small matter. With the little girl's personality, she would forget small things after a while. It was very abnormal now. The more Subai thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Before he could think about it, a gust of wind blew past him. Following the direction of the wind, the woman in white passed by him. It had been a long time since he had seen the woman in white. Subai was slightly surprised to see her this time. "Xiaoyu, give me 2 buns, pack them up," Lu Su said as she stood in front of the stall. In this stall, other than Xiaoyu, there were also Xiaoyu's parents. A middle-aged couple with ordinary looks was busy at the stall. Xiaoyu was in charge of running errands. "Okay, Sister Lu." Xiaoyu was still not in a good mood. At this moment, Lu Su could tell that something was wrong. "What's wrong, Xiaoyu?" "Nothing, Sister Lu. Maybe I caught a cold recently." Xiaoyu forced a smile. Children could not lie. Lu Su took the buns and pulled Xiaoyu aside, whispering to each other. On the other side, the middle-aged couple knew Lu Su's identity and stayed silent. The middle-aged woman served the dishes. "Sir, please enjoy." The buns were quickly served to Subai. He took a bite and tried his best to prick up his ears to eavesdrop. Unfortunately, the street was too noisy to hear clearly. After a while, Lu Su left and Xiaoyu got busy again. Subai thought about it. After eating the bun, he called Xiaoyu over to settle the bill. Xiaoyu quickly ran up to him, her head still lowered. Subai placed the money in Xiaoyu's palm and asked, "Xiaoyu, tell me what happened?" "It's all right." Xiaoyu forced a smile. For some reason, 2 streams of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She couldn't control herself. She felt terrible. Xiaoyu is going to die." Subai's gaze froze. He frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "It's true, big brother. A few days ago Xiaoyu dreamed of Grandma. Grandma said that she wanted to bring Xiaoyu to her place. After that I am listless every day." The elderly said that if one dreamed of an invitation from a deceased family member, they would die. Xiaoyu cried as she spoke, wiping her tears with her hands. At this moment, Subai noticed something unusual. There was a mark of strangulation on Xiaoyu's neck. It was not very obvious. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. "Big brother, Xiaoyu needs to go out for a while, so I won't talk to you anymore." Xiaoyu lowered her head and mumbled. Subai did not ask any more questions. His gaze did not leave Xiaoyu's neck. Looking at Xiaoyu, it seemed like he did not intend to say anything. there was no point in asking further. Xiaoyu returned to the stall and said something to the middle-aged woman. In front of the stall, the middle-aged couple nodded at Xiaoyu as if agreeing to her request. Then Xiaoyu left. Subai thought for a moment and stood up. He held the handle of the ghost head saber and followed behind Xiaoyu. The streets were lively, but Xiaoyu walked very slowly as if she had lost her soul. After walking through several streets, Xiaoyu walked into a remote alley. Standing in the alley, Xiaoyu suddenly stopped. Subai followed behind. When he saw the scene, he frowned slightly. Beside Xiaoyu, the woman in white suddenly appeared and touched Xiaoyu's head. "Sister Lu, can my illness really be cured?" Xiaoyu looked up. "It can be cured." Lu Su squatted down and touched the mark on Xiaoyu's neck. "Trust me." Because her back was facing Subai when Lu Su squatted down, her white clothes were pushed up. Just the sight of her squatting down was enough to make one's heart race. Xiaoyu lowered her head again. She was in a bad mood and kept wiping her tears. "Let's go, don't do anything stupid. Bring me to your house, I can help you." Lu Su stood up, held Xiaoyu's hand and left along the alley. Subai stood where he was deep in thought. He placed his hand on the handle of the ghost head saber and did not let go for a moment. Hearing their conversation, he already had his speculations. Xiaoyu seemed to be sick, but the ligature mark on her neck was very strange. It was as if someone had wrapped it with a rope. What did this woman mean when she said not to do anything stupid? Let's wait and see. Subai stepped out of the alley and continued to follow quietly. Death in front. Lu Su brought Xiaoyu along this remote alley until they reached the end. After finding a simple house, the two of them entered. Most of the houses in this alley were simple and crude. Most of the people living here were poor. Lu Su and Xiaoyu entered the house and came out after a while. From Subai's point of view, Xiaoyu's expression was much more relaxed. "It's all right, Xiaoyu. I've already cured your illness," Lu Su said with a smile. The innocent smile returned to Xiaoyu's face as she nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Sister Lu. It's fine, I'll bring you back." Lu Su kept smiling. Xiaoyu nodded obediently. The two of them chatted for a while more before leaving the street. Subai didn't leave with them. He stared at the simple house deep in thought. After going in and coming out once the problem was resolved, there was something strange about this, especially in this house. He thought about it and waited until he was sure the street was empty before approaching the house. There was a lock on the door. It was a common padlock. With his hand on the door, he could push the door open a crack. Subai did not use his hands. Instead, he pulled out the ghost head saber and used the hilt to push the door. After the door was pushed open, sunlight shone into the house through the crack. The furnishings inside were simple, but they were quite complete. When Subai saw what was inside, his eyes widened. In the dim sunlight, a few shadows swayed. As the sunlight shone, these shadows appeared and disappeared. There were three people hanging from the beam: the middle-aged couple and Xiaoyu. The three of them hung from the rafters, ropes around their necks, hands dangling. The three pairs of eyes widened and their tongues came out of their mouths. They were no longer alive. There were large patches of liver mortis on their skin, proving that they had been dead for a long time. They're dead? Subai was stunned. He thought of Xiaoyu, whom he had met earlier, but why was he still able to see her? Had she turned into a strange creature? Wasn't it said that they were strange and irrational and only knew how to kill crazily? But why were they still setting up stalls on the streets like living people? Subai couldn't understand. After all, he hadn't been in this industry for long. Although his hands were already stained with the blood of so many people in this short period of time, he was actually still a newbie and did not know many theoretical things. Therefore, when he saw the scene now, he could not understand the reason. But one thing was certain: Xiaoyu and her parents were dead. Subai looked at her protruding eyes and thought of Xiaoyu's usual obedient appearance. He gripped the ghost head saber tightly. How did he feel? He couldn't explain it clearly. Usually Xiaoyu was naive and innocent. She was curious about everything around her. The current Xiaoyu was completely different. Her liver mortis-covered face was terrifying. Anyone who saw this would sense a huge difference. She was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl, but she had already reached the end of her life. Subai thought that he was a ruthless person, but when he saw the scene, he still felt uncomfortable. After coming to this world from the raging tiger bandits all the way to Shang County, he had experienced many battles. Every time he killed his enemies and his hands were stained with a lot of blood. Only in front of the stall eating the buns and porridge did he feel happy. In the darkness, one yearned for the light even more. Who is it? Subai took a deep breath. The family of 3 committed suicide for no reason. This was very strange. Everyone wanted to live. If nothing happened, who would commit suicide? Subai pondered as he stood on the spot. At this moment, the sound of footsteps interrupted Subai's train of thought. Subai looked at a nearby house. The door was tightly shut. Genuine inner force circulated in his body as he leaped high into the air and landed on the roof, using it to hide his figure. A large group of people rushed in from the alley wearing the uniform of the government office. The leader was the county magistrate and Lu Su. Xiaoyu, who had been let out by Lu Su, had disappeared. Miss Lu, is this the house? Magistrate Zhang asked. Lu Su nodded. The bailiff rushed in and opened the door, then he carried out 3 corpses with a stretcher covered with a white cloth. Soon the bailiffs carried the corpse away, leaving only Lu Su and Magistrate Zhang in the alley. County Magistrate, I hope that this matter will be carried out impartially, Lu Su said. Of course, I will use the best method, Magistrate Zhang replied casually. The best method? Lu Su frowned. Even with the white veil it was obvious that she was unhappy. Most of the people in the academy have to take the imperial examination. After you take the imperial examination you will understand everything, Magistrate Zhang added. In the Great Chu even women could obtain scholarly honors. The meaning of the emperor of the Great Chu country was that regardless of gender only merits mattered. Most of the people who studied in the academy were also trying to get scholarly honors. Only a few would stay in the academy, but Lu Su still wanted to say something. I know that the Qingyun Academy values you. Although I'm not from the Qingyun Academy, I also graduated from an academy. You can write a letter to your teacher about this, he will tell you everything. Magistrate Zhang interrupted Lu Su, not wanting to say anything else. When Lu Su saw this situation she sighed. She planned to go back first and write a letter to her teacher to see what was going on. Leave first. Anyway, in 2 days I will announce this matter, including the cause and effect and the corresponding punishment, Magistrate Zhang added. At this point Lu Su had been thinking about Magistrate Zhang's words. The corpse had already been carried away. Magistrate Zhang and Lu Su had also left the alley. At this moment Subai jumped down from the roof and looked at the empty house with a gloomy gaze. He had heard it clearly from the roof just now. From their conversation he could tell that there was more to Xiaoyu's death. Putting aside how Xiaoyu ended up in such a strange state, the truth behind this was worth investigating. In 2 days, Subai stroked his chin. He planned to wait another 3 days to see what they would announce. Thinking of this, Subai did not stay in the alley and left Lu residence. After Lu Su returned home she was in a bad mood. The first thing she did was to return to her room and take off her veil. She sat in the chair, her chin propped on her white palm, her elbows on the table as if she were thinking about something. Her eyes were glazed. It took her a moment to collect herself. She took a piece of paper from a drawer, dipped a brush in ink and wrote a letter. After she finished writing she took out an iron cage from another cabinet. There was a messenger pigeon in the iron cage. This messenger pigeon belonged to the Qingyun Academy. If there was any urgency she could contact the academy through this method. The letter was short. Lu Su folded the letter, tied it to the pigeon's leg and walked out the door. Flaps. With a flapping sound the messenger pigeon flapped its wings and flew far away. Lu Su looked straight in the direction where the messenger pigeon flew off, her fists clenched tightly. After a while she unclenched her fists and returned to the room. Looking at the green smoke rising from the incense burner in the room, she took out a book from her sleeve and flipped to a certain page. A white light flashed from the book and then 3 lights landed on the ground. The so-called spirit, these 3 spheres of light were white, but there was a black aura inside and the black aura was gradually deepening. After the 3 spheres of light landed on the ground they transformed into Xiaoyu and the middle-aged couple. Sister Lu, are we really dead? Xiaoyu sat on the ground, her eyes lifeless. The middle-aged couple was not in a good state either. They hugged each other tightly and trembled. Xiaoyu, although this news is very cruel, you are indeed dead. You didn't believe that you were dead, so you turned into spirits. Lu Su's eyes revealed a look of pity. She held the brush in her hand and her knuckles turned pale. Spirit was a very special existence. If a person died with great resentment or under other circumstances, it was very likely that they would become a strange creature. These strange creatures had no rationality. They only knew how to kill. However, there was a special situation in between, and that was spirit. The so-called spirit manifested when a dead person did not believe that they were already dead. They still retained the meaning of their previous life and repeated what they had done when they were alive. This situation is extremely rare, but that didn't mean it was a good thing. When spirits existed in the world, they would be corroded by the world and gradually develop into strange things. This speed was very fast. Just like now, the space between Xiaoyu and the middle-aged couple's eyebrows had already started to turn black. Moreover, it was also very difficult to discover spirit, because they maintained the same appearance they had when they were alive. They even looked no different from ordinary people. One could see and touch them, but there was no warmth. The difference could only be discovered in the most minute of details. When Lu Su stayed in the county previously, she had already gotten very familiar with Xiaoyu, so she noticed something amiss. Xiaoyu, you should have slowly gained your memories. When you remember the scene of your death, you will turn into a strange creature. At that time you will lose your rationality. Lu Su endured the sadness in her heart and added, Sister Lu, I don't want to lose my rationality. Xiaoyu tried her best to raise her head. The black gas between her eyebrows was getting thicker. At this moment the middle-aged couple finally reacted. As the black aura deepened they recalled many things. The middle-aged woman hugged Xiaoyu from behind and gently touched Xiaoyu's head. Their faces were full of pain. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Su and smiled bitterly. Miss Lu, you wanna free us, right? Lu Su nodded without hiding anything. I will try my best to minimize your pain. Before spirits became strange, all their thoughts were no different from ordinary people. It was extremely painful to eliminate them. Before that happened, all she could do was alleviate the pain. As for whether or not she could not eliminate the pain, the answer was no. If she ignored them and they turned into strange creatures, this matter would turn even more dangerous. She was a scholar and a capable person. She had to make the right choice at this time, even if it was a painful choice. It would be great if there was a spirit medium. They would be able to leave without any pain. Lu Su sighed. Spirit mediums threaded needles through yin and yang. There was a branch in this industry that could free spirit without pain. Miss Lu, we are ready. The middle-aged woman patted Xiaoyu's head and comforted her for a while before raising her head. This decisiveness stunned Lu Su. The middle-aged woman smiled. We can't cause trouble for the neighbors even if we die. Miss Lu, you don't have to think about seeking justice for us. You'll be in trouble. We're already satisfied that you can send us on our way. The middle-aged man returned to his wife's side and opened his arms to hug the middle-aged woman and Xiaoyu. Lu Su remained silent, not knowing what to say. Her grip on the brush was very tight. This was the first time she experienced this feeling. She could feel a sense of helplessness from Xiaoyu. Don't want to cause trouble for the neighbors, Lu Su muttered to herself. At this moment, the speed of the black gas spreading was gradually increasing and Xiaoyu and her parents began to lose consciousness. Ugh. A beast-like roar came from their mouths, revealing a sinister and cold aura. The consciousness in the middle-aged couple's eyes was decreasing and Xiaoyu was also changing. Xiaoyu's eyes were dazed as she lowered her head and looked at her slender palm. Her eyes turned from dazed to ferocious. She recalled that good-looking big brother. The first time that big brother had touched her head, but what followed was endless coldness. I'm really going to die. Xiaoyu's voice was so soft that Lu Su could not hear her clearly. At this moment she knew that she was about to attack. She gritted her teeth and waved the brush in her hand, condensing the word suppress in midair. After this word appeared, Xiaoyu and the middle-aged couple groaned in pain. The painful process was very short. In the blink of an eye they turned into white light and disappeared. Lu Su was the only one left in the room. Lu Su held the brush and took a few steps back. Her face was pale, because she retreated too quickly. She almost fell to the ground. She turned around and looked out of the window. A trace of hesitation flashed across her star-like eyes. Teacher, I wonder what answer you will give me. Lu Su's low moan sounded in the room that was filled with the scent of sandalwood. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. Subai hadn't been in good spirits for the past 2 days. Every day other than staring at the tree he would think about Xiaoyu, especially when he thought of the corpse hanging on the beam in his mind and the innocent and cute Xiaoyu. He felt uncomfortable. Today should be the time that Lu Su and County Magistrate Zhang had agreed on that night. Sitting in the backyard with a small stool, Subai stared at the locust tree. The progress bar was still increasing. At this moment Lu Er's voice came from the front courtyard. Brother Su, there are so many people outside. They're all heading towards the county office. The bodyguards did not dare to enter the backyard. After all, something strange had happened in the courtyard before. Even when they came to look for Subai, they would only shout from afar. Subai, who was in the middle of working on the progress bar, came back to his senses when he heard Lu Er's voice. The county office? Lots of people? Without hesitation he placed the stool in the backyard, stood up and walked out of the bodyguard agency. After leaving the bodyguard agency, Subai saw that many people were walking towards the county office. It was much livelier than usual. He thought for a moment, held the handle of his ghost head saber and followed behind this group of people. The crowd surged and he soon arrived at the county office. The front door of the county office was open. 2 bailiffs stood guard at the door, preventing anyone from entering. A sign stood beside it with a piece of paper stuck to it. There were densely packed small words on the paper and many people were watching. As they watched, noisy discussions could be heard. So many people? Subai frowned. He was too far away to hear what was being discussed. Usually when the county office announced important news they would post a notice here. Subai guessed that the content should be related to what he wanted to know. After much effort he finally squeezed through the crowd and reached the sign. Many people were squeezed by him and wanted to turn around and curse, but when they saw the sinister ghost head saber at Subai's waist they shut their mouths. The words on the signboard were very clear. Subai read it from beginning to end and his expression became increasingly gloomy. If you are not going to manage this matter, I will. People came and went at the entrance of the county office. At this moment not only was Subai's face gloomy, but most of the people who saw the contents of the paper had ugly expressions. Some people were still discussing, how pitiful, a family of 3 is gone just like that. I was eating there a few days ago, they really passed away just like that. What kind of world is this? 10 years in prison and they're still not arresting him for now? Subai listened to the discussions of the people around him and scanned the notice from beginning to end. he had already understood the cause and effect clearly. No wonder, I was wondering why all three of them committed suicide. The announcement explained everything that had happened. There was a large family in Shang County called the Lin residence. Among the rich merchants in Shang County, Lin residence was the first to achieve prestige. The Lin residence had an only child named Lin Fenghua. This person was pampered and extremely lustful. Not only that, ordinary women could no longer satisfy Lin Fenghua's desires, hence Lin Fenghua shifted his gaze elsewhere. One day Lin Fenghua passed by Xiaoyu's stall and had bad intentions. He used all sorts of methods to bring Xiaoyu into the Lin residence. That night Xiaoyu came out of the Lin residence covered in wounds. When she returned home she fainted. After that Lin Fenghua went to Xiaoyu's house several times. As time passed, Xiaoyu's entire family hanged themselves. The evidence is conclusive. He will be sentenced to 10 years in prison. According to the laws of the Great Chu, because Lin Fenghua is injured, his sentence will be suspended. After his injuries recover, he will carry out his sentence as scheduled. This was the contents of the announcement. Subai took a deep breath, feeling depressed. There were many twists and turns in this matter. They could deceive the simple commoners in Shang County, but they could not deceive him. First of all, he had only been sentenced to 10 years in prison for forcing a family of 3 to death. Secondly, for the suspended sentence, who knew when he would be cured? In the first place, was he even really sick? A person's memory was short. This matter would drag on and on for more than half a year until the people forgot. At that time nobody would even know if the punishment had actually been carried out. It looks like the county magistrate wants to cover up this matter. Subai glanced at the county office and turned to leave. Along the way he remained silent. Even when he returned to the bodyguard agency he still did not say a word. A few bodyguards saw him and wanted to go forward to greet him, but when they saw Subai's expression they were smart enough not to come forward. Brother Lu, what happened to Brother Su? A bodyguard asked. Lu Er glared at him. Don't get involved in Brother Su's matters. The bodyguard shrunk when he heard this. The two of them stopped chatting and pretended not to see anything. Subai walked into the backyard and moved the small stool to the door. Then he started to stare at the lonely locust tree in the courtyard. He was a little distracted. His eyes were on the locust tree but his hand was on his knee, tapping. No one knew what he was thinking. The sun gradually set. The bodyguards had idled for another day. They stood at the entrance of the backyard and left. After bidding farewell to Subai, a ray of moonlight shone down and landed in the backyard. The locust tree was shrouded in silver light and its leaves fluttered in the wind. It seemed to be mocking him but also seemed to be amusing itself. The progress bar was still slowly increasing. In the dark backyard, other than the locust tree and the moonlight, only Subai was sitting on a small stool. Subai supported his chin with his hand and rested his elbows on his knees. After an unknown amount of time he put down his hand and stood up on his knees. In the end I can't be absolutely heartless, just treat it as me being a busybody. After he came back he still thought of Xiaoyu from time to time. When he thought of how Xiaoyu would ask for a pat on the head he felt his heart become more and more stuffy. When he encountered danger he could be ruthless. He didn't mind shouldering the sins of taking dozens of lives. However, at this moment he could not be heartless no matter what. People could be selfish, as the saying went, every man for himself. But he just felt very depressed. He felt depressed and he wanted to find something to relax his body and mind. According to the laws of the Great Chu he should be decapitated at the entrance of the market. If Magistrate Zhang doesn't want to manage this matter, I will. Subai picked up the stool and entered the house. Not long after he changed into clothes that he usually did not wear. He covered his face and head with a cloth. He even stuffed something into his waist and shoulders to disguise his body shape. He left the ghost head saber in the house, went to the front yard and casually found a saber on the weapon rack. This saber was an ordinary saber in the martial world. It was easy to find anywhere. Lin residence. The night gradually deepened. Subai carried his long saber and left the bodyguard agency. He took advantage of the night and gradually walked farther and farther. On this side Subai had already left. On the other side, in Lu Su's room in the Lu residence, at this moment Lu Su was sitting on a yellow rosewood stool. She was holding a letter. The contents of the letter was jumping on the paper. She had already taken off her veil. Her expression was very conflicted and her red lips were white from her biting them. Why? This is the complete opposite of what I understand as a scholar. Lu Su's hand that was holding the letter began to tremble. She could no longer hold it in and slammed the letter on the table. The letter was from her teacher. A few days ago she had sent a letter to her teacher and told him about Magistrate Zhang's actions. Tonight the reply to her letter came. When Lu Su finished reading it she felt very depressed. The content of the letter was very simple. It could roughly be summarized into 5 words: don't interfere with the matter. According to His Majesty's rules, the county magistrate will be in charge of the security of a region. Before the scholars take the examination to obtain a scholarly honor they should just study in peace. however if it's a demon or evil spirit from the martial world the scholars are allowed to manage it, don't get involved in this matter. These were the original words on the letter. It was these words that made Lusu tremble with anger. Of course she understood that the emperor of the Great Chu country had delegated all the work meticulously, civil officials protected the security of a region and generals guarded the borders. The Heaven Surveillance Bureau was in charge of demons and evil spirits from the martial world. They would not overstep their boundaries or interfere with each other. A scholar could actually be considered as halfway from the martial world. Before taking the imperial examination, the county magistrate gave her some face because she was from the Qingyun Academy. There was no need for her to look at today's announcement. The maidservant at home had already told her. She also understood why the county magistrate would give such a verdict. It was because the Lin residence was powerful. It was none other than the Lin residence's finances. Magistrate Zhang did not want to offend the Lin residence. In Lu Su's opinion, Xiaoyu's family had long been abandoned by Magistrate Zhang. County Magistrate Zhang was once a scholar, but what he did today really broadened my horizons. Lu Su unclenched her fist. Her teeth, which had been biting her lower lip, also loosened. Her red lips regained their color. She suddenly stood up and took off her white clothes, revealing her jade-like skin. Her waist was as white as snow. She took out the black clothes from the cabinet. Lu Su slowly put them on and covered her face and head with a black cloth. A moment later her face was covered. I'm not studying just for scholarly honors. If I don't interfere with today's matter, I'll be studying a dog's stomach. If Magistrate Zhang doesn't want to manage this matter, I will. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. I'm a woman. Pushing open the window at the back, Lu Su jumped out. I'll give him a way to die. The night view outside the window was beautiful. Lu Su took advantage of the darkness and walked to the corner of the wall. She wrote the word light in the air with a brush and flew out of the Lu residence. There was no one on the streets in the dark night, other than the sound of the night watch. The night was completely silent. From time to time terrifying cat cries could be heard as if they were mourning. The Lin residence was very famous in Shang County. There was no need to ask around. Lu Su was also from Shang County. She arrived at the Lin residence not long after. Even at night, red lanterns still hung high at the gate. 2 servants were guarding the gates. It seemed like they were prepared to stay up all night. Lu Su looked at the corner of the street. She did not choose to enter through the main entrance. Instead she went to the far-off wall. No one was guarding this place and no one passed by. Lu Su took out her brush. After looking around, she wrote the word light again. Even though she was dressed in black and her face was covered, her figure was still captivating. Coupled with the fact that she was flying in the air, her very smooth figure was extremely charming. In just a moment Lu Su had already flown into the Lin residence and landed steadily on the ground. Then an embarrassing scene appeared. As soon as Lu Su landed on the ground she heard a gasp. Then she shifted her gaze and stared at the person in front of her in a daze. Not far from her, a person in ordinary clothes with a cloth covering his face and head was looking at her. The night breeze was a little cold. The two of them looked at each other and fell silent. Other than the occasional meow, the surroundings were silent. Other than the awkwardness, Lu Su also felt a sense of danger. Her gaze fell on the waist of this mysterious person and saw an ordinary long saber. Saber? For the past few days she had been waiting for her teacher's letter and didn't have time to think about this. Now that she suddenly saw the long saber, she couldn't help but think of the matter regarding underworld blacksmith. Could it be that this person was the one who killed the underworld blacksmith couple? Lu Su had a sudden conjecture. At this moment the mysterious person also moved. He did not care about her at all. He found a path and left silently. This was the first time Lu Su had seen such a situation. However, seeing that the other party was also masked and not from the Lin residence, moreover the current situation was special, she did not care. After finding another path, Lu Su also left. At this moment there was a strange tacit understanding. They minded their own businesses and did not interfere with each other. The dark corner of the wall returned to its original silence. Subai walked into the Lin residence and thought of the woman in black he had just met. How did he know she was a woman? Bullshit. That figure and shoulders were wide and narrow and a certain smooth part was obvious at a glance. To be honest, it was indeed unexpected. The scene just now was so awkward. Fortunately he was sensible and did not linger. It was more important to settle the matter first. That woman's attire showed that she was obviously not from the Lin residence. He would not care about it for the time being. He did not want to make trouble and attract attention. In that situation just now, there shouldn't be a fight, right? With this thought in mind, Subai began to search the Lin residence again. The Lin residence was too big. He wanted to find Lin Fenghua's room. It was a little difficult to find. During the search the two people who had the same idea met a few times. However, they did not speak to each other. After meeting they left as if they had never seen each other. However, their tacit understanding did not last long. Outside a lighted room, Subai looked at the woman in black. The woman in black looked back at him, Finally the woman in black couldn't take it anymore and said in a slightly low voice, "Are you here to kill too?" Even if she deliberately pretended to be hoarse, her voice was clear. When Subai heard this, he nodded silently. At the same time he pretended to have a hoarse and dull voice. "You too?" Lu Su nodded. The two of them fell silent again. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Damn it, things had already exceeded his expectations. At least from Subai's perspective, this was something that was not part of his plan. "Why don't we do it together?" Subai said something shocking. Lu Su didn't know what was going on in her head, but she nodded subconsciously. She was also very helpless. How could she still meet someone at this? It was fine if she met someone, but the key was that he had the same intention as her. Together? "Let's do it together for now." Thinking of this, Lu Su rubbed her eyebrows. Her head hurt. The two of them reached a temporary agreement. Without saying anything, they quietly came to a window. Subai raised his long saber and pierced a small hole in the window. He looked over. The room was brightly lit. Many oil lamps were lit up and they illuminated the entire room. Looking through the small hole, he could see a young man sitting in the house with a naked woman in his arms. The man was good looking, but he exuded a silk pants aura from the inside out. His hand brushed across the woman's body. He was either already done or he hadn't started. Lu Su pushed Subai's shoulder, indicating that she also wanted to see. Subai made a gesture indicating if she really had to see it. Lu Su nodded without hesitation. At this point, what else could she not see? After Subai stepped aside, Lu Su moved closer to the small hole. She quickly lowered her head and glared at Subai. "You were the one who insisted on seeing it," Subai thought. The two of them stayed outside the window and a sound came from inside the window. "Young Master Lin, I heard that the officials said that once you are healed they will send you to jail." From the voice, it was the woman who spoke. Soon Lin Fenghua said, "It's just for show. Let's not talk about anything else. My Lin family has given that county magistrate many things. Moreover, if the county magistrate wants to be promoted, he will need to depend on my Lin family." As he spoke of this, Lin Fenghua's tone was filled with pride. As if because of this sentence he became interested and started talking again. "Sigh, now that you mention it, I remember. What a pity for that young lady. You don't know how it feels. Ha ha, young Master Lin, the little girl doesn't understand as much as I do." Outside the window, Lu Su clenched her fists, her eyes spitting fire. Subai was different. His expression was extremely gloomy, like 10,000-year-old ice. Lu Su glanced at Subai and lowered her head. She moved closer to Subai and lowered her voice. "Let's go in and kill him." She really couldn't take it anymore. He could still be so arrogant after breaking the law. He was simply looking down on the laws of the Great Chu country. "It's not good to kill him directly. Both you and I will leave traces behind," Subai said as he moved closer to Lu Su. The two of them only spoke when they were close and lowered their voices. Lu Su was not used to it. Upon hearing Subai's words, Lu Su wanted to say that she wasn't afraid and that it would be difficult to find her if she did it cleanly. Even if she was found out, she had support. However, at the thought of causing trouble for the academy, she still asked, "Do you have a way to not leave a trace?" "I'll give him a way to die." Subai listened to the sounds in the room and revealed a sinister smile. For some reason Lu Su could not help but shiver. It was very cold, as if she could see countless souls pouncing at her. Still, give him a way to die? She was suddenly interested. What kind of way was it? Chapter 41, The Way to Beat the Kidney. Seemingly sensing Lu Su's question, Subai moved closer and said, "You'll limo later." After saying that he smelled a fragrance, it smelled good. It wasn't the fragrance of greasy makeup but a faint sandalwood scent that was refreshing. Lu Su didn't notice Subai's actions either. She was listening to Subai and was still thinking about how she would die. After that, the two of them stopped talking and waited quietly. As the night deepened, the conversation in the room gradually became lighter. The oil lamp was blown out and the room fell into darkness. Subai kept waiting until he heard a soft snoring sound from inside. Then he pulled out the long knife at his waist. "Is there a way to make them sleep even soundly?" Lu Su was stunned for a moment before she nodded. She reached into her clothes and pulled out a long tube. Then Lu Su inserted the long tube into the hole that Subai had dug out. After hesitating for a moment, she held the tube in her mouth through the black cloth on her face. As the hole was very low, Lu Su was half squatting and holding the pipe in her mouth. During the process of squatting, there was a curve and outline at the back of his waist, coupled with the half-squatting action of holding the tube. Subai admitted that he was thinking the wrong thing. Of course he didn't say anything and acted very normal, but he was already thinking about the scene just now. He said that on purpose to see what the other party was capable of. However, the other party had used the fog and did not expose himself at all. How cautious, Subai thought. Lu Su was not a rigid scholar. She was well aware of the dangers of Jianghu, so she had prepared a lot of things at home and brought a lot with her. An object like the smoke could only be considered a small object. The real big guy hadn't come yet. After the smoke was blown, the two of them waited quietly. After a moment, Lu Su estimated that the medicine had taken effect and nodded at Subai. I can only deal with ordinary people. Subai hummed in agreement. He lifted a corner of the window with his long knife and fiddled with it inside before opening the window. There was also a faint fragrance in the room. It was the smell of smoke. Subai didn't go in. Instead, he waited for the smoke to be blown away by the wind outside the window before jumping in. What if it wasn't just ordinary people? He had to be careful. Lu Su saw Subai's actions and knew that it was normal for him to be cautious. After the two of them entered, Lu Su closed the window. Subai lit up an oil lamp and looked at Lin Fengahua, who had passed out on the bed. The woman next to him was still naked. Subai looked at the woman, then at Lu Su, and nodded. Lu Su still had a good figure. This gaze was too obvious. Lu Su also felt it, and anger flashed in her eyes. Subai was very magnanimous. With just a glance he violently dragged Lin Fengahua to the ground. At the same time, he found a large piece of cloth in the room and gagged Lin Fenghawa's mouth. Not only did he find a piece of cloth, but he also found a red rope. The red rope had been polished very carefully. Subai looked at Lin Fenghawa's wrist again. There were marks on it. You're quite fancy. It just saves me some trouble. Following the marks on his wrist, Subai tied Lin Fengahua up with a red rope. How do we wake him up? Subai asked. Lu Su was confused, but she still ran to the table, picked up the wine pot and sprinkled it on Lin Fenghawa's face. After being stimulated by the alcohol, Lin Fengahua slowly woke up and quickly understood his situation. He wanted to struggle, but he was tied up by the rope. He wanted to scream, but his mouth was blocked, so he could only make whimpering sounds. The two people in front of him terrified him to the extreme. What do you want to do? Lu Su asked. Subai didn't answer. He lifted Lin Fenghawa's face with his saber and said with a smile, Young Master Lin, it seems like you like women. From your looks you have kidney deficiency. Men should take care of their kidneys. These words came so suddenly that Lu Su was somewhat puzzled. Lin Fengahua, who was lying on the ground, did not have any doubts. He only felt terror. He was afraid. Now he was unarmed, tied up and gagged. No one would respond to him. He twisted his body forcefully and turned into a prone position. He cowed out in tears and snot splattered all over the ground. Xiaoyu is such a good girl, how could you do that? Subai added. Lin Fengahua was stunned for a moment before he reacted and understood the other party's intentions. He continued to kowtow, trying to get the other party to let him go. He had never expected that someone would come to kill him just because he had played with a woman. He was very regretful, but he couldn't even speak now. Didn't you ask me how I want to deal with him just now? Subai raised his hand and punched Lin Fenghawa's waist. Deal with it like this. Kidney hammer technique. This skill could not only be used on himself but also on others. However, the side effect was kidney deficiency. However, if it was used on ordinary people, it would really be a forced upgrade. Subai had true core strength, so it was fine to use it. However, Lin Fengahua was different. His kidney was weak, and anything that was too weak would die. A warm current flowed through Lin Fenghua's body and his kidneys suddenly became incomparably powerful. Then an extremely hot feeling spread out from his body. Lin Fengahua turned to look at the unconscious woman on the bed. His eyes were red and he wanted to move over. He stepped on Lin Fengahua. Enjoy it slowly. Subai smiled. The burning sensation that he couldn't vent made Lin Fengahua wish he was dead. He looked at Subai. He was so scared that he had already burst his guts. When the duration ended, Lin Fengahua collapsed to the ground. He looked at Subai with pleading eyes, wanting to beg for mercy, but what greeted him was a punch on his waist. The burning sensation appeared once again and the excruciating pain made him want to die. Whoa. Her mouth was gagged and she could only whimper non-stop. Lin Fengahua felt as if he had been thrown into flames. His skin was about to melt. This was even more unbearable than killing him directly. However, the feeling of weakness after that made his entire body powerless. Kill me. Lin Fengahua wailed in his heart. However, Subai did not care about these things. He saw Lin Fenghua's pain and the depression in his heart was easing. Subai's voice sounded in the dark room. Again. 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 Lu Su, who was watching by the side, felt goosebumps all over her body as she used the kidney hammering technique again and again. Lin Fengahua was visibly weakening. Dark circles appeared under his eyes and his legs were trembling. Again and again he wished he was dead. Pain, extreme pain. Lin Fengahua really wanted to die, but he couldn't. One punch after another, Lin Fenghua's body stiffened. When the last punch landed, he was dead. Subai loosened his grip, untied the red rope around Lin Fenghua's wrist and placed the corpse on the bed. Tomorrow when someone finds the body, they will think that he died in a woman's stomach because of his kidney deficiency. Lu Su couldn't see Subai's face, but she could see the ease in his eyes. You did it for Xiaoye, she said, more or less. Subai said. Lu Su wanted to continue. Subai suddenly interrupted her. I want to do one more thing. Chapter 42, Testing Each Other. Lu Su originally wanted to say something, but after hearing Subai's words she didn't understand what he meant. Do one more thing, do what? She thought that Lin Fengahua had already died and avenged Xiaoye. However, the mysterious man in front of her suddenly said something that she didn't know what he meant. This is not the place to talk. Subai said. After killing someone they were still talking at the crime scene, only the two of them. Next the two of them began to decorate the room. After arranging everything in a reasonable manner they were ready to leave. The strangulation marks on his hands. Lu Su stared at the wrist of the corpse, pondering how to deal with it. The red rope is over there. There was a strangulation mark earlier. Subai walked to the window and opened it. The two of them did not hesitate and left through the window. The night outside the window was very dark, as if it was splashed with ink. The street was quiet and empty. Only Subai and Lu Su's footsteps could be heard, adding a layer of liveliness to the deserted street. The two of them left the Lin Manor and continued on their way. During this period no one spoke. Both sides maintained their silence. Subai only stopped when he was far away from the Lin Mansion. You just said that there was one more thing. Lu Su thought for a moment and then spoke. Even though the two of them were both wearing masks to conceal their identities, Lu Su still decided to break the silence. Playing Subai did not say anything. With a loud noise he unsheathed his long saber from his waist and slashed at Lu Su's neck. Lu Su heard the sound of the wind breaking. Her fair fingers moved and a brush appeared in her right hand. At the same time a book appeared in her left. As the pages swayed they surrounded Lu Su. Clang! There was another sound. Subai's long saber did not touch Lu Su. He sheathed his saber with a backhand, looking calm. You're testing me. Lu Su stared at Subai and frowned. At that moment she felt a sense of danger and was forced to use her best skill. At this moment the charred yellow pages surrounded her, adding a little demonic. The long blade did not land, but she exposed herself. I have to know your identity. Subai pressed his hand on the hilt of the long saber and said, Brush page. He already knew who this woman was. A scholar. Only a scholar would know how to use these things. In addition, this was a woman with a myriad of flirtatious feelings. Subai didn't need to think much to think of the woman in white. There was a high possibility that the two were compatible. Then I don't know where you come from. Lu Su gripped her brush tightly, eager to try. Since you're using this method to test me, then I want to try it too. Otherwise I won't be able to vent my anger. Although this place is secluded, if we really fight and draw out others, neither of us can hide our identities. Subai said slowly. He did have the intention to silence her with that slash just now. However, after pondering over it he gave up on this idea. Before he knew the other party's strength, if he rashly attacked now the consequences would not be small. If it was in the wilderness he could give it a try. However, in Shang County if the two of them fought it would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Besides, this person had killed Lin Fenghua, so he was on board. Subai loved pulling people onto the boat. This is what you said? It's very unfair. Lu Su's words were filled with anger. He had tested her out in one go, but she knew nothing about this person. This has nothing to do with me. You were the one who was so anxious and took out the weapon in your hand, Subai said indifferently. He really couldn't be blamed for this. Who knew that the other party would take out the real thing after testing him? Of course this was exactly what he wanted. He was still in the dark, but this woman was already out in the open. You were the one who killed the underworld blacksmith couple as well as the officials of the Extreme Life cult and the Heaven Inspectorate, right? Lu Su suddenly changed the topic. Subai raised his eyebrows but didn't answer. Other than the hidden weapon wounds all over your body, you also have exquisite saber techniques. Although I didn't see your hidden weapons, the long saber at your waist and that saber technique just now, have already proved your origin. Lu Su said cheerfully, the heavenly Tao was good at reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? You tested me just now and I also saw some clues from your saber technique. Now that they had fought to a draw, it was not a loss. Although the other party had covered his face and she did not know his true identity, at least she knew who the martial artist behind the scenes was. Do you know that what you said just now was very dangerous? Subai narrowed his eyes. You're not thinking of making a move here, are you? The catkin refers to the street. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Subai was speechless. Actually, I don't mean anything else. Today I saw you fight for Xiaoyu and I think you're a man. Lu Su did not continue to provoke Subai and the topic changed. What? Subai said, why do you want to kill the officials of the Sky Supervision Department? Do you know that this is a major matter? Lu Su opened her beautiful eyes that were as bright as the stars. Her eyes were filled with doubt. Meeting this person today was purely a coincidence. However, it was this coincidence that made her even more confused. To be able to make a move for an ordinary little girl, this person's intentions were definitely not bad. Just like what she said before, she was in favor of killing the Nethersmith couple and the Extreme Life cult. However, she could not understand why he would attack the officials of the Heaven Inspectorate. If it was the officer who had attacked him, he would probably have helped him instead. But why did he do the opposite and kill the officer? Lu Su took this opportunity to ask, do you know anyone from the Heaven Inspectorate? Subai didn't answer but instead asked a question, I don't know him. Lu Su shook her head. In the future, if you meet people from the Heaven Inspectorate, tell them that the official pocketed his own money and colluded with the Extreme Life cult. Subai said. At this moment both sides were probing each other. Subai took this opportunity to tell him about ion calculation immortal. Just like what Lu Su said, there would be trouble after killing the people of the Heaven Inspectorate, then he would reveal the truth of the matter and use Lu Su's mouth to convey it to the Heaven Inspectorate. As for how to deal with it after that, he couldn't care less. If the Heaven Inspectorate was upright and could find out Tai Swanxian's background, he would naturally be fine. If it didn't work, he would make other plans. Ever since he killed Tai Swanxian, he had already thought of the consequences, to fill their own pockets and join forces with the Extreme Life sect. Lu Su was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected this. If I run into the people from the Heaven Inspectorate, I will explain to them, Lu Su said. She seemed to feel that this sentence was not clear, so she added another sentence. If it was a chivalrous act, he shouldn't have been wronged. To uphold justice. Let's go. Subai rubbed his chin and turned to walk toward the night sky. Lu Su did not follow him. She was also preparing to go home. At this moment Subai had already walked to the corner of the street. Suddenly he poked his head out from the corner. Oh right, there's one more thing. Chapter 43, County Magistrate Zhang panicked. Lu Su had originally planned to leave, but after hearing Subai's words she stopped and looked over in confusion. Is there anything else? Subai stretched out his hands and gestured. Next time when you hide your identity, remember to wrap a piece of cloth around your chest, otherwise you'll be easily exposed. As soon as he finished speaking, a page flew past and was inserted into the corner of the wall. Subai was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Lu Su standing there, her teeth clenched. She waved her hand and the pages in the corner returned to the book. I thought he was a hero, but I didn't expect him to be a prodigal. She spat lightly and left the street. Before she left, Lu Su lowered her head and looked at the spectacular scene before her. She thought of what she had said before. Perhaps what he said is right. I have to think of a way the next time I disguise myself. After Lu Su left, the street finally became quiet again. Other than a few cats meowing, no one else appeared. The next day, Magistrate Zhang has been in a good mood recently. Actually, he had always been in a good mood. It was just that his mood had gotten better recently. Ever since he came out of the academy on Nanhua Road and was admitted to an official position, he felt that his future was beyond control. Although he was assigned to Shang County in the end and was located in a remote area, he could cover the sky with one hand. The mountains were high and the emperor was far away. This sentence was not wrong at all to describe him. Many people were unwilling to become officials in remote places, but he was different. The more remote the place was, the less attention the person in the capital could get. Being the head of a chicken was better than being the tail of a phoenix. Back then, when he came to Shang County, all kinds of wealthy merchants in Shang County fawned over him, which really allowed him to earn a lot. Studying? Read my ass. He was very self-aware that being a rank 8 scholar was already his limit. There was no hope for him to go any higher. Instead of struggling, it was better to enjoy it. He had thought that the following days would be smooth sailing. However, Lin Manor seemed to have some opinions about him some time ago. To be precise, it was not that she had any objections, but that she felt that there was no benefit in interacting with him. Among the wealthy merchants in Shang County, the Lin Manor was considered one of the best. They had to come to his place every month to offer offerings. However, as time passed, he felt that he would not be of much use. In fact, the county magistrate also felt that this matter was very unjust. No one had offended the Lin Manor in the first place, and the Lin Manor itself had nothing to ask of him. Of course, he could not do anything. Seeing that the relationship between the two sides was becoming increasingly dull, County Magistrate Zhang had been pondering how to smooth out this relationship. Coincidentally, the previous murder happened. County Magistrate Zhang really did smooth things out. This time the Lin Manor will understand everything I've done. They also know that our relationship can't be broken. County Magistrate Zhang thought as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As for the 3 lives, how could there be no deaths in this day and age? The commoners' memories were short-lived. In a few months the storm of this matter would be over. They would randomly find a prisoner to be the young master of the Lin family and everything would be calm. Could it be that the emperor could find him? Thinking of this, County Magistrate Zhang became even happier. He even walked more briskly and hummed a tune. Sir, bad news. At this moment the bailiff outside the door suddenly ran in. There was panic in his eyes that could not be concealed. When he passed by the threshold he was knocked down and fell to the ground. How can you be so flustered? County Magistrate Zhang immediately put away the joy on his face and reprimanded him in a serious tone. The bailiff was shocked by Magistrate Zhang's expression. He quickly got up from the ground, tidied his clothes and pretended to be calm. What is it? County Magistrate Zhang picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Good tea. If he hadn't been promoted to a county and become an official in other places, how could he have enjoyed such good tea? Young Master Lin Fenghua is dead. The bailiff hurriedly said, Sir, you said that if there were any cases you would let us investigate first. We didn't want to disturb your sleep, so we sent a coroner over first. After investigation we found out that it was, what is it? County Magistrate Zhang raised his eyelids. He had yet to react to who it was. It's because Lin Fenghua and the courtesan of the Spring Rain Pavilion are playing red rope. Too excited. He's dead, the bailiff stuttered as he talked about this. He had seen so many bailiffs for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone die like this. So that's how it is. County Magistrate Zhang took another sip of tea. Suddenly the teacup in his hand stopped. He finally reacted. Who did you say died? Lin Fenghua. The bailiff lowered his head and stammered, "Pada." The teacup fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Let's go. Go to the Lin Manor. County Magistrate Zhang quickly got up and headed to the Lin Manor. This was one of his stable meal tickets. He could not mess it up. The Lin Manor was filled with whales. A middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes knelt on the ground and cried. There was a table beside him and on it lay Lin Fenghua's corpse covered with a white cloth. Beside the table the gorgeous woman from the Spring Rain Pavilion was tied up with a rope. Sir, you have to stand up for us. It's all this woman's fault for killing my child. Father Lin pointed at Spring Rain Pavilion's courtesan Belle and said through gritted teeth, "Milord, he died from overexcitement. This has nothing to do with me." Hua Kuei was already scared to death. When he heard Father Lin's accusation he quickly explained. County Magistrate Zhang's expression was extremely ugly. He turned around to look at the surrounding commoners and said to the bailiffs beside him, "Disperse the people first, don't let them watch." When the bailiffs heard this they quickly did as he said and coaxed the surrounding onlookers away. After the onlookers were coaxed away, County Magistrate Zhang waved his hand and said, "Put Hua Kuei in prison and deal with him on another day." Two bailiffs stepped forward and escorted the dejected Hua Kuei away. "Sir, you say pick a day to deal with it?" Although Lin Fu was sad, he understood the meaning behind it. Your son died from overexcitement, but it wasn't Hua Kuei's doing. I'll lock her up for a few days, County Magistrate Zhang said indifferently. Lin Fu was stunned and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Spring Rain Pavilion is owned by the 9th princess of the capital and is spread all over the country. You should know that without concrete evidence I can't convict you, County Magistrate Zhang said. Lin Fu was stunned and could only nod subconsciously. He knew about the 9th princess. It was said that the 9th princess was not very powerful in the capital, so she opened a place of romance and the emperor did not care. But wasn't she a frustrated princess? Lin Fu could not understand and his eyes turned red. Don't mention this matter again, I'll leave first. County Magistrate Zhang waved his sleeves, interrupted Lin Fu and turned to leave. He left very decisively, like a completely different person from before. Now that Lin Fenghua was dead, County Magistrate Zhang reckoned that Lin Fu would no longer fawn over him. Moreover, he even wanted him to convict the courtesan Belle. He felt that there was no need to befriend him anymore. To avoid getting into trouble, a frustrated princess? He. Only they knew that the 9th princess was a frustrated princess on the surface, but she was actually the emperor's right-hand man. As for why he was his right-hand man, this matter had to start from the current situation of Great Chu. Chapter 44, Up. 1. From the establishment of Great Chu until now it could be said to be extremely bumpy. It was only now that it was slightly stable. However, the situation was not very good. There were demons and strange people in the palace, as well as those Jianghu people who had entered the evil path. Outside there were Great Yu and the barbarians eyeing them covetously. If they were not careful they would have to worry about the country being destroyed. The emperor of the Great Chu country was a man of great talent with great strategy and courage. All the generals were guarding the border. The literati stabilized the internal affairs and managed to balance the internal and external affairs. What was even more courageous was to set up the Heaven Inspectorate and use the martial artists to control the martial artists. With the three parties working together, Great Chu was heading towards a good place. However, there was one word that could not be separated from this: money. Do you need money to maintain the army? Do you need money for your salary? Do you need money to build all kinds of facilities? They all wanted money and they wanted a lot of money. However, the emperor also understood that he could not raise the tax standard because of money, otherwise it would cause even more internal trouble. Then what if he didn't have money? Doing business with all his might. However, as a member of the royal family, doing business was a disgrace. At this time the 9th princess was born. On the surface the 9th princess was not favored by the royal family. However, in secret the 9th princess business involved a wide range of businesses and earned a lot of money for the royal family of Great Chu. Moreover, the people from the royal family also had their own opinions. She's no longer in power. She can do whatever she wants, and they were not the ones who asked her to do it. It had to be said that this move was brilliant. Any official who had some eyes understood the meaning behind it. therefore Magistrate Zhang knew that he could not offend the ninth princess. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lin family had given him a lot of money, he would have left them alone long ago. Now he was asking him to offend the ninth princess. Wasn't that asking for a beating? At that time His Majesty the Emperor had said that if one broke the law they could be arrested. However, this was not illegal. He had no choice. If he was caught, it would cut off the royal family's source of income. He knew very well what the outcome would be if the source of income was cut off. We'll find an excuse to release that courtesan later, and this matter will end here. County Magistrate Zhang thought about it and quickly left the Lin manor. The sudden death of the young master of the Lin family had spread like wildfire in Shang County. Some of the people who had been bullied clapped and cheered when they heard the news. They ran back and forth in the streets and alleys to pass on the joyous news to those they knew. In addition to Xiaoya's previous incident, the commoners felt carefree and felt that the anger in their chests had eased. At this moment in the Dragon Conqueror bodyguard agency, Su Bai was sitting on a small stool as usual, looking at the locust tree in front of him. The golden progress bar was very close to completion. He estimated that he would succeed tonight, so he did not take a step out of the backyard. Brother Su, have you heard the news? In the front yard, Luer kept waving his hands. Until now the escort still did not dare to step into the backyard. After all, this locust tree was too strange. Su Bai stood up from the stool and walked to the front yard to ask what was going on. The young master of the Lin family died in a woman's stomach. I'm so happy. Luer waved his hand excitedly. He thought that since Su Bai hadn't gone out all day, he might not have heard the news, so he brought the news over. It was also a good opportunity to chat and get closer. Luer had specially fawned over escort leader Su. What did County Magistrate Zhang say? Su Bai pretended to be surprised and asked. The Lin manor wanted to punish the courtesan, but Magistrate Zhang chased him out and took the courtesan away. The butcher who sold meat next to him had a relative who worked there. After that I heard from the old butler that Magistrate Zhang was unwilling to punish the courtesan. Luer said. Unwilling? Su Bai rubbed his chin. This situation was beyond his expectations. However, there seemed to be room for manipulation. Alright, I got it. Tell the brothers to hurry up and practice. If there are any darts, their skills won't be rusty. Su Bai said, pretending not to care. Luer was a sensible person. He knew that Su Bai didn't want to say anything more, so he didn't stay any longer. He said goodbye and left. After Luer left, Su Bai returned to the small stool and sat in the backyard staring at the locust tree. As he stared, he fell into deep thought. To be honest, County Magistrate Zhang was not a good person. He was also involved in Xiaoya's matter. Su Bai had wanted to mess with him for a long time, but this was different. From messing with Lin Fenghua, this was an official of the imperial court and a scholar. If he really did it directly, it would be troublesome. But thinking about it carefully, Luer's words just now seemed to indicate that County Magistrate Zhang did not care about the Lin manor's matters anymore. If he didn't care about the Lin manor, there would be room for him to operate. As for how to do it, it was urgent. The progress bar of the locust tree was about to be filled up. When it was full, County Magistrate Zhang would not be able to escape. The most important thing now was the progress bar. It'll be fine at night. I don't know what it is after spending so much effort. Su Bai thought. Time slowly passed. The sun set and night fell. All the bodyguards left the agency and returned to their own homes. Only Su Bai was still in the backyard, sitting on his unique small stool. To be honest, the small stool was very comfortable to sit on. It was not uncomfortable at all. The only drawback was that his legs would go numb after sitting for a long time. The sound of the night beats in the street not far away, and the night watchman begins his daily life every night. In the pitch-black night, only the sound of the night watch could bring warmth. The night was a little cold. Su Bai put on a coat and still stared at the locust tree. The progress bar slowly increased. Finally, when the last bit of the progress bar was full, light blue words appeared in front of him. You observed the locust tree in the backyard and comprehended the reversal of yin and yang. When the words appeared, Su Bai's expression did not change. He had been in a daze for a long time and was numb to it. After the light blue text appeared, it did not last long before it turned into smoke in an instant. A moment later, new words appeared. Fusion option detected. Fusion in progress. For slaughtering heart technique plus reversal of yin and yang equals reversal of the four directions. Fusion successful. As the last line of text appeared, the text disappeared and a huge amount of information fused into it. With the influx of information, Su Bai realized that the golden airflow in his body had also changed. The color was still light gold and there was nothing unusual about it, but there seemed to be something extra. Su Bai understood the reason. Divine essence. This was the divine essence unique to Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. The reversal of yin and yang was not only a cultivation method of the one gate but also a cultivation method of the divine element. In the past, when he named his refined qi, it was derived from true qi, divine essence and spiritual energy. Now it finally lived up to its name and completely matched the name of refined qi. Cured OCD. Subai silently mulled over the information in his mind. A moment later he smiled, as expected of the under. The mental cultivation method after this fusion, apart from the group battle ability of the Four Sides Massacre, also had the effect of reversing yin and yang. The so-called reversal of yin and yang could be summed up in 2 words. Chapter 45. What a good start! Reverse. These 2 words were the quintessence of reversing yin and yang, vividly displaying this divine essence type mental cultivation method. Based on Subai's current knowledge, reversing yin and yang should be a mental cultivation method of Taoism. Using the divine essence as a guide, it affected the aura of the entire body to confuse the enemy. After fusing with the 4 slaughtering heart technique, it became a chaotic mess, and its power was even stronger. From God essence to true essence, using true essence as a guide when used, it could be used to confuse the real with the fake. To put it simply, when Subai slashed with his saber under the guidance of his true core strength, the enemy would feel that it was illusory. This slash would become both real and fake, making it difficult for people to figure it out. He could even make people think that this slash was fake, but it was actually real. On the other hand, when the enemy attacked him, his true core strength would guide his chi, and the flaws in his body would become perfect and perfection would become flaws. Of course, a flaw was still a flaw. In front of the enemy, a flaw was perfect, and a place without a flaw was full of flaws. If the enemy attacked his weakness, it would be his most perfect spot. Confusion was the root and reversal was the manifestation. Subai sat on a small stool and revealed a satisfied expression. It was worth it to work hard during this period of time. A light blue panel appeared. Subai glanced at the contents of the panel. Name: Subail Realm, 8th stage, unspecialized. Breaking 1 style, level 2, maximum level. Reversal heart technique, level 2.5, maximum level. Kidney hammering technique, level 1, maximum level. Maple leaves like rain, tier 2, maximum level. Forsun movement technique, level 1, maximum level. Forsun formation, level 1, maximum level. Comprehension, max level. If only I could get another heart technique. Subai rubbed his chin and thought to himself, if he could get another mental cultivation technique, he would be able to raise it to level 3, and he would also be able to reach level 7. Unfortunately, there was no new progress bar. It's almost time for the new book exchange at the bookstore. When the time comes, I'll go over and take a look. Oh, and I have to deal with County Magistrate Zhang as soon as possible. Sitting on the stool, Subai silently thought about his next plan. The night gradually deepened. At this moment, in a remote forest outside Shang County, the small forest was dark and a series of roars came from inside, making one's heart tremble. Fortunately, there was no one here, otherwise he would probably be scared to death. At night, the inhuman roars mixed with the occasional wind